Synopsis. Bai Ye arrives in Douluo with a powerful ninja system that rewards him for causing chaos. But things spiral fast. Everyone around him seems to be reborn legends with grudges. To survive, he adopts countless identities, from noble heroes to feared villains. As powerful figures fall for him or chase him down, Bai Ye just wants one thing: stay alive, stay hidden, and avoid becoming the world's greatest threat. Chapter 1. Douluo Continent, Jiando Empire, Fasno Province, Holy Soul Village. Ding, the system is fully charged. The strongest Naruto system is now serving you. Bai Ye opened his eyes in a daze on the roof. Xiaoya, what are you doing on the roof? Come down quickly, it's dangerous. Tang San trotted over, holding a string of roasted rabbits in his hand. Bai Ye ignored Tang San, his attention was completely attracted by the system. Tang San frowned, obviously dissatisfied with Bai Ye's attitude. Ding, Tang San is detected to be angry, gaining destiny value 10. Ding, the strongest Naruto system is activated successfully. Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and were full of anticipation. In his heart, he had already begun to fantasize about dominating Nodding College, kicking the Shrek 7 devils, and defeating the Spirit Hall to reach the peak of his life. Ding, this system is the strongest Naruto system. The host can obtain various rewards by obtaining the destiny value of important characters in the plot. Destiny value? Bai Ye frowned. By making the characters feel love, jealousy, hatred, pain, despair, and other emotions, you can leverage the power of the origin of the world and gain destiny value. Bai Ye frowned. This system didn't sound like a good thing. Host, Bai Ye Soul Power, Level 3. Chakra, Unrefined. Martial Spirit, none. Exercise, none. Soul Skill, none. Ninjutsu, none. Item, Newbie Gift Pack. Destiny, 10 points. Xiaoya, go home and eat quickly, otherwise Dad will be angry. Tang San looked at Bai Ye's constantly changing expression on the roof, and pondered in his heart. This brother seems to have something wrong with his brain. No, there's nothing good about rabbits. The more you eat, the hungrier you get. Bai Ye sent him away in a bad mood. He already had a system, so why should he care about food? Then Bai Ye lay on his side on the roof, turned his body away from looking at Tang San, and muttered silently in his heart. System, open the Novice Gift Pack. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level Martial Soul Reincarnation Hygiene Medicine version. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3-body technique. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Chakra Mastery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ninjutsu Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Senju Tobarama 3 Seal version. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Yin Yang Escape, Split. Bai Ye no longer cared about what he got later. His eyes were fixed on the Rinnegan at the top. He thought it was just a manual on chakra extraction, but he didn't expect there was a god-level martial spirit. But what is the gene medicine version? It sounds a bit dangerous, but never mind. System, receive reward. Bai Ye muttered to himself, his heart filled with excitement. But what followed was extremely intense pain. What? Pain. Unforgettable pain. The whole body seemed to be cut into pieces by a sharp blade, and then reassembled. Every muscle and every cell was being violently reorganized. Bang! The door of the wooden house was suddenly knocked open, and Tang Hao walked out of the wooden house with a frown. Looking at Bai Ye struggling in pain, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Because he could actually sense divine power in Bai Ye. This power is completely different from soul power and is essentially a higher level of power. It is undoubtedly divine power. Tang Hao quickly walked to Bai Ye and put his hand on Bai Ye's shoulder. A gentle soul power was slowly injected into Bai Ye's body, trying to calm the violent power. But suddenly, a huge suction force surged out from Bai Ye's body, swallowing up all the soul power that Tang Hao had condensed. Tang Hao frowned, but did not resist, allowing the huge soul power in his body to be absorbed by Bai Ye. Bai Ye's consciousness gradually became blurred. He felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he lost consciousness and fainted on the spot. Dad, what happened to Xiaoya? Tang San looked at Tang Hao, and he felt like he was getting to know his father for the first time. It turns out that my father possesses such powerful strength. Xiaoya has awakened his martial soul, but his martial soul is too powerful, his body cannot withstand this power, so he is in so much pain. Tang Hao's face was solemn. This child was indeed not simple. It seemed that his decision to force him back was not wrong. It has just awakened, but it can actually absorb my soul power. Then when I grow up completely, won't I be able to surpass myself? Dad, will Xiaoye be okay? It's nothing serious for now, Xiao San, you stay here and watch over him, I'll go prepare some herbs. Chapter 2. 2 months later. The early morning sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains and into the room. The young man on the bed was breathing weakly. If Bai Ye hadn't still been breathing, Tang San would have suspected that the young man in front of him was already dead. Ding, Tang San's pity is detected, the host gains 10 destiny points. Bai Ye's eyes widen in anger, what the hell is the pity? But soon a suppressed cough came from his throat. Tang San quickly put down the medicine bowl in his hand and gently patted Bai Ye's back to help him calm down. A large pool of bright red blood overflowed from the corner of Bai Ye's mouth, staining the bed sheets red. Tang San was so scared that he hurriedly picked up the medicine bowl and carefully fed the medicine to Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked at the black medicinal soup and his heart couldn't help but twitch. System, check if this bowl of soup is poisonous, why do I get sicker the more I drink? I suspect Xiao San added something to the soup. Ding, 50 points of life value are deducted. And the test is in progress, test results, the medicinal soup is non-toxic, but it contains a rare herb that can activate the remaining vitality in the host's body and temporarily extend the host's lifespan. Bai Ye slowly drank the brown medicine into his mouth. He felt the vitality appearing out of nowhere in his body, and then being sucked away by the reincarnation eye in an instant, and he felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Creak. The door was pushed open. Old Jack walked in from outside and looked around. He saw a large pool of blood on the ground and sighed with some heartache. Alas, you've suffered so much, Xiaoye, Xiao San. I don't know what's wrong with that bastard Tang Hao. Year, you've been injured so badly, yet you still have the mind to go out and fool around. I'm afraid you've gone crazy drinking again, haven't you? Grandpa Jack, that's not the case, Dad is out looking for herbs that can cure Year. Tang San anxiously tried to excuse his old father. Xiao Yi, Xiao San. Our holy soul village hasn't had a soul master for a long time. Today, a soul master will come to Notting City to awaken your martial souls. I'll take you to see it. Maybe after awakening your martial soul and becoming a soul master, Xiao Ye's injury will heal. A few minutes later, the three of them had arrived at the central Wuhuan Hall of the Holy Soul Village. At this time, a large number of young people had gathered in front of the Wuhuan Hall in the center of the village. Dear Soul Master, these are the children who need to be awakened in our Holy Soul Village this year, thank you for your hard work. Old Jack spoke to the Soul Master in front of him very respectfully, and the latter just nodded, obviously used to this kind of thing. I don't have much time left, everyone line up and stand still, no matter what happens next, don't move. Su Yuntao took out a crystal ball. Lone wolf, possessed. Su Yuntao shouted softly, and a dark giant wolf appeared behind him. His muscles began to swell, gray hair began to grow in his skin, and his claws became extremely sharp. Coupled with the green eyes, the children around him felt fear. Soon, the martial soul awakening ceremony began. Blue silver grass, useless martial spirit, no soul power. Sickle, weapon spirit, innate spirit power level 1. After testing several souls in succession, all of them were useless. Su Yuntao frowned in disappointment, then looked at the next person. Don't be afraid, carefully feel the power in your body. Bai Ye struggled towards the magic circle surrounded by 6 obsidians. As Su Yuntao's soul power pulled him, a powerful force rushed out from his eyes, directly lighting up the obsidian. Su Yuntao was a little surprised, as he had never seen such a strange martial spirit. Bai Ye only felt that his eyes had a subtle insight. He could clearly see the flow of soul power in Su Yuntao's body. The time around me seemed to slow down, or rather, my thoughts sped up. The soul power and chakra in Bai Ye's body also surged. Bai Ye's pure black eyes turned deep blue. Fine white lines flow across its surface, as if it has come alive. Su Yuntao widened his eyes and looked at the changes before him in disbelief. That terrifying power made him feel threatened. No matter how poor his theory was, he knew clearly that this pair of eyes was definitely not ordinary, and at worst it was a high-level martial spirit. Come on, kid, test your soul power. Su Yuntao took out a crystal ball and walked eagerly to Bai Ye. Bai Ye placed his hand on the blue and white crystal ball. A huge suction force caused the soul power in his body to surge out crazily. It directly dyed the crystal ball into a brilliant golden color. Su Yuntao widened his eyes. The purity and concentration of this soul power was simply unprecedented. Even the talented disciples from the big sects may not be able to achieve it. Oh my God! It's actually the innate full soul power. Su Yuntao was shocked, and then explained to the puzzled crowd what the innate full soul power was. Tang San frowned, feeling very dissatisfied with Su Yuntao's disregard. And Bai Ye's martial spirit made him feel pressured. "It's your turn, kid." Su Yuntao looked at Tang San, as if he had sensed Tang San's dissatisfaction. There was some coldness in Su Yuntao's eyes. A blue light appeared on Tang San's right hand. "Another blue silver grass, another useless soul." Su Yuntao said somewhat disappointedly, then looked at Bai Ye. Tang San suppressed his anger and asked stubbornly. "Master Soul Master, you haven't tested my soul power yet. What's the point of testing a useless soul? It's only 1 or 2 levels of soul power after all." Su Yuntao waved his hand. Finally, under Tang San's insistence and Bai Ye's persuasion, Su Yuntao still gave Tang San a soul power test. Another innate soul full of power. Su Yuntao widened his eyes. Since when did full innate soul power become so worthless? However, thinking that Tang San's martial spirit was blue silver grass, he shook his head in disappointment. It's a pity that it's a useless martial spirit. Chapter 3. Soon Su Yuntao forgot about Tang San and stood in front of Bai Ye with eager eyes. "Are you willing to join the Spirit Hall? In the Spirit Hall, your talents will be fully utilized and you will receive the best resources and guidance." Bai Ye was somewhat tempted, but unfortunately, with Tang Hao around, it was probably impossible for him to do so. "I reject," Bai Ye said firmly. "It's not that the beautiful Pope is not attractive enough to him, but that life is more precious. If you don't join the Spirit Hall and don't provoke them, everything should be fine. But if I join the Spirit Hall, then he wouldn't be able to pass Tang Hao's level. Moreover, the Spirit Hall is too dangerous. This late-stage map is not suitable for a novice like me to explore. Bai Ye still prefers to develop slowly, steadily, and steadily." The expression on Su Yunfeng's face gradually became frozen. "Child, you may not know what kind of existence the Spirit Hall represents. The Spirit Hall is the world's largest soul master organization. If you join the Spirit Hall, you will have endless honor and status." "I know, but I can't join," Bai Ye insisted. Su Yuntao frowned slightly, obviously very dissatisfied with this answer. "Okay, I respect your decision. If you figure it out in the future, you can come to the Notting City Wuhuan Hall branch to find me at any time," Su Yuntao said. Before leaving, Su Yuntao kept looking back, looking at Bai Ye with some reluctance. Alas! What a good child, what a talent, what a pity. Ding, regret from Su Yuntao, triggering 100 times critical strike, obtaining the Thousand Hands bloodline incomplete version. Bai Ye only felt that there was a strong vitality in his body. But it was soon completely absorbed by the samsara eye. The smile that had just appeared on Bai Ye's pale face froze in an instant. Bai Ye closed his eyes tiredly. He felt that this Rinnegan was a big boss. "I really can't afford to support a newbie like me." The next morning, Bai Ye woke up and found that his physical condition had improved greatly. Is this worthy of being the blood of the Senju clan? Just the incomplete version has brought such great improvement to my health. Blacksmith shop. Bai Ye watched from afar as Tang Hao taught Tang San how to forge iron. He felt it was very boring and turned away. "Dad, who is Bai Ye? His martial spirit is very powerful. When his eyes appeared, I felt like I was going to die." "I don't know, I just picked him up on the roadside. When I found him, he was lying on the roadside, dying." Tang Hao didn't say anything else. He had never seen anyone with such a martial spirit. "When we were being hunted by the Spirit Hall, he went to the village for supplies, but was discovered by the elders of the Spirit Hall. In the battle with Spirit Hall, the village was destroyed. But this child was the only one who survived the ravages of the tidal Douluo's battle. There is still a faint strange energy in his body. This is why I brought him back out of curiosity. I didn't expect that my casual action would bring such a big surprise." In the forest of Holy Soul Village, Bai Ye skillfully plucked the hair of the soft-bone rabbit in his hand and then roasted it over fire. After acquiring chakra, he has been able to hunt soul beasts for about 10 years. Drinking porridge at Tang Hao's house is not enough to support the reincarnation eye. Bai Ye was roasting the soft-boned rabbit while thinking about his situation. Kakashi's Sharingan alone had already made him so weak. And how could I, with my pair of reincarnation eyes, withstand it without an immortal body? After much thought, Bai Ye finally came to a conclusion that his destiny value was not enough. Tang San's output alone is not enough to support his consumption. Host, Bai Ye Soul Power, Level 10. Chakra, 60 average standard for Genin is 100. Bloodline, Thousand Hands Blood extremely incomplete version, Martial Soul, Samsara Eye incomplete version, Technique, Chakra refining technique soul skill, none. Ninjutsu, Clone technique, Substitution technique, Transformation technique, Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Senju Tobarama version, Yin-Yang style, split item, none. Destiny, 610 points. System evaluation, you are just a small supporting role who looks a bit handsome. Bai Ye's gaze fell on Yin-Yang Escape, split. When it comes to Yin-Yang Escape, it is obviously not something a newbie like me can use. But the system just gave me this ability. Chapter 4. Bai Ye followed the method given by the system and began to practice Yin-Yang Escape and split. But unfortunately, without the power of the 6 paths, this ninjutsu cannot be used at all. System, what price do I need to pay to use this ninjutsu? Ding, using Yin-Yang Escape, split consumes 500 points of life value. The system uses Yin-Yang Escape, split, the consumption that I cannot sustain is replaced by life points. Bai Ye said the second half of the sentence very cautiously. He was really afraid that he would be drained dry. The energy consumption of this ninjutsu is definitely not something I can afford. Ding, life value consumed 500. Bai Ye's body instantly split into 2 individuals. One continued to sit by the fire and roast the soft-boned rabbit, while the other stood by the fire with his head lowered. Bai Ye looked at his clone's featureless appearance, his skin was as white as porcelain. It looks quite creepy in this dark night. The system is still very user-friendly and gives you the option of pinching your face. Bai Ye was troubled about the appearance of his clone. What kind of face should he make? As for being the same as myself, that is absolutely not possible. My white hair and blue eyes are very recognizable. Hyuga. Uchiha. Or Senju. Bai Ye already has an idea about where the clone should go. That is the spirit hall. Since the real body cannot go there, the clone has to do it instead. In order to better obtain destiny, one must also have a martial soul with distinctive characteristics. Then it's decided to be you, Sharingan. Sasuke Uchiha. As Bai Ye's mind moved, the appearance of the clone instantly changed into a young man with black hair and black eyes. He has handsome features and a cold temperament between his brows. Bai Ye nodded with satisfaction. This image was not common in Douluo continent and should be high-profile enough. Ding, 100 points of life consumed, congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced martial spirit 3 Magatama Sharingan. Ding, destiny consumed 10, obtain the young Sasuke ninja costume. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first recharge and obtaining the pupil technique, Shinra Tensei. Ding, insufficient balance, current destiny value 0. Bai Ye connected his consciousness with his clone and found that he could control 2 bodies at the same time. The feeling of seeing himself was very subtle. And he felt that the body of the clone was more perfect than his own. Sasuke, go to the spirit hall first to check out the situation and see if you can earn some destiny. Bai Ye said to his clone. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, and in a flash, he disappeared into the night. As Sasuke left, Bai Ye collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. He quickly stuffed the rabbit meat that had been prepared in advance into his mouth and chewed it weakly. In the end, he simply didn't even bother chewing it and just swallowed it down, hoping that Tang San would soon realize that he was missing and pick him up. Tang San did not let Bai Ye down and soon found Bai Ye. Xiaoya, do you know that this is very dangerous? Running to the Soul Beast Forest by yourself. I'm hungry, so I came out to have a meal. Bai Ye was filled with depression and drank porridge every day. With his current consumption capacity, he was afraid that he would starve to death. Tang San carried Bai Ye, who was lying on the ground, on his back and comforted him softly. Okay, Xiao Yi, stop complaining, let's go back first and get you something delicious later. Ding, Tang San's guilt is detected, and the ninjutsu fire style, great fireball technique is obtained. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, not expecting any extra gains. 3 months later. Bai Ye still hasn't found a way to get rid of the negative buff of the Rinnegan extracting chakra and soul power. So Tang Hao can only trouble himself to act as a power bank every day. Water release water dragon bullet technique. Bai Ye quickly formed seals with his hands, and a water dragon several dozen meters long rose into the sky and dived towards the wild boar in front of him. Ho-ho! The wild boar roared in pain as the flesh and blood on its body were peeled off bit by the water dragon bullet. Ding, Tang Hao's shock is detected, gaining Constitution 10. The next moment, a warm current flowed from Bai Ye's body, nourishing all the cells in Bai Ye's body. He could feel that every cell in his body was cheering and feeling warm, as if he was soaking in a hot spring, extremely comfortable. And the somewhat dim pupils in Bai Ye's eyes also emitted a dazzling blue light. Then Bai Ye's body, which had just recovered, was sucked dry again. White night. He felt that his life was really miserable, as if he was serving this old man all the time. Chapter 5. He had never seen anyone who could transform soul power into substantial elements without relying on soul skills. Even his own Haotian sect's secret techniques of blasting rings and chaotic cloak hammers. Compared with Bai Ye's use of soul power, it seems a bit rough. Ding, Tang Hao's shock is detected, and the passive buff Divine Art Almighty Phantom Temptation is obtained. As the system's voice sounded, Bai Ye's body changed instantly. His skin was as white as snow, revealing a morbid beauty. The silver hair falls naturally like a waterfall, and the light blue reincarnation eyes are like a deep ocean. His face was meticulously sculpted and flawless. He has a slender figure and smooth lines, and he is perfect no matter which angle you look at him. Tang Hao stared at Bai Ye's changes with wide eyes, not understanding what had happened to Bai Ye all of a sudden. Ding, come and detect the surprise from Tang Hao, reward ninjutsu thunder release, Chidori. Divine power. Almighty. Divine Art Almighty Phantom Temptation. This is a powerful passive buff that grants the host unparalleled charm and attraction. Simply put, it's the aura of a popular person. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. He was not sure to what extent this aura of being a heartthrob could reach. Bai Ye took a deep breath and strode towards a stream, intending to see how he had changed. The stream is crystal clear and the water flows gently. Bai Ye stood by the stream, looking at his reflection in the water. His silver hair sparkled in the sunlight, and his blue reincarnation eyes were deep and charming. Her skin is as white as snow and her facial features are as delicate as a carefully carved work of art. Bai Ye stared blankly at his own reflection in the water. It was terrible. What should he do if he suddenly fell in love with himself? Wow! This thing is really unisex. Just then, a little deer poked its head out from the woods and looked at Bai Ye curiously. Bai Ye turned his head and looked at the deer with his deep blue eyes. The little deer seemed to be attracted by Bai Ye's eyes and actually walked towards Bai Ye step by step. Bai Ye reached out and gently stroked the deer's head. The deer did not resist, instead, it lowered its head obediently and allowed Bai Ye to stroke it. Bai Ye quietly took out a kunai, and a cold light flashed. The sword in Bai Ye's hand instantly pierced into the deer's neck. The fawn uttered a whine and fell to the ground helplessly. Bai Ye showed a gentle smile, and the scarlet blood splashed on his beautiful face, making him look even more weird and charming. Ding, fear from the deer detected, reward of 5 life points. Ding, astonishment from Tang Hao is detected, reward of destiny value 10. Tang Hao has never seen such a contradictory person. While he was stroking the fawn tenderly, he stabbed its neck without hesitation. Bai Ye felt the warm blood on his face and frowned in disgust. He skillfully began to skin and bone the animal, secretly complaining in his heart. Not only is there no distinction between men and women, there is no distinction even between humans and animals. I'm afraid I'm really going to become Tomi Kawakami in the future, right? If I had infinite clones and an immortal body. Wouldn't that mean I could infect the entire Douluo continent with cholera? Then Bai Ye looked at the bloody deer in front of him. Suddenly he felt a little pang of conscience, but he quickly put it behind him. Half an hour later. Bai Ye, who was starving, cut off a piece of barbecue, blew on it gently, and then took a bite. The gravy was overflowing and the aroma was fragrant. Ding, Tang Hao's appetite detected, reward of 20 destiny points. Bai Ye paused while eating the barbecue. He didn't expect that the old man was still staring at him. Tang Hao, have you seen enough there? Tang Hao frowned, obviously dissatisfied with Bai Ye's attitude. What's your attitude? Tang Hao walked out from the darkness with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Do you want to eat? Bai Ye continued. Tang Hao looked at the barbecue in Bai Ye's hands and smelled the fragrant aroma. The dissatisfaction in his heart slowly dissipated. The relationship between Tang Hao and Bai Ye is very complicated. As soon as Bai Ye crossed over, he ran into Tang Hao, who was fleeing with Tang San. Originally, Bai Ye was just a passerby who suffered an unexpected disaster for no apparent reason. Faced with tidal Douluo, the aftermath of a devastating battle. Originally, Bai Ye was doomed to die, but he was saved because of the system's newcomer protection period. However, Tang Hao stubbornly believed that Bai Ye was the best tool given by God for him to take revenge on the spirit hall. Bai Ye felt Tang Hao's fiery gaze and was so scared that he got goosebumps. It's not good for us to eat alone here, I'm going to find Xiao San. As he said that, Bai Ye took a deer leg and ran away quickly. Chapter 6. The Tang sect's internal strength method, Xiantian Gong. The method of training hands, Xuanyu hands. Under a thick old tree, Tang San was practicing with great concentration. Still not working. Xiantian Gong still can't break through the first level. Tang San looked at those hands as white as jade, his heart filled with resentment. He didn't want to be surpassed by Bai Ye. He had lived 2 lifetimes, so how could he be surpassed by a little brat? Tang San took a deep breath and waved his hands again. It hit the ancient tree again and again, making a dull sound. Hey! Xiao San, please let this poor tree go, you've almost crippled it. When Tang San heard this familiar voice, he hurriedly stopped practicing Xian Tian Gong and turned his head in panic. But he saw a scene that he would never forget. So beautiful. Tang San looked at Bai Ye in front of him, his eyes widened, mouth slightly open, completely losing his usual calm and composure. Ding, Tang San's shock is detected, and the destiny value is obtained 10. What do you feel? There's something wrong with this guy's eyes. Bai Ye looked at Tang San's lustful eyes and felt a little uneasy. Tang San only felt a throbbing in his heart, his mind began to become confused, his heartbeat accelerated, and his cheeks became hot. You are so beautiful. Tang San's head was dizzy and he blurted out subconsciously. Bai Ye's skin is as white as snow, with a faint luster under the sunlight. Her long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her blue eyes sparkled like gems. The rosy lips curled up slightly, revealing a bright smile. Ding, Tang San's favorability detected, gaining destiny value 20. Hey, are you even listening to me? Bai Ye was a little panicked. No way. Could it be really like what he thought? Ding, Tang San's obsession detected, gaining destiny value 30. The voice of the system brought Bai Ye back to his senses completely. He looked at Tang San in disbelief. Good man, I treat you as a leek, and you actually want to sleep with me? Xiao San, if you look at me with such a lustful look again, I will dig out your eyeballs. Bai Ye's voice was cold and carried a hint of murderous intent. Tang San was frightened by Bai Ye's words, and came to his senses instantly, with an embarrassed look on his face. Xiao Ye, I didn't mean it, you are just too beautiful. Tang San's voice trembled a little, and he obviously knew that his behavior was inappropriate. Bai Ye snorted coldly, stood up, turned around and left. Tang San hurriedly chased after him, apologizing and explaining. Xiao Ye, I was wrong, I really didn't mean it. Tang San's voice was full of sincerity. Bai Ye's pace gradually slowed down. He turned his head and looked at Tang San. Oh, by the way, I caught a deer, so I have meat to eat today. When Tang San heard Bai Ye's words, the embarrassment on his face eased a little. He nodded and followed Bai Ye. The two returned to the camp, and Tang Hao had almost finished grilling the meat. The golden roasted meat exudes an enticing aroma that makes people salivate. Wow, it smells so good. Tang San's eyes lit up as he looked at the barbecue. Bai Ye glanced at Tang San and felt that this person was very contradictory. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, it's really confusing. One time, Bai Ye accidentally ran into him practicing. The murderous intent in Tang San's eyes was about to overflow. Bai Ye was so scared that he didn't dare sleep for several days, for fear that Tang San would cut his throat in his dream. The next morning, old Jack came to the blacksmith shop and knocked on the door anxiously. Xiao San, hurry up and get up, the village chief is here. Bai Ye woke Tang San up and went back to sleep. Grandpa village chief? What is he doing here? Tang San rubbed his eyes and soon woke up. Bai Ye ignored Tang San's doubts, turned over and continued to sleep. Old Jack, what are you doing here again? Tang Hao opened the door and looked at old Jack's wrinkled face. He looked a little unhappy. This old guy relies on being a few years older than me and acts like a big shot in front of me all day long. What am I here for? Of course, to send these 2 children to school. Xiao Ye's illness should be cured, right? I saw this child wandering outside yesterday. Old Jack was furious. It was a rare occasion for their village to have 2 soul masters. How can we let their talents go to waste in this shabby blacksmith shop? Is it really necessary to make a living by blacksmithing in the future? A noble soul master would actually come here to be a blacksmith. What a joke. Tang Hao's face turned dark, but he didn't say anything. He collapsed back on the bed drunkenly and continued to sleep. Chapter 7. Old Jack stood in front of the blacksmith shop, his voice booming. He really wanted to let everyone in the village know that his village was going to produce 2 talented soul masters. When Bai Ye heard this, he didn't want to get up even more. Why did he have to go to school in a different world? What is the difference between this and the original world? Xiao Ye. Come out. Tang San looked at Bai Ye, who turned over and continued to sleep. Village chief, we're coming right away, Tang San shouted. Then he grabbed Bai Ye's ear and dragged him out of the bed. Oh, it hurts. Xiao San, do you want to die? Bai Ye covered his ears with a bitter look on his face. Xiao Ye, the village chief is here to pick us up for school. Tang San urged as he sorted out his clothes. After being treated like this by Tang San, Bai Ye lost all desire to sleep and weakly picked up the luggage he had prepared in advance. Xiao San, Xiao Yi, originally our village only had one spot. But it happened that the neighboring village did not meet the standard for martial spirit awakening this year, so I went to ask them for a spot. You must study hard when you go to the academy, and bring honor to the village. Old Jack reminded them as they walked. Don't worry, village chief, I will try my best, Tang San responded seriously. Tang Hao drank his porridge while watching the three people leaving. There was no trace of drunkenness on his face. Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Although it is just a junior college, in this world, the profession of Soul Master is extremely noble. Therefore, the scale and facilities of this college far exceed those of ordinary schools. Is this Notting College? It's really spectacular. Xiao San, Xiao Yi, village chief, I will send you here, remember, you must study hard, old Jack advised earnestly. Got it, village chief, Tang San agreed obediently. What are you doing here? This is the college area, not a place for outsiders like you to wander around casually. Tang San and Bai Ye looked towards the source of the sound at the same time, only to see two doormen walking over. We are here to take the entrance exam, Tang San replied politely. You guys think you can become a soul master? Don't dream. Leave here immediately, or don't blame us for being rude to you. Old Jack hurriedly took out the certificate issued by Su Yuntao from his bag and said with an apologetic smile. My two little brothers, we are villagers from the Holy Soul Village. Our two children are part-time students this year. Because the child's health is not very good, he missed the start of school. This is a certificate issued by the Spirit Hall, I hope you two brothers can make some allowances. The doorman took the certificate from old Jack, looked at the outrageous words on it, and smiled mockingly. Blue silver grass. Innate full spirit power. Reincarnation I. Innate full spirit power. How come innate full spirit power is so common? And it's blue silver grass and a useless martial spirit whose name I've never heard of. Old man, can you make it up more realistically? The other doorman pushed old Jack away impatiently, his tone filled with anger. Get out of here. This is not in college, not a place you can barge in, take your shabby certificates and go find somewhere else to fool people. Old Jack was pushed and staggered 2 steps, his face turning pale. Humph. This is not a place for you to run wild, do you think? Bai Ye was also confused. Aren't these 10 physical qualities a bit too many? Did I really not use much effort just now? Ah! A shrill scream broke the tranquility of Notting College. The doorman rolled on the ground in pain, covering his twisted arm. You actually dare to hurt someone here. The doorman's voice trembled, his eyes full of fear. No matter how stupid he was, he understood at this moment that the seemingly frail young man in front of him was definitely a soul master. Can you prove it now? If not, it doesn't matter if I cut off your head. Bai Ye panicked, feeling that he had caused more trouble, but he still gritted his teeth and uttered the harsh words. I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize? The boy is very handsome and has a nice voice. But his words made everyone feel a chill. Tang San looked at Bai Ye, and was shocked. He didn't expect that he would act so decisively. Although old Jack was also shocked by Bai Ye's actions, when he saw the doorman's painful expression, he felt relieved. Ding, Tang San's shock detected, obtained Destiny 10. Ding, old Jack surprise detected, obtained Destiny 2. Ding, Yu Xiaojiang surprise detected, obtained Destiny 5. Yu Xiaojiang. Bai Ye looked at the name in confusion. But soon his doubts disappeared, and a middle-aged man walked out of the academy. Master, you have to help us. This kid actually dared to hurt someone in front of Notting College. The uninjured doorman, when he saw someone coming out, immediately started to complain. Yu Xiaojiang waved his hand, signaling him not to speak. His gaze fell on Bai Ye, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Are you the one with innate full soul power who possesses the samsara eye? The middle-aged man's voice was full of affirmation, and it was obvious that he had been watching for quite some time. Yes, that's me, Bai Ye nodded without the slightest bit of modesty. The middle-aged man looked Bai Ye up and down, then looked at Tang San. You are the innate full soul power of blue silver grass. Tang San also nodded without saying anything. The middle-aged man looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. Okay, very good, my name is Yu Xiaojiang, and I'm a traveler here, you two little guys, come in with me. As he spoke, Yu Xiaojiang led the two of them into the academy. Old Jack looked at the backs of the 3 people and breathed a sigh of relief. He left reluctantly after a long time. Chapter 8. Aren't you a teacher at the academy? I just heard the concierge call you master. Hearing Tang San's question, the master held his head high and spoke in a pretentious manner. You don't have to mind the concierge's address, I'm just a temporary guest here, you can call me Yu Xiaojiang, or just call me master. Master, can you tell us what you are researching? Tang San asked curiously. I have investigated 647 people with blue-silver grass spirits, and only 16 of them have spirit power, the probability is less than 3. So I can conclude that you must have another powerful martial soul. Do you have a twin martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San with fiery eyes. Tang San was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that his secret would be seen through by Yu Xiaojiang at a glance. Master, you are so amazing, I do have twin martial souls, Tang San said admiringly. Yu Xiaojiang smiled complacently and said, it's nothing, as long as you are willing, I can teach you how to practice. Tang San nodded, then seriously distanced himself from the master and kowtowed 3 times respectfully, Master, it is my honor that you are willing to accept me as your disciple. Yu Xiaojiang nodded with satisfaction. Okay, from today on, you are my disciple, I will teach you how to practice and make you the most powerful soul master in the world. Thank you, Master, I will study hard and live up to your expectations. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, then looked at Bai Ye. What about you? Xiaoya, are you willing to take me as your master? Bai Ye looked at Tang San who was fooled 2 or 3 times, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Then he looked at Yu Xiaojiang's expectant expression, his face full of rejection. I reject. A hint of surprise appeared on Yu Xiaojiang's face. He didn't expect Bai Ye would actually refuse his invitation. Why? I am one of the most outstanding theoretical soul masters in the world, with my guidance, your future will be bright. A bright future? So what? I don't need your guidance, I have my own way of practicing. The master knows nothing. He is simply misleading his students. He doesn't have any secret methods. What did he teach Tang San in the original work? I'm afraid the most it can do is let Tang San get to know the types of soul beasts. On the contrary, Tang San was taught by him to become more and more hypocritical. Bai Ye was not sure whether Tang San was really hypocritical or was taught to be hypocritical by Yu Xiaojiang. Anyway, he didn't plan to have too much contact with these 2 people. A hint of disappointment appeared on Yu Xiaojiang's face. Well, since you don't want to, I won't force you, but if you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Bai Ye nodded, then turned and left. The admission procedures were completed quickly. Bai Ye stood at the door of Dormitory 7, listening to the noisy sounds inside. I'm a little unsure about what the plot will be like after arriving 3 months late. Bai Ye pushed open the door and the smell of stinky socks hit him in the face. He frowned and cursed in his heart, what the hell is this place? Hey, new here? A burly young man came over and looked Bai Ye up and down. Bai Ye nodded without saying anything. Hey. There's another freshman here, boss, leave this kid to me. Wang Sheng looked at Xiao Wu with a flattering smile. The girl had a rosy face, was dressed simply, and had long black hair braided into a scorpion braid that hung down from her waist. The long scorpion braid swayed gently behind her as she walked. Her light pink eyes were filled with obsession. She had never seen such a beautiful human being. Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, the Wu that means dancing, new here, you want to fight with me, if you beat me, you will be the boss of this dormitory, if you lose, you will have to listen to me from now on. Bai Ye looked around but couldn't find where Tang San was. Shouldn't Xiao Sen be the one to go in this plot? Xiao Wu smiled and walked quickly forward. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Bai Ye. So fast. Bai Ye hurriedly opened his reincarnation eye and saw that Xiao Wu's legs were about to clamp around his neck. The chakra around Bai Ye began to surge rapidly. Shinra Tensei. Bai Ye shouted softly, and a powerful repulsive force burst out from his eyes, instantly knocking Xiao Wu away. While Xiao Wu was in the air and unable to gain leverage, Bai Ye rushed forward and punched her in the face. Xiao Wu's face changed drastically. She didn't expect Bai Ye to act so decisively. She hurriedly used her soul skills to try to resist Bai Ye's attack. But it was obvious that he had no way to gain leverage and could not change direction in the air. Bai Ye's fist instantly hit Xiao Wu's cheek and knocked her out. Hiss. The boss was actually beaten away. What is the origin of this guy? Aren't you curious about why the boss looks so cute, but this guy is so cruel? But don't you think this guy is so beautiful? As Wang Xing finished his words, the surroundings fell into silence. The people around looked at Wang Xing with disbelief and took a few steps back. Although everyone understands the truth, aren't you a pervert when you say it this way? Ding, Xiao Wu's grievance is detected, and Destiny 20 is obtained. Xiao Wu struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Bai Ye with tearful eyes. There is no doubt that the child will burst into tears at the next moment. This damn guy is too much, let's fight him, boss, we only recognize Sister Xiao Wu. As if he was aware of everyone's gaze, Wang Xing gritted his teeth and rushed towards Bai Ye first, as if to prove that he was not that kind of person. The roommates behind him also echoed and surrounded Bai Ye in indignation. Chapter 9. Stop. Xiao Wu's voice suddenly rang out in Dormitory 7, clear and powerful. Don't fight for me. Everyone was stunned and turned to look at Xiao Wu, only to see her wipe away her tears and stand up again. This is me versus him, and I'm going to figure it out myself. Everyone looked at each other, but finally retreated under Xiao Wu's determined gaze. Bai Ye looked at her as she couldn't even stand up, with cold sweat on her forehead. There's really no need to stand up again. No one will laugh at you if you just fall down. The key is that I have no more blue. Who could have thought that Shinra Tensei would consume so much mana? What kind of monster is Nagato? How can his chakra last so long? What's wrong with you? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask with concern. Bai Ye took a breath and tried to make his voice sound steady. I'm fine, I'm just a little tired. But everyone present could see that Bai Ye was not in good condition. Could it be that he is deliberately showing weakness in order to trick Sister Xiao Wu into letting down her guard? No, judging from his appearance, there must be something really wrong with him. Xiao Wu's breathing stagnated. Looking at Bai Ye's face, which was so white that it was almost transparent, she felt a pain in her heart. She rushed forward in panic to support Bai Ye, but as soon as she touched that cold body, Bai Ye fell weakly into her arms. The cool and soft touch within reach caused ripples in Xiao Wu's heart. At the same time, there is a kind of pleasure that cannot be expressed in words. It was like pulling a pure and innocent person into an abyss filled with darkness. The people around were stunned for a while. They never expected that things would develop and change so drastically. Don't touch me. Bai Ye gritted his teeth. What's wrong with you? Why is this happening? Xiao Wu's gaze met Bai Ye's cold eyes, and she felt her heart tremble. In those clear eyes, it seemed as if any darkness in his heart had surfaced. Ding, Xiao Wu's guilt is detected, and Destiny 50 is obtained. Bai Ye's eyes widened. 5, 10. Was he seeing right? He actually gave more than the mistress. Ding, your behavior caused Xiao Wu to feel strongly guilty, and her favorability towards you increased sharply. Triggering a 100-fold critical strike. Obtained the Mangeki Sharingan. It was detected that the host's body can no longer bear the new bloodline limit, and this reward is automatically issued to the host's split body, Uchiha Sasuke. Kaleidoscope. Bai Ye's struggles suddenly stopped. He suddenly felt that winning or losing was no longer important. What mattered was that he had made a huge profit. Bai Ye, are you okay? Tang San, who had just returned with bedding and other daily necessities, saw Bai Ye being held by Xiao Wu. Bai Ye glanced at him and said, "You're not dead yet." Tang San frowned, he took a step forward and tried to take Bai Ye from Xiao Wu's arms. But Xiao Wu held Bai Ye tightly and glared at Tang San angrily. Who are you? Tang San's tone was somewhat unhappy. He felt uncomfortable when he saw this woman holding Bai Ye as soon as he came in. My name is Xiao Wu, the Wu of dancing, is. Xiao Wu realized at this time that he and Bai Ye were only meeting for the first time. System, restore the body. Bai Ye noticed Tang San's gaze and felt a little embarrassed. Ding, 50 days of life have been deducted, the host's injuries have been treated. Bai Ye's pale face gradually regained some redness. He struggled to get out of Xiao Wu's arms, but Xiao Wu held him tightly. You, don't move, Xiao Wu's voice was a little flustered. Xiao Wu looked at the handsome man in front of her. His face was like a carefully carved work of art. His eyes were misted with pain, making him look so touching that people felt pity for him. Xiao Wu gently stroked Bai Ye's cheek, trying to give him some comfort. Tang San looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help feeling a little sad. Ding, Xiao Wu's admiration is detected, triggering 100 times critical strike, reward, top-level thunder attribute affinity. Ding, Tang San's heartbreak is detected, triggering 100-fold critical strike, rewarding chakra limit 100. Okay. Bai Ye felt like something strange had mixed in. Xiao San, you actually dared to do something bad to me. Let me go, do we know each other well? Besides, aren't you hot in a hot summer when you're so close to me? Let you go. Xiao Wu's voice was a little doubtful, but facing Bai Ye's almost accusatory eyes, she hesitated for a moment, and finally slowly let go. Then I should be the winner of this fight. From now on I will be the boss of this dormitory. You never thought, did you? I have a health recovery plugin. How can I lose when flying dragon on the face? I was careless last time, I will do it again this time. A duel? Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment. She seemed to have completely forgotten about the duel. Oh, yes, I lost. Bai Ye looked at Xiao Wu, who was lowering her head and acting as obediently as a rabbit. For some reason I felt like a bad guy who stole children's toys. Suddenly I felt a little bored. Why should I compete with a little kid? Although this child is 10 years old. Forget it, I don't want to be the boss, Bai Ye waved his hand and said indifferently. You guys can have fun by yourselves. You really don't want to be the boss? Xiao Wu raised her head. Yeah, Bai Ye nodded. Great. Xiao Wu laughed happily, showing a row of white teeth. Then I can continue to be your boss. From now on, you have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. Do you know where the washroom is? Bai Ye patted his dirty clothes, took out a worn-out piece of clothing from his bag, and prepared to take a shower. The place to wash should be over there, Tang San pointed to a corner where there was a simple wash basin. Bai Ye nodded, picked up his clothes and walked towards the sink. Chapter 10. The water drops slid down his body, outlining his perfect figure. Ding, Xiao Wu's shyness is detected, triggering 100 times critical strike, rewarding talent skill, breath concealment. Talent concealed breath. When activating the talent, hide your presence when necessary. Bai Ye was not impressed by this talent. What he cared more about was that a certain rabbit was actually peeking at him while he was taking a bath. This crappy wash basin doesn't even have a curtain. It's so inhumane. Bai Ye complained to himself while taking a shower. He suddenly turned around to look outside the half-open door, and as expected, he found Xiao Wu secretly looking at him. What are you looking at? Bai Ye asked coldly. Nothing, you're a grown man taking a bath and you're afraid of being seen. At worst, I'll let you look back. Bai Ye's words of questioning were stuck in his throat. What kind of vicious words were these? I hate this bunny with no sense of boundaries. Host, Bai Ye Soul Power, Level 10. Chakra, 20,220 average standard for Chunin, 500. Bloodline, Thousand Hands Blood extremely incomplete version, Martial Soul, Samsara I incomplete version, Technique, Chakra refining technique soul skill, none. Ninjutsu, Clone Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Senju Tobarama version, Lightning Style, Chidori, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu, Inin Style, Split, Shinra Tensei. Item, none. Talent, Divine Art Almighty Phantom Temptation, Breath Concealment, Top Level Thunder Attribute Affinity. Destiny, 430 points. Bai Ye's eyes were fixed on Shinra Tensei. Xiao Wu's attack was too fast just now. I gave myself a scare. If I didn't have the Samsara I would have been in trouble. But because he was too anxious, he drained all his chakra at once. I don't know how Xiao Wu is injured. Bai Ye felt that it was necessary to care about the rabbit out of emotional and logical considerations. Bai Ye secretly glanced at Xiao Wu outside the door and saw that she was still lively and energetic. Suddenly I felt that my worries were in vain. A 10-year-old soul beast is very durable. However, the amount of chakra he had was a flaw. Was he going to become a 3-second man like Kakashi? But Bai Ye soon found what he wanted in the system mall. Bingliang Piddle Hashirama card. In a parallel world of Naruto, the 5th Hokage Danzo used the Nine-Tails chakra and Hashirama's cells to neutralize the chakra of Uzumaki Naruto to create a blood-colored Bingliang pill. Price, 50 life points. Nine-Tails chakra. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. If I remember correctly, the Nine-Tails chakra has the ability to absorb alien energy and continuously strengthen itself. So can I raise a nine-tailed fox with these few military pills? System, give me 5 first. Bai Ye quickly put on his clothes and wiped his body clean. Bai Ye looked at the several red glowing military pills in front of him, and the light blue reincarnation eyes in his eyes instantly opened. I actually saw a few faint strands of Nine-Tails chakra locked firmly inside the Hyuri Maru. Bai Ye was happy in his heart, there was a chance. He swallowed all 5 ration pills and used the power of the Samsara Eye. Instantly extracted this small ball of weak Nine-Tails chakra. Although the Rinnegan conveyed a strong desire, Bai Ye was unusually firm this time. He still understands the difference between a full meal and a full meal. He must raise a nine-tailed fox, or at worst he can use the system to catalyze it. Bai Ye, why do you take so long to bathe? You, a boy, take even longer to bathe than a little girl like me. Xiao Wu had walked to Bai Ye's side without him knowing, and was very close to him. Bai Ye was almost scared to death by Xiao Wu. What are you doing coming in? I'm taking a shower. Eh. But didn't you finish washing? I didn't hear any sound of water or movement, so I thought something happened to you. Bai Ye shook his head helplessly. This rabbit always seemed to have naive reasons to answer all questions. Hey, what's with that suspicious look in your eyes? Sister Xiaowu, I'm worried about you. How dare you doubt me? Xiaowu stared with her big watery eyes, looking aggrieved. Bai Ye even doubted whether he had done something cruel and inhumane. Sorry, Sister Xiaowu, how could I doubt you? Bai Ye quickly made amends. This rabbit is really good at pretending. After living for 10 years, it has become a spirit. Huh, that's more like it. By the way, Bai Ye, what were you doing just now? Why did it take you so long to take a shower? Bai Ye made up a story casually. Oh, well, I'm practicing a special technique. When Xiao Wu heard the word cultivation, she immediately became interested. Oh. What kind of practice? This, Bai Ye hesitated for a moment. This is a secret skill passed down in the family, and it is not convenient to pass it on to others. Humph, so stingy, Xiao Wu pouted but didn't ask any more questions. The two of them walked out of the washroom while chatting. Bai Ye suddenly discovered that the natural energy around him became much stronger. No. I should say that my ability to perceive natural energy has improved a lot. Moreover, the nine-tails chakra in his body was instinctively plundering the natural energy around him. Although it is small, the nine-tails chakra is also slowly growing. Chapter 11. Ding, Xiao Wu's favorability 2. Ding, Xiao Wu's favorability 3. Ding, Xiao Wu's favor triggers a 100-fold critical strike, and the lightning escape, thunderball technique is obtained. Bai Ye thought that being able to win the favor of men was outrageous enough. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to gain women's favor. The favorability he gained in this short period of time is probably enough for Tang San to gain in a year. Bai Ye, how are you? Are you feeling better? Tang San came to Bai Ye worriedly. Bai Ye waved his hand and said, I'm much better now. Sister Xiaowu, I brought you some food. Wang Xing diligently took out a large chicken leg and 2 buns. The younger brothers also took a pot of side dish each. The whole process was very skillful and smooth. Bai Ye watched the scene eagerly and swallowed. Tang San thought Bai Ye was hungry, so he asked, Xiao Yi, let's eat too. The family was so poor that we had no food to eat. There were only some coarse bread in their bags to fill their stomachs, which they had specially made yesterday. Bai Ye lowered his little head, looking like a wounded kitten, which made people feel pity for him. Bai Ye looked at the sumptuous meal on Xiao Wu's side and felt mixed emotions. He looked down at the coarse pancake in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Ding, the guilt from Tang San triggers a 100-fold critical strike, gaining a destiny value of 100. Ding, Tang San's favorability 10, triggering 100 times crit, obtaining water style, vortex strangling improved version of Thousand Hands Tobarama. Bai Ye smiled slightly and said softly, thank you, Xiao San. Tang San had an elegant smile on his face, but in fact his face was full of question marks. Why do you need to thank me suddenly? But soon Tang San ignored the doubts in his heart. He stared at Bai Ye's slender jade hands that were like mutton fat jade, and his heart felt slightly numb as if it was electrified, and his face unconsciously blushed. Tang San suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth, but saw that Bai Ye seemed to be fine. He took a light bite of dry food with a satisfied smile on his lips. So soft, so white, so cute. If I could hold it in my arms, it would be worth my whole life. This thought popped up unconsciously in Tang San's mind. Xiao Yi, you look so beautiful when you smile, Tang San couldn't help but praise. His hand involuntarily reached for Bai Ye's head, but Xiao Wu noticed it keenly. Xiao Wu came to Bai Ye's side quietly and stood between Bai Ye and Tang San without making a sound. She was so close to Bai Ye that Bai Ye could even smell the faint fragrance on her. Tang San's hand stopped awkwardly in mid-air, then he retracted helplessly. Xiao Wu was holding a big, delicious chicken drumstick in her hand. Bai Ye felt that he couldn't eat the cake, not even a bite. This rabbit actually used chicken legs to tempt him. Bai Ye, do you want to try this chicken leg? It's delicious, this is specially prepared for you by Sister Xiao Wu. Look, Sister Xiao Wu, am I good to you? Wang Xing on the side seemed to be hesitant to speak. I pursued a goddess and gave her food and drinks, but she turned around and gave her feelings to someone else. Is there anything more despairing than this? Bai Ye couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, glanced at Xiao Wu, and then his eyes fell on the chicken leg. Feeling his stomach begin to churn, he swallowed, but ultimately couldn't refuse the rabbit's kindness. Xiao Wu looked at Bai Ye's handsome and beautiful face from a close distance, and her heart couldn't help but be moved. She stretched out her greasy big hand towards Bai Ye's cheek, pinched it gently, and said with a smile, "Look at your little face, you are as thin as a monkey, eat more meat to make up for it." Bai Ye took a bite of the chicken leg, slapped Xiao Wu's hand away in annoyance, and muttered, "Don't touch me, men and women shouldn't touch each other." I had just finished taking a shower, but she got my face covered in oil, so I had to wash my face again later. Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment, then she giggled, "Oh, little Bai Ye has grown up and learned to be shy." Chapter 12. Xiao Yi, why are you looking at me like that? Have you fallen in love with me, Xiao Wu, at first sight? Xiao Wu blinked playfully and looked at Bai Ye teasingly. No, I just feel that you look very cute right now, Sister Xiao Wu. Bai Ye looked at the bruises on Xiao Wu's face caused by his punch, but he still couldn't bear to burst the girl's fantasy. After hearing this, Xiao Wu blushed, "Bai Ye, you are such a bad guy." Bai Ye looked at Xiao Wu's funny expression, suppressed his laughter, and shifted his gaze. I ate the chicken leg in my hand in small bites. I realized that the food at Notting College was really good. At least all the necessary seasonings were added and it tasted quite good. At least for Bai Ye, it is a delicacy that is priceless. Xiao Yi, do you really like eating chicken legs? Xiao Wu looked at Bai Ye's satisfied look with a smile in her eyes. Yeah, I like it very much, especially this fragrant chicken drumstick, it's really delicious. Bai Ye took another bite of the chicken leg, his face full of satisfaction. Okay, I'll bring you some next time, Xiao Wu said, with a gleam of determination in her eyes. Ding, Xiao Wu's admiration is detected, triggering 100 times critical strike, obtaining the forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique. Bai Ye paused while eating. Why is this rabbit richer than Tang San? Could it be because the mistress is more mature than her? Looking at Xiao Wu's fiery eyes, he almost said the 4 words, "I like you," clearly. Bai Ye looked at the chicken leg, then at the bruises on Xiao Wu's face. I couldn't help feeling a little guilty and started to doubt whether I was a scumbag. I used to think that this 10-year-old rabbit was very scheming, but I didn't expect her to be so honest. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Xiao Wu noticed Bai Ye's gaze, her heart started beating fast, and she touched her little face shyly. No, nothing, Bai Ye shook his head quickly. Then continue eating, seeing you eating so happily, I feel a little hungry. Xiao Wu licked her lips and looked at the chicken leg in Bai Ye's hand. Bai Ye ignored it directly. What a joke. The chicken leg in your hand can slip away from under your nose. Under Xiao Wu's gaze, Bai Ye ate faster. Xiao Wu was not angry that he did not achieve his goal, because he knew that it was still early. As a 10-year-old soul beast, it would only take a few years. For him it was just time to take a nap. She had enough patience to wait for Bai Ye to grow up slowly and accept her feelings. Ding, Tang San's grievance is detected, and 100 times critical strike is obtained, and a strange power technique is rewarded. Note, the same as Tsunade, the premise is that you have to have a strong physique. Bai Ye felt his hair stand on end and cursed anxiously in his heart. System, is there any way to eliminate the effect of this spell on Tang San? Look at what you have done, you have turned a good male protagonist into a gay and turned it into a BL novel. Host, the system can provide you with sex change services. Please confirm whether you want to use this service. Bai Ye's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the system could have such an operation. He quickly shook his head, no need. Xiao Yi, what's wrong with you? Tang San couldn't help but ask as he looked at Bai Ye who suddenly choked on his food. Nothing, I just feel like there's something wrong with your eyes, and I want to beat you up. Bai Ye looked at Tang San's calm and ordinary face. Suddenly I thought that if I couldn't straighten it, I would just beat him up. Wouldn't it be enough to just brush off the favorability? Beat me? Tang San was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. Xiao Yi, you are joking again. I'm not kidding, Bai Ye glanced at Tang San coldly, then continued to eat the chicken leg with his head down. He thought to himself that he had to find an opportunity to beat up the mistress. Otherwise, Tang San's affectionate eyes would really make him sick to the point of vomiting. Xiao Yi, Tang San looked at Bai Ye helplessly, his heart was in chaos. He didn't know what he had done wrong and why Bai Ye treated him like this. Xiao Wu, who was standing by, was also confused as she watched this scene. She didn't understand why Bai Ye suddenly became hostile to Tang San, could it be because? As a 10-year-old rabbit, he knows a lot of things, but his emotional intelligence is still negative. Tang San, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke, interrupting Tang San's thoughts. Xiao Wu, just say whatever you want to say, Tang San turned to look at Xiao Wu, his eyes full of confusion. Chapter 13. Cough. Bai Ye coughed out the food that he hadn't swallowed yet, and he stared at the rogue rabbit with wide eyes. How come, a silly rabbit like you can hit the vital points so easily and break the defense? Tang San was speechless for a moment, obviously shocked by Xiao Wu's straightforwardness. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, and a trace of panic and embarrassment flashed across his eyes. Tang San wanted to explain, but he felt that any explanation seemed pale and powerless. Ding, Tang San's embarrassment detected, gaining destiny value 100. No buts, Tang San, I know you have feelings for Bai Ye that are unknown to others, but you have to remember that Bai Ye is a boy, and you are also a boy, you have no future. Xiao Wu's voice was so loud that everyone in the dormitory knew about it. Bai Ye's face looked ugly. He hated this talkative rabbit. He likes to see Tang San get humiliated, but that doesn't mean he likes to be involved. If this continues, his reputation will be destroyed along with Tang San's. Bai Ye was keenly aware that the people around him were looking at him with strange eyes. Bai Ye felt offended. I'm really not gay. Wang Sheng, what do you want to say? Bai Ye asked. Wang Sheng came back to his senses and shook his head awkwardly. No, nothing, I just think you two have a really good relationship. Ding, Wang Sheng's shock detected, obtained Destiny 5. Ding, Xiao Wu's anger detected, Illusion, Lulan Dance obtained. Illusion Lulan Dance, able to control human senses, immersing the enemy in an endless illusion. Oh. What are you thinking about? Illusion, Lulan Dance. After a dazzling light, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng and others all lay on the ground. Bai Ye looked at the people lying scattered all over the place, and threw them onto their beds with a guilty conscience. He was not sure whether this illusion could erase everyone's memory. Then Bai Ye went out very cautiously to see if anyone was eavesdropping outside. After making sure that no one was eavesdropping, Bai Ye didn't want to go back to Dormitory 7 for the time being. He planned to take a look around Nottingham College. After thinking it over again and again, Bai Ye decided to go to the place where the books of this academy were stored. The library of Nottingham College was very large, and what came to his face were the heroic deeds of the masters. The 10 competitive strengths of Wuhuan. The autobiography of Yu Xiaojiang, the youngest elder in the history of Spirit Hall. How to identify soul beasts. Introduction to soul training. Although this world is still in the agricultural age, soul guidance technology has developed to a level that is beyond the reach of others. But most people still live a simple life, relying on farming and simple manual labor for their livelihood. Bai Ye picked up a copy of The History of Douluo Continent. Soon Bai Ye was attracted by the content of the story. In ancient times, human beings were still in the barbaric tribal era. Soul beasts were rampant and human beings could only survive under their oppression. No one knows where these soul beasts come from. It was an ordinary animal the moment before, and turned into a powerful soul beast the next. Humans call that era the Dark Ages. Just as humans were being ruthlessly slaughtered and oppressed by evil soul beasts, the sky cracked open and the gods descended. The supreme, great and loving angel God descended on Douluo continent, exerted his divine power, and brought the light of hope to mankind. God brought civilization and order. The angel God uses himself as a guide to teach humans how to fight and coexist with soul beasts, and even absorb their power for their own use. As time went by, some humans began to awaken a unique power, martial spirit. These people with special abilities are called soul masters. They can hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings to enhance their own strength. The Spirit Hall was built by the descendants of the angel God with the aim of maintaining the balance between soul masters and soul beasts and protecting humans from the harm of soul beasts. They set the rules, organize hunting operations, and ensure the rational distribution of resources. At the same time, he is also responsible for training a new generation of soul masters and inheriting the glorious legacy of the angel God. As time passed, the Spirit Hall gradually developed into the most authoritative organization on the Douluo continent, possessing enormous power and influence. Chapter 14. In order to obtain soul rings, soul masters must hunt soul beasts. Using the life of a soul beast to improve one's cultivation is undoubtedly an evil practice in any world. But can humans stop pursuing power and rights? Whether it is greed or desire, it makes human beings unable to stop. Bai Ye closed the book in his hand. The speed of cultivation in this world is so fast. It turns out that plundering is the fastest way to grow. After all, in the original novel, Tang San became a god in his 20s. In other fantasy novels, it is unimaginable. After searching for a while, Bai Ye found that there was really no such thing as a cultivation method. Bai Ye was a little disappointed that he didn't find the secret method of magical power, but he quickly calmed down. If there is no technique, then there is no technique. At worst, I can plant a sacred tree later. When Bai Ye left the library, it was already late at night. The night at Notting College was unusually quiet. It was different from the lively atmosphere when Bai Ye first entered the door during the day. Bai Ye stood in front of the door, and the 7th dormitory seemed particularly quiet. He pushed the door open carefully, fearing to disturb others' rest. In the dormitory, the beds were arranged neatly, and there was a person sitting on each bed. Everyone remained silent and watched Bai Ye walk in from outside. "Xiao Yi, you're back, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time and couldn't find you." "I went to the library to read." Bai Ye had no idea how many hours he had been reading. "Hey, Xiaoya, I'm so sorry, I accidentally tore your quilt, how about you squeeze in with me tonight?" Xiao Wu said shyly. "Xiao Wu, you must have done this on purpose, I clearly saw." Tang San frowned. He instinctively felt that this girl was not as harmless as she looked. Before Tang San could finish his words, Xiao Wu covered his mouth with hers. "Xiao San, don't talk nonsense, I really didn't mean it." Xiao Wu was furious and glared at Tang San fiercely. Tang San pried Xiao Wu's hands apart and smiled. "It's okay, Xiao Wu, Xiao Yi will squeeze in with me tonight." "No." Tu Bai Ye and Xiao Wu said in unison. Bai Ye looked repulsive. He did not intend to contact this person before he was sure that Tang San had recovered. Xiao Wu instinctively felt that there was something wrong with Tang San's feelings for Bai Ye. She had to protect her cub. Bai Ye was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them and just lay down on his bed. He just wanted to say what a psycho. Covering yourself with a quilt in the middle of summer, even a soul master can't stand this. Bai Ye's indifferent attitude made the atmosphere in the dormitory instantly awkward. Everyone else was eating the melon with great interest. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other, not knowing what to say. "Xiaoya, are you too tired? Do you need me to give you a massage?" Xiao Wu tried to break the awkward atmosphere. "No, just stay away from me." Bai Ye rolled his eyes at her. Everyone knew what this dead rabbit was up to. "You, humph." Xiao Wu showed the attitude of a female hooligan and walked to Bai Ye's bed. "Xiaoya, I see your bed is quite big, it should be okay for the two of us to make do with it." Bai Ye was speechless. The 10-year-old big rabbit is taking advantage of a young man like me. Seeing that Bai Ye was somewhat reluctant, Xiao Wu immediately used her trump card and acted like a spoiled child and hugged Bai Ye's arm tightly. "Xiao Yi, you see how pitiful I am, just take me in for one night, I promise not to move." When Tang San saw this scene, his face turned pale, and he hurried forward to pull Xiao Wu away, but was stopped by Wang Sheng. "Too close, stay away from me." Bai Ye grabbed Xiao Wu who was rubbing against his face. "Xiao Yi, is Sister Xiao Wu not good to you?" Tears welled up in the corners of Xiao Wu's eyes, and she stared at Bai Ye pitifully like an abandoned kitten. Ding, Xiao Wu's grievances are detected, and Xiao Wu's series of spirit rings are obtained. Note, you can extract Xiao Wu's spirit skills randomly and exchange them at will. Plug and play, system products, must be high quality. Bai Ye's resistance gradually weakened. Xiao Wu was delighted and immediately increased her offensive. "Xiaoya, am I so annoying to you?" Xiao Wu's voice was choked with sobs, as if she had been greatly hurt. Bai Ye didn't have time to care about her. He patted Xiao Wu's head gently and said impatiently, "Okay, stop making trouble and go to sleep." When Xiao Wu heard Bai Ye's words, a smug smile appeared on her lips. She lay obediently beside Bai Ye and closed her eyes. Bai Ye was a little happy, he could finally level up. Finally his soul ring exploded. Chapter 15. System Draw Card. Ding, congratulations to the host for extracting Xiao Wu's soul ring and obtaining the Spatial Soul Skill Instant Flash. Space Soul Skill. This is incredible, but it would be even better if it was the invincible golden body and the void. It is absolutely defensive and immune to all attacks, and has a first-rate ability to save lives. Bai Ye looked at Xiao Wu with even gentler eyes. This is a high-quality leak. Millennium Soul Skill, Instant Teleport, instantly teleport within 5 meters. Is it so plain and simple? It was the first time that Bai Ye saw a skill with such little introduction, but it was practical. Anyway, I never lack offensive ninjutsu. Receive the soul ring. Ah! The intense pain made Bai Ye unable to help but scream out. Warning! Warning! The host's body cannot withstand the energy of the Millennium Soul Ring. It is recommended to stop absorbing it immediately. The system's warning sounded in Bai Ye's ears. Can't bear it? Are you kidding me? The reincarnation eye in Bai Ye's eyes suddenly exploded, instantly absorbing all of Xiao Wu's violent soul power. Bai Ye's soul power level skyrocketed at this moment and instantly broke through the level 11 limit. It didn't slow down until it reached the peak of level 12, and then stopped steadily at level 13. It's already level 13. Bai Ye looked at his soul power level with some surprise. The level of this world is rising so fast. I used to think that the method of absorbing spirit rings to increase levels was too cruel. But only those who have truly experienced it know what true fragrance is. But Bai Ye had not yet breathed a sigh of relief. The eyes that had been hungry for a long time in his eyes began to become restless again. A powerful suction force greedily sucked all of Bai Ye's soul power into it. Bai Ye, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wu frowned and looked at Bai Ye, not understanding what had just happened to Bai Ye. Why did they advance for no reason? Could it be that Bai Ye is also the reincarnation of a 10-year-old soul beast? It's okay, just a little uncomfortable. Bai Ye rubbed his hot eyes, and his reincarnation eye was suddenly overloaded. The others were also very curious, but after seeing Bai Ye's slightly uncomfortable expression, they all chose to leave quietly. The next day, the early morning sun penetrated the mist and illuminated every corner of Nottingham College. I can't sleep at all. Bai Ye looked at the ceiling in confusion with dark circles under his eyes. Carrot, Xiao Wu opened her mouth wide, hugged Bai Ye tightly, and mumbled incoherently in her sleep. Bai Ye was a little hesitant, should he slap her to wake her up? But for the sake of the spirit ring, he chose to give up. Mom, Daming, Erming. I miss Mom. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth twitched, if he was the protagonist at this time. There will definitely be a main mission, which is to overthrow the spirit hall and avenge Xiao Wu's mother. So fragrant, so soft, Xiao Wu soon calmed down, and her little head rubbed gently on Bai Ye's face. What came into my ears was the sound of Xiao Wu's even breathing. Bai Ye felt the arm tightly around his neck. The heavy force had already made him feel numb. Damn it! Xiao Wu, you bastard, let me go quickly, I can't breathe. Xiao Wu opened her eyes dazedly and looked at the white knight that was so close to her. There was a light flashing in her eyes and her little face was red, and I don't know what she was thinking. Not only did he not get up, but he moved even closer to Bai Ye. Hey, Xiaoye, you can't escape from Sister Xiao Wu's palm. Xiao Wu said vaguely, and as she spoke, she kissed Bai Ye's cheek lightly with her lips and showed a sly smile. Bai Ye's face turned dark and he wanted to push Xiao Wu away, but she wrapped herself around him tightly like an octopus, making him unable to move. Bai Ye's face was flushed at this time, and it was unclear whether he was angry or tired. But in Xiao Wu's eyes, Bai Ye was being shy. There was a layer of hazy mist in Bai Ye's eyes, and his silver hair fluttered, making his angelic face look even more prominent. She is so beautiful that anyone who sees her would probably fall in love with her. I wish I could hold him in my arms right away and love him dearly. Xiao Wu's eyes became more and more blurred, her heartbeat accelerated, her cheeks turned slightly red, and a feeling she had never experienced before surged into her heart. She bit her lip lightly, mustered up her courage, put her lips close to Bai Ye's ear, and whispered, Bai Ye, I like you. Now all rewards are inherited from the previous week. According to the normal development trajectory, last week the protagonist was Xiao Wu's bootlicker in order to obtain the destiny, but was rejected by Xiao Wu. Current Reborns, BBDong, Qianrenxue. Chapter 16. Susanoo, the third power resides in the Manjiki Sharingan. It is the ultimate ninjutsu of offense and defense that can only be mastered by those who have opened the Manjiki with both eyes. This is too unfair. You are using money to corrupt my mind. Bai Ye didn't know what to do for a moment. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Let Xiao Yi go. Tang San's sudden appearance brought Xiao Wu back to her senses from the sweet atmosphere. She let go of Bai Ye shyly, turned around and glared at Tang San fiercely. What are you doing here? We are all children, what's wrong with hugging? Are you afraid that I will rape Xiaoye? Xiao Wu, even though we are all children, we still have to maintain a certain distance and etiquette, Tang San explained awkwardly. Humph, what do you know with your blockhead? Xiao Wu turned away angrily and ignored Tang San. Xiaoye, let's go have breakfast. Don't pay attention to this wooden head. Xiao Wu looked at Bai Ye with a happy smile on her face. I have no money, I will go if you treat me. No problem, Xiaoye, let's go. Xiao Wu said excitedly, holding Bai's hand. Xiaoye, what do you want to eat? Sister Xiao Wu, I've got it all. You said it. Come on, Xiao San, let's go together. Sister Xiao Wu will treat us. Bai Ye smiled. Ah. The excitement on Xiao Wu's face froze instantly. She looked at Tang San dimly, as if saying, just get out of here if you know what's best for you. Why do I have to treat this annoying guy to dinner? Tang San nodded in agreement amid Xiao Wu's gnashing teeth. Sister Xiaowu is very generous, so don't worry, Bai Ye patted Tang San's shoulder with a smile on his face. Ding, Tang San's emotion is detected, chakra limit increased by 100. The current chakra limit is 650, and the standard jonin is 5,000. Of course not, I am the most generous Sister Xiaowu, you can eat as much as you want, Sister Xiaowu has no shortage of money. Xiaowu spoke with great generosity, even though she really didn't want to treat Tang San to a meal. But Bai Ye's flattery made her feel as if she was floating. Wang Xing couldn't get a word in and felt a little heartbroken. A few minutes later, led by Xiaowu, everyone arrived at the cafeteria of Nodding College. The cafeteria is large enough to easily accommodate 300 people for meals. On the corridor on the second floor, Xiao Qinyu and his younger brothers stared at Xiaowu and the others. After Bai Ye and the others entered the cafeteria, Xiaowu generously ordered a lot of dishes. Tang San said a little embarrassedly, Xiaowu, we are already very grateful that you treated us, there is no need to order so many dishes. Xiaowu glared at Tang San, you stinky blockhead, these are my treat for Xiao Yi, what does it have to do with you? Tang San was left speechless by what Xiaowu said and could only smile bitterly and touch his nose. Hey, aren't these the poor working students? Wang Sheng, you poor guys are only fit to eat leftovers in the corner of the cafeteria. Tang San, Xiaowu and Bai Ye all turned around and saw Xiao Qinyu and his group standing behind them. Xiao Qinyu, who do you say is the poor guy? Xiaowu asked coldly. Humph, aren't you? Look at the way you're dressed, and then look at the dishes you ordered, they're all cheap stuff. What does it matter to you whether we are poor or not? Who do you think you are? Tang San's eyes turned cold, and he thought secretly in his heart. All Tang's sect disciples should not easily stand up for others and cause trouble, however, when facing an active invader, as long as he is confirmed to be an enemy, he will be killed. Sister Xiaowu, why don't we go eat somewhere else? This Xiao Qinyu is not easy to deal with, his father is the mayor of the city, and he is also a senior student. Wang Xing hurriedly persuaded. Just because you have a father who is a city lord you think you're great, just because you have money you can do whatever you want, right? Xiaowu said angrily. Xiaowu suddenly stood up, turned to Bai Ye and said, ignore this self-righteous fool, let's continue eating. As she spoke, Xiaowu deliberately and loudly ordered several of the most expensive dishes in the cafeteria, and then smiled provocatively at Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Xiaowu, Xiao Qinyu was about to say something, but he saw Bai Ye next to Xiaowu. He had never seen anyone so good-looking, with skin so white that it was almost sickly pale. But that kind of beauty is impossible to ignore. Xiao Qinyu's gaze lingered on Bai Ye's face for a long time. It was not until he realized that his emotions were somewhat out of control that he forced his eyes away. Bang! Xiaowu slammed the table angrily, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The noise in the cafeteria seemed to be muted, and all eyes were focused on Xiaowu. Xiao Qinyu, what's that look in your eyes? What are you looking at? Be careful or I'll dig out your eyes. Xiaowu accused angrily. Bai Yezhen leisurely picked up a piece of shredded pork with fish flavor, chewed it slowly, and enjoyed the satisfaction brought by the delicious food. He seemed to be completely unaware of the conflict between Xiaowu and Xiao Qinyu. Chapter 17. Suddenly I felt that this talent of concealing my aura was of no use. You poor bastards can only eat these cheap things in the cafeteria, and you still want to order the most expensive dishes? I want to see if you have that much money. What does it have to do with you whether we are poor or not? Even if we are poor, we are better off than some people who only rely on their families. Shut up, you're being noisy. Bai Ye's voice was very cold, and his cold face looked even colder against the backdrop of his extremely fragile paleness. Although his voice was soft, it carried an authority that could not be ignored. It was as if he was a god looking down upon all living beings from a high place, cold and indifferent. Xiao Qinyu was shocked. He wanted to say something but didn't dare to open his mouth. His younger brothers were even more frightened. They felt a fatal sense of crisis and lowered their heads without daring to breathe. Sorry, Xiaoye, I disturbed you. Xiao Wu's originally somewhat arrogant attitude suddenly subsided after hearing Bai Ye's words. She looked at Bai Ye cautiously and lowered her head with some grievance. It's like a kitten that has been scolded by its owner, waiting obediently for its owner's forgiveness. Bai Ye acted as if he didn't see anything and continued eating his meal, as if the people and things around him had nothing to do with him. Xiao Qinyu took a deep breath, looked at Bai Ye with a grim face, then turned and left. Xiao Wu, you were awesome just now. Wang Xing said excitedly as he watched Xiao Qinyu's departing back. Xiao Wu smiled proudly, then looked at Bai Ye. Xiao Yi, you were really cold just now, I was scared by you. Bai Ye put down his chopsticks and said calmly, I just don't want to be disturbed while eating. Xiao Yi, eat this quickly, it's delicious. Xiao Wu picked up a piece of meat with an expectant look and handed it to Bai Ye. Bai Ye nodded slightly, took the piece of meat and continued eating. Xiao Wu felt warm in her heart as she watched Bai Ye eating. Xiao Yi, eat slowly, there's no rush, Xiao Wu said with concern. Bai Ye raised his head and looked at Xiao Wu, thank you. A bright smile appeared on Xiao Wu's face, and she felt that her world was brightened up. Looking at Xiao Wu's servile appearance, Tang San suddenly felt as if he was redundant. Xiao Yi, take your time eating, I'll go pay the bill. After Xiao Wu said that, she ran to pay the bill. Bai Ye glanced at Tang San and continued eating. Tang San. Should he leave? A few minutes later, Xiao Wu sat back in her seat and watched Bai Ye eat. Xiao Yi, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch your food from you, Xiao Wu said with a smile. Bai Ye glanced at Xiao Wu and said, can't you think that it's not even 24 hours since we met? You're so enthusiastic and act like we know each other very well, which makes me feel uncomfortable. Having said that, Bai Ye's body is still very skilled at eating and drinking. Tang San looked at the sumptuous delicacies on the table and swallowed. I couldn't even get enough to eat in the Holy Soul Village. When can I enjoy such delicious food so luxuriously? Afterwards, he was no longer polite and started to wolf down the food on the table under Xiao Wu's distressed look. After being warned by Bai Ye, Xiao Qinyu and his gang did not dare to cause trouble in the cafeteria. I could only walk dejectedly towards the cafeteria on the second floor. Soon the food on the table was wolfed down by several people. Xiaoye, I'm going to the master's place, do you want to come with me? Tang San hesitated for a while and then spoke. He didn't understand why Bai Ye didn't take the master as his teacher. Without a good background, even obtaining spirit rings in this world would become difficult. Bai Ye shook his head lightly and said calmly, no need, I'm used to acting alone. In the end, Bai Ye was still forcefully pulled over by Tang San. Inside an office at Nottingham College. Tang San saw the master concentrating on studying some complicated drawings and materials at his desk. Teacher, I'm here, Tang San interrupted the master's study softly. The master raised his head, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and smiled gently, Xiao San, regarding your martial spirit, I have made a rough plan. After hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. Teacher, you are so kind to me, I, Tang San, have no way to repay you, once a teacher, you are a father for life. Tang San took 3 steps back, knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times solemnly. White Knight. If I remember correctly, Tang San also said this in the original novel. Later, when he went to hunt soul rings, he was afraid that his Tang sect's unique skills would be exposed, and he considered whether to kill Wang Xiaojiang to silence him. Thinking of this, Bai Ye looked at Tang San with some caution. He definitely suspected that this hypocritical bastard had tried to kill him more than once. Chapter 18. Silly child, what are you doing? Isn't it natural for a teacher to be nice to you? Why do you have to be so polite? Yu Xiaojiang nodded with great satisfaction, bent down and helped Tang San, who was kneeling on the ground, up. With tears in his eyes, he looked very moved. Tang San said solemnly, Teacher, you have worked hard, I will try my best to live up to your expectations. The master looked at Bai Ye at the door and was very surprised. Another one with full innate soul power, and a high-level martial soul that has never been seen before. Can I finally prove my martial soul theory? Xiaoye, come here. Bai Ye frowned slightly, but still walked over. The master looked at Bai Ye and said, Xiao Yi, your martial spirit is the most special one I have ever seen, I believe that you will become a great spirit master. Okay, master, I understand, what exactly do you want to say? Bai Ye looked at the master's flattery, somewhat confused. The master was a little surprised at Bai Ye's attitude. He did not see any pride on Bai Ye's face. Aren't children of this age supposed to be easy to fool? How could he be so calm? Xiao Yi, don't be rude, after all, the master is your elder, Tang San reminded Bai Ye in a low voice. Bai Ye glanced at Tang San, then looked at Master, I'm sorry, Master, I'm just not used to others treating me like this. Please forgive Bai Ye, he really doesn't have as good acting skills as Tang San. There is no need for a master's theory. Bai Ye has a cheat. Why does he need to perform such a hypocritical drama as Tang San, once a teacher, always a father? The master looked at Bai Ye, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He likes this kind of disciple who is calm and not proud. Although you are unwilling to take me as your master, you are Xiao San's younger brother, for this reason, I will teach you with all my heart, only under my guidance, your talent will not be buried. A smile appeared on the master's stiff face, looking very creepy. I refuse, when did I ever say I needed your guidance? Bai Ye shook his head violently, his disgust almost written all over his face. Please find someone else to cause trouble. Xiaoya, are you rejecting me? The master's face suddenly turned livid. Ding, detect Yu Xiaojiang's anger, increase the chakra limit by 50. Current chakra is 700, the average value of the jonin is 5,000. Bai Ye was speechless, he didn't have any idea about the master. The master was just a person who was seeking fame and reputation. What could he teach? He just wanted to build a relationship with Tang San because of his and Tang San's high talents. What is most shameful about this man is not just his academic problems. It's also a question of character. He took the spirit hall's information and insisted that it was his own. He wanted to prove his so-called martial spirit theory and prove that he was not a waste. But he spends his days in a negative way, blaming others and everything. Now that he saw that he and Tang San had higher talents, he shamelessly ran over. Can you cultivate twin martial spirits? Isn't this misleading? Uncle, you are so old, but you are only level 29, what can you teach me, you useless bastard? Bai Ye's words were extremely vicious, he was simply hitting on Yu Xiaojiang's sore spot. The master was so angry at Bai Ye's words that he trembled all over. You said I'm a waste. Isn't it? You are just a fame seeker who only knows how to talk without any evidence. How many people agree with your theory of martial spirit? Ding, Yu Xiaojiang's anger is detected, triggering a 1,000-fold critical strike, gaining 100 chakras, current chakra is 800, standard jonin is 5,000. Ding, Yu Xiaojiang's anger is detected, triggering 100 times critical strike, gaining soul power level 16, current level. Current chakra 1,100, standard jonin is 5,000. In the original novel, Yu Xiaojiang even had to go to the spirit hall to ask BBDong for the training methods of the twin martial spirit system. Bai Ye really couldn't understand what kind of help the master had given him. When taking Tang San to the soul hunting forest, a novice hunting ground, he was nearly killed by a 400-year-old mandrake snake. If Tang San wasn't a time traveler and possessed the Tang sect's unique skills, Douluo continent would have ended on the spot. If an ordinary genius with twin martial spirits was taught by him, he would probably be killed, right? Xiaoya, what are you talking about? Tang San listened to Bai Ye's disrespect to the master and felt somewhat confused. Xiaoya usually has a good temper and has never scolded anyone. Why is he acting so abnormal today? P.S. Please give me monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Chapter 19. The master's expression became even uglier. Are you questioning my martial spirit theory? Bai Ye nodded. Yes, your martial arts theory is not recognized by anyone, right? So what? My martial spirit theory will be recognized by everyone sooner or later. Ding, Yu Xiaojiang's defense is broken, reward, 10 destiny. You may be right, the master said slowly, his voice revealing a strange calmness. But what I pursue is not just worldly success. The exploration and inheritance of martial spirit theory is my lifelong wish. Even if the whole world does not understand me, as long as there is one person who can benefit from it, my efforts will not be in vain. His words eased the tense atmosphere a little. Can we just say that he is worthy of being a master? They reacted so quickly and easily brought the situation back to a relatively balanced state. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything else. The most important thing was that he had nothing to say. This group of decent characters will always put themselves on the moral high ground and then morally condemn others. Xiao Yi, stop talking and apologize to the teacher quickly. Tang San frowned and looked at Bai Ye, with a hint of blame in his tone. Apologize? I didn't do anything wrong. The master looked at Bai Ye, suppressing his anger. Xiao Yi, you have full innate soul power, so you should hunt soul rings to advance. Bai Ye nodded gently. The master took a deep breath and then slowly said, since you need to hunt spirit rings, you should find an experienced person to take you there. When Bai Ye heard this, he couldn't understand this person. Are you feeling sorry for me? The master shook his head and said, it's not that I pity you, but I hope you can develop better. You are born with full soul power, and I don't want you to waste this talent. After hearing this, Bai Ye was silent for a while and nodded. Okay, then I'll accept your kindness. A smile appeared on the master's stiff face. At his age, he has become indifferent to many things. All that matters is inheritance and proving that one's own theory is correct. Even though there were some unpleasant things between him and Bai Ye, how could he let go of such a cute and talented child? Geniuses always have some privileges. Bai Ye, there is too little information about your martial spirit, especially the I-type martial spirit, which has never been recorded in Douluo continent. How can you be sure that there is no true martial spirit in the vast years? Not knowing only shows that you are ignorant. Bai Ye rushed over, and the representative of the original martial soul was Lingbing Douluo. the god of emotions, and God's own son Huiyuhao 10,000 years later. That godly King Hua has many more titles than Tang San. But he wasn't born yet. Today, the martial spirit system of Douluo continent is not yet perfect. The original martial spirit may really exist, but it has been buried in the long river of history. Bai Ye's words stunned the master, and he was unable to refute. Indeed, the knowledge of martial spirits that he understood was based on the existing records of Douluo continent, but could those ancient books really cover all martial spirits? The Samsara Eye, my martial soul is called the Samsara Eye. It allows the user to easily see everything within several kilometers around. It also has powerful penetrating power and can easily see through the flow of soul power in the enemy's body. Bai Ye calmly explained his eyes. The master frowned, a martial spirit without any offensive power. In this Douluo continent where the strong are respected, he is just a useless soul. Thinking of this, the master felt much better. There was no need to bother with a useless person. But he completely forgot that he was also a useless soul. Chapter 20. The master stopped there. He felt that Bai Ye had a useless martial spirit and his future achievements were limited, so he did not have much patience. A soul beast with spiritual attributes. That's right, I suggest you choose soul beasts with spiritual attributes as your hunting targets, such as the Spirit Eye Tiger and the Ghost Shadow Doll, the master explained. When Bai Ye heard this, he nodded perfunctorily and said, I understand. The master nodded and said, Shao San and I are going to the soul hunting forest tomorrow. You can come with us. For Shao San's sake, I will help you once. Since you don't want to be my disciple, I won't force you, I just hope you won't regret it one day. I won't regret it, Bai Ye responded calmly. The master looked at Bai Ye's departing back, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Shao San, come with me to the soul hunting forest to hunt soul rings tomorrow. I understand. The next morning. Xiaoye, don't sleep anymore, get up quickly, we are going to hunt spirit rings today. Bai Ye opened his eyes drowsily, sat up, rubbed his eyes, and yawned, so early. Tang San looked at this scene, somewhat speechless, but still reminded, you are going to hunt spirit rings today, get up early and prepare. When Bai Ye heard this, he immediately came to his senses. Okay, I'll get up right away, Bai Ye said, quickly put on his clothes and started washing. Bai Ye, where are you going? Xiao Wu hurriedly came to Bai Ye's side. Bai Ye glanced at Xiao Wu and said casually, go hunt for spirit rings. I want to go too. Xiao Wu immediately shouted excitedly. Tang San frowned, Xiao Wu, we are not going to play, we are going to the soul hunting forest, which is very dangerous. Xiao Wu grumbled in dissatisfaction, I don't care, I just want to go and take a look. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth twitched. Has this kid forgotten that he is also a soul beast? Everyone came to the master's office. The master frowned when he saw Bai Ye, but didn't say anything. We are going to the soul hunting forest 400 miles northeast of Nodding City, it is the captive area of the Tiendo Empire. The master in the carriage was wearing a tight suit and his expression was very stiff. However, only Tang San listened to the master's explanation. Bai Ye and Xiao Wu were looking around curiously. This unknown and novel feeling made them full of curiosity. Okay, get off the bus, the master's voice interrupted their curiosity. We're here. After getting off the car, everyone was shocked by the dense forest in front of them and the dozens of meters high iron fence surrounding the forest. Remember, don't leave my sight at will, otherwise whatever happens will have nothing to do with me, the master warned seriously. Got it, teacher, Tang San nodded, then looked at Bai Ye and Xiao Wu and said. You guys heard it too, right? Don't run around. Xiao Wu curled her lips, I'm not running around, I want to follow Bai Ye closely. On the way, the master prepared a space soul guide for Tang San called 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. Bai Ye took a look and then shifted his gaze. I have my own system space, which is much better than this rubbish soul guide. Soul hunting forest. Everyone got off the carriage, and the forest was different from what they had imagined, full of tranquility and unknown dangers. This place is like a huge market, filled with all kinds of shouting outside the soul hunting forest. We have a warrant, we are organizing a team to hunt down 1,000-year-old soul beasts, we need a control-type soul master. We are buying soul bones of various ages at high prices, the prices are fair, serious buyers please do not bother. Looking to buy spiritual defense soul bones, willing to pay a high price. We provide a safe rest area and the best service for your hunting trip. A scantily clad female soul master shouted, not forgetting to wink at the soul masters around her. Everything here is so expensive. Just a small necklace costs 2,000 gold soul coins, is this a robbery? Don't be silly, this is the soul hunting forest, it's where soul masters hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, who can come here is not rich? The things sold by the vendors here are naturally valuable. Chapter 21. The leader bowed respectfully. Elder, you are here. Please come in. After entering the iron gate, a lush forest scene appears before your eyes. The master led the three people deep into the forest, explaining as they walked, the soul hunting forest is divided into three parts, the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. After walking for a distance with the master, Bai Ye looked up and said, Master, let's part here for now. You want to leave? Do you know it's dangerous here? I have something to take care of. Bai Ye didn't reveal too much, just said lightly. The master looked at him and finally nodded. Remember, don't be too brave, retreat when you encounter danger. Xiao Yi, I'll go with you, don't worry, Sister Xiao Wu is very strong and will definitely protect you. Xiao Wu, with a playful smile on her face, jumped to Bai Ye's side. Xiao Wu, just follow the master and the others. Bai Ye shook his head and said firmly. I can do it on my own. But, Xiao Wu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Bai Ye. No buts, Bai Ye interrupted her. You go first, I will catch up with you. After saying that, Bai Ye turned and walked towards the depths of the forest, leaving them with only his back. The master snorted coldly and turned away. Although Tang San was a little worried about Bai Ye, he still kept up with the master's pace. Xiao Wu stood there hesitating for a while, then decisively chased in the direction where Bai Ye disappeared. Along the way, Bai Ye caught a nest of soft-boned rabbits. Just as Bai Ye was about to light the fire, Xiao Wu jumped out. Ah! Xiao Yi, the rabbit is so cute, why do you want to eat it? Bai Ye looked at the rabbit in his hand, then looked at Xiao Wu, his face speechless. Why did you come here? However, Xiao Wu answered the question irrelevantly. She stared straight at Bai Ye with serious eyes. Xiaoya, are you already a soul master? Bai Ye placed the rabbit on the fire and nodded slightly, I guess so. After all, Xiao Wu was right beside him when he was promoted. Others didn't know what this was, but he didn't believe that 100,000 rabbits wouldn't understand what was going on. Xiao Wu looked at the firelight shining on Bai Ye's face, her eyes flickering. Xiao Yi, I will definitely protect you. Ding, Xiao Wu's approval is detected, triggering 100 times critical strike, gaining a destiny value of 200. Current destiny value, 435 points. Bai Ye took a bite of the rabbit head and sighed with satisfaction. It tastes really good. Xiao Wu was stunned, then pouted, Bai Ye, you are too much, how can you treat rabbits like this? They are so cute. Do you want to eat it? No, I ate it all. Xiao Wu swallowed her saliva, struggled for a moment, and finally sat down and said in a low voice. Then, can I only eat one skewer? Bai Ye smiled and handed her a skewer of roasted rabbit. Xiao Wu took the roasted rabbit meat and took a bite carefully. Then her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but eat it in big mouthfuls. While eating, she exclaimed, wow, it's really delicious. Bai Ye left the last 2 skewers of roasted rabbit meat for Xiao Wu, went to the stream, and washed his hands in the stream. Suddenly Bai Ye felt a pain in his hand. He raised his hand and saw a small white snake about 10 centimeters long biting his finger. Scarlet blood flowed along the traces of the snake's fangs. Bai Ye's expression did not change. He calmly grabbed the small water snake in his hand and looked at it carefully to see if the snake was poisonous. Soon, he found the information about the snake in the copied data in his mind. This small water-attributed snake is called ice snake. It is not poisonous, but after being bitten, you will feel a chill and the muscles around the wound will be paralyzed. Bai Ye held the ice snake in the palm of his hand and gently stroked his little head. The little snake's tense body gradually relaxed and it seemed no longer so alert. The little water snake released its mouth that was biting Bai Ye's finger and swam in the palm of Bai Ye's hand. Is this a fantasy world? Even a snake is so cute. Bai Ye was really touched by this little snake. The little water snake opened its eyes wide, trying to see Bai Ye's appearance clearly, but could only see a blur. He felt that this creature was so scary, a very horrible feeling. The little water snake curled up in his palm in fear, its desire to survive was full. Chapter 22. Ding, the ice snake's surrender is detected, the spiritual interface is opened, do you want to subdue it as a spiritual beast? Race, ice snake. Soul power, 10 years. Attributes, ice, water. Skills, bite, entanglement, cold breath. Bloodline, Ice Soul Dragon Clan. Extremely incomplete introduction. Ice Snake is a rare soul beast with the dual attributes of ice and water. Its greatest feature is that it can release cold air. So you have the blood of the Dragon Clan, no wonder you are so spiritual. Bai Ye looked at the little guy curled up in his hands. He thought to himself. It's a pity that I only have 10 years of soul power, this spiritual beast is of little use to me. Bai Ye left behind some ice and water chakra seeds and put them back into the stream. Ding, you have an email. Bai Ye casually clicked on the email. Master, send all your destiny to me, hurry, it's urgent. There is only this sentence above. If Bai Ye didn't know that only Sasuke's clone could contact him, he would have thought it was a scam. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth twitched, but he also knew the seriousness of the matter. Now that Sasuke is asking me for his destiny, he must be facing some crisis. Bai Ye, does it hurt? Xiao Wu's concerned voice broke his contemplation. Bai Ye shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He stood up, put away the cleaned rabbit meat in his hand, then looked at Xiao Wu and said with a smile, let's keep going. Xiao Wu nodded, her eyes full of worry and concern as she looked at Bai Ye. Douluo Continent, Wuhuan City, Saint Maiden Hall BBDong did not live in the papal palace, even after becoming pope. She also didn't want to go back to that disgusting place, as it would remind her of that disgusting thing called Qiang Sunji. After devouring Qiang Sunji's body and soul, he finally opened up the true inheritance of the Rakshasa divine test. However, after entering the Rakshasa secret realm to practice, her mind began to be constantly invaded by the Rakshasa's evil thoughts. That was one of the side effects of the Rakshasa god's test. BBDong exudes an extreme aura of destruction. It was an aura of despair, hatred for the world, madness and distortion. She pushed open the door of the saint's palace's bedroom, revealing a room that was lavishly decorated yet warm. BBDong slowly walked to the window and pushed it open. A fresh air blew towards me, carrying a faint floral scent. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Then he closed the curtains and walked tiredly to the bed and sat down. Her eyes fell on the moonlit quilt, and she seemed to see her past self in the soft texture, the innocent girl who dreamed of being with her beloved forever. But now, she is the Pope, the pinnacle of power, but this position is built on hatred and pain. BBDong took off the gorgeous crown on her head and placed it on the table beside her. The black hair beneath the crown fell like a waterfall, swaying gently as she shook her head. She touched her fingers to her temples, massaging gently, trying to dispel the evil thoughts and memories that kept flooding into her mind. Xiao Jiang, you are the man I love most in my life, but I can't go back to you, I don't want you to see me now, a woman corroded by darkness and twisted by hatred, BBDong murmured to herself, her voice trembling with endless sadness. She closed her eyes, trying to put herself into a dream where only she and Xiao Jiang existed. There are no shackles of power and no resentment for revenge. But Rakshasa's evil thoughts followed her like a shadow, constantly disturbing her final peace. The beautiful girl looked so lonely and helpless under the moonlight. Although the legacy of the Rakshasa god is powerful, the price it brings is also painful. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, BBDong's heart would become extremely fragile. The sadness and pain hidden deep in her heart surged out like a tide, almost drowning her. If time could go back, would I choose a different path? BBDong asked herself softly. With endless regret, she slowly fell asleep. Douluo Continent, Wuhuan Empire, Jialing Pass. On the battlefield raging with flames, dust and smoke were rising, and the soldiers and horses were armed with swords and spears, with the momentum of swallowing up the vast expanse like tigers. The flag of the Wuhuan Empire fluttered in the wind, confronting the flag of Jialing Pass on the opposite bank. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire battlefield. At this time, the once tall and magnificent city became dilapidated in this battle. The city walls were covered with arrow marks and cannon fire, and the smoke from the beacon towers almost obscured the sky. The Tiando Empire, the Xinglua Empire, the Spirit Hall Academy, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, the Haotian Sect, and the Tang Sect all joined the battle to besiege the Spirit Hall. This war is no longer a simple struggle for power, but is about the reshaping of the entire continental landscape and the determination of its future destiny. Listen carefully, people of the Tiando Empire. I will give you 3 more days to prepare. After 3 days, the Tiando Empire must declare total surrender. Otherwise, I will massacre the entire Tiando Empire. You Xiao Jiang, don't be stubborn, the power of the gods is not something you can contend with. BBDong was wearing a dark and eerie Rakshasa outfit, emitting dazzling purple divine light all over her body. She stood in front of Jialing Pass, like a dark goddess who ruled over life and death. You are no longer the same BBDong, you have been blinded by power, look at what you have done. Xiao Jiang's voice was full of anger and disappointment. Xiao Gang, do you think I care about your accusations? Everything I do is only for the future of Wuhuan Continent. She also held a golden heart in her hand, which was the heart of the sea god Tang San. He squeezed it gently, and the heart turned into light and dissipated in midair. BBDong let out a series of shrill laughs and disappeared on the spot. The Spirit Hall line was released. It was originally planned to follow this ending, but it failed to advance and was hastily released. I could only resurrect BBDong and modify the outline on the spot. Chapter 23. Jialing Pass was filled with gloom and sadness, and BBDong was not feeling well either. Blood continued to flow from her ferocious blue face. The full-strength attack from Sea God Tang San caused a huge impact on her soul. She was about to collapse, but she tried hard not to fall. Nana, where's Sasuke? Where did he go? BBDong was looking around on the battlefield where flames of war were raging. The child who always liked to make trouble is now missing. BBDong's heart couldn't help but tighten. Huliena was silent. She knew her teacher's feelings for Sasuke, but she didn't know how to resist. Nana, BBDong called softly, her voice full of worry and anxiety. Teacher, he is your disciple. He is my future husband, the holy son of the Spirit Hall. What are you doing? Huliena's voice was trembling and tears were flowing uncontrollably. BBDong had a grim expression on her face, but when she saw her disciple crying, she couldn't help but soften her heart. Nana, it's impossible for you and Sasuke to be together. Sasuke is a genius who will become a god in the future, but your talent stops there. You are both my most outstanding disciples, and I will not allow you to delay your future because of personal feelings. BBDong's implication was very clear, which was that you are not even a god now. After 100 years you will be nothing but a handful of earth. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? Huliena's eyes were blurred with tears, and she choked up and said, Teacher, I understand what you said, but love is not determined by talent. I am willing to give up everything for Sasuke, even my life. BBDong was shocked, as if these words hit the softest part of her heart. Once upon a time, she was willing to give up everything for love, but in the end she ended up in this situation. If you don't kill me now, maybe your new lover will die in the future. Qian Renshue's cold voice sounded beside her, her eyes full of hatred. BBDong frowned. He didn't understand what the entanglement between his daughter and Sasuke was. You are not allowed to attack Sasuke, otherwise, even if you are my daughter, I will not let you go, BBDong warned coldly. Haha, that's ridiculous, mother, what are you worried about? Are you worried that I will kill your sweetheart again? Qian Renshue smiled grimly, tears streaming down her eyes. BBDong's face was grim, and a ball of dark Rakshasa power had already gathered in her right hand, but she did not make a move after all. Qian Renshue's words were like a sword piercing her heart, and she was powerless to refute. Let's go, leave the Spirit Hall, and never come back. BBDong's voice was low, and seemed to be trembling and tired. Qian Renshue was stunned. She didn't expect her mother to say such a thing. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. But she still didn't choose to leave. Whether it's for revenge or for some other purpose. 3 days later, BBDong couldn't believe her eyes. It was only less than 3 days. The sea god Tang San, whose soul had originally been scattered, actually condensed his soul again. He also led the people of the Tiendo Empire in the final battle with the Wuhuan Empire. How did you do that? BBDong couldn't believe what she saw. Tang San smiled elegantly and said, very unexpected, huh? The two great gods, Sea God and Azura God, are combined in one person. Now, even if he faces the combined forces of BBDong and Qian Renshue, he can handle it with ease. Bai Ye looked at the distinct light of the Sea God and the purple-black power of the Rakshasa, which filled the sky but collided with each other. After a moment of silence, he spoke to Sasuke. Are you sure? Don't get carried away. Sasuke nodded and pierced Bai Ye's heart with one hand. In an instant, countless complex techniques began to surge. Bai Ye slowly turned into a ball of chakra, and Sasuke solidified it into a chakra pill and ate it. While experiencing the changes in his body, he coldly watched the battle tens of thousands of meters above. In another illusory space, Bai Ye glanced at Shura God and Poseidon God who were peeking at him not far away. I feel something strange for some reason. Good news, I found the mastermind behind this. Bad news, I am the mastermind. It turned out that his clones were all a group of wolves, and each plan they came up with was more cruel than the last. I felt like I didn't fit in, like a husky mixed up with a wolf pack. There seems to be something wrong with this BBDong. The power of time and space, interesting. This battle lasted for several hours, and Tang San was at a disadvantage to the combined efforts of BBDong and Qian Renshue. But at every critical moment, a more powerful force would always emerge, easily dissolving the attacks of BBDong and Qian Renshue. BBDong looked at Tang San, her heart full of doubts, not understanding why he could be so powerful. Your divine power, BBDong's voice trembled. Divine skill, Shura divine realm open. With Tang San's body as the center, everything within a few thousand meters turned blood red. BBDong and Qian Renshue's expressions suddenly changed. They felt a strong sense of crisis. The divine power surging around Tang San's body seemed to transform into ferocious shadows of killing gods. Each killer god carries a murderous intent, as if it can devour all life. This is, God Shura. BBDong looked at Tang San in shock. This terrifying power of Shura was the real nemesis of God Rakshasa, and it was even more terrifying than the restraint of God of Light on her. This is the divine skill I learned after becoming a god, the Shura divine realm. Tang San's voice was calm and composed, but the murderous aura emanating from his body made everyone present feel a deep chill. Come on, BBDong, let's end this battle. Tang San's eyes flashed with determination. BBDong, what are you afraid of? We can kill him once, and we can kill him a second time. Qian Renshue held the holy sword of angels in her hand, looking at BBDong whose body was shaking continuously. BBDong closed his eyes in pain. The pressure from the Shura divine realm completely suppressed the Rakshasa power in his body. At this moment, another power of the sea god suddenly emerged from Tang San. The two powers of different natures merged perfectly in his body, forming a unique field of power. This realm has both the vastness and surging power of the sea god and the sharpness and determination of the Shura power. The two are intertwined and reinforced each other, allowing Tang San's strength to reach an unprecedented level. Damn it, let's fight him, he won't let us go, Qian Renshue shouted, and the angel power in her body burst out instantly, and a huge sun fire burned in the sky. An intense light surged from her angel holy sword, confronting Tang San's Shura domain. Don't you realize it yet? Shura sword of judgment. BBDong. Your ambitions end here. BBDong and Qian Renshue's faces were pale, and they screamed almost at the same time. The angel power and Rakshasa power were almost completely defeated by the Shura power in an instant. Qian Renshue's face was extremely peaceful, and she was not filled with despair because of her impending death. Calmly waiting for the coming death. BBDong, I don't owe you anything anymore. Sharon, Schwer, I'm here to see you. The blood-colored Shura demon sword was once able to split the dragon god in two, and now it can also easily cut the bodies of the Rakshasa god and the angel god. Chapter 24. The power of Ashura god's judgment was like a punishment from heaven, mercilessly slashing towards BBDong and Qian Renshue. At that moment, time seemed to freeze and the entire battlefield fell into dead silence. BBDong closed her eyes. She was already exhausted inside. Tired of this endless struggle, perhaps death is the best relief for her. Qian Renshue did not feel the pain of being pierced. She stared blankly at BBDong who was pierced by the Shura demon sword. Qian Renshue's pupils dilated in intense shock. She couldn't comprehend this sudden change. BBDong used up her last bit of strength to place Qian Renshue on the top of Jiaoling Pass. She looked at Qian Renshue deeply, her eyes filled with deep pain and endless regret, but more of it was deep love and concern for her daughter. Tang San flew down to the city wall. He did not make another move. BBDong was already dead, and Qian Renshue had lost her angel position. They no longer pose any threat. Even if they were in their prime, they would be no match for me now. Tang San's heart was filled with confidence, and the confidence that had been eroded by Sasuke returned. He was confident that even if Sasuke stood in front of him again, he could destroy him with one hand. Teacher, Hulaina rushed to BBDong's side. Looking at the dying BBDong, Hulaina choked with sobs and tears flowed like a spring. BBDong looked at Hulaina with a gentle light in her eyes. Nana, remember, no matter what, you have to stay strong and live on. BBDong turned her head with difficulty and looked at Qian Renshue. Her eyes were filled with deep regret. Schwer, I'm sorry for you, I couldn't give you a good life. Then BBDong looked at Yu Xiaojiang, her voice full of bitterness. Xiaogang, nice to see you again, am I ugly now? BBDong's voice was full of bitterness. Yu Xiaojiang said nothing and looked at BBDong coldly. She had no good feelings towards this woman who plunged the entire Douluo continent into war. Xiaogang, do you hate me very much? That's right, I was the one who hurt you like that, you will never forgive me, but do you know? You were once the man I loved most in my life, but now. You are lying. If you loved him, why did you destroy our Blue Lightning Dragon King family? This is what you call love. Xiaogang was rejected and humiliated by the family, I did what you couldn't do for him, I will not let go of anyone who dared to make him suffer. BBDong laughed happily, like a child who got her favorite toy. BBDong, Yu Xiaojiang looked at BBDong, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. He wanted to refute her words, but he couldn't find the right words. Xiao Gang, do you know? I once dreamed that the two of us could live together in Wuhuan City, you, me and our children. But now, everything has become the past. Xiao Gang, I want you to know why I left you in the first place. I think this is what you have always wanted to know. After hearing BBDong's story, Qian Renshue's face became a little dull. She simply couldn't imagine that this cold-blooded mother had such a past. Donger, you. Xiaojiang rushed forward with a touched look on his face and wanted to hug BBDong, but she gently pushed him away. Xiaojiang, don't come over, I don't want you to see me like this now. Tang San, I have never asked anyone for anything in my life, not even your teacher, now I beg you to promise me one thing. What's the matter? Tang San asked, his eyes flashing with complex light. BBDong took a deep breath, as if she was gathering all the courage in her heart. Please let my daughter Qian Renxue go. She is my only bloodline, and my only concern. I know that I have done many things to make you hate me, but I beg you, let Qian Renxue go. He is no longer the god of angels, and even his martial spirit has been broken. He can no longer pose any threat to the Tiando Empire. Everything was done by me. The Wuhuan Empire no longer exists today, and I just want them to live. Impossible, you know this is no longer something I can decide on my own. Tang San frowned, but the remnants of the spirit hall must be dealt with. Apart from anything else, Uchiha Sasuke, who killed his father, must die. BBDong, are you dreaming? The crimes of Spirit Hall are so heinous, how could they let them go just because of a word from you? Xiaojiang, Xiaoxue, they are my daughters no matter what, can you bear to watch them die? BBDong raised her upper body slightly and looked at Xiaojiang bitterly, looking full of sadness and beauty. The master felt a little soft-hearted, but after hesitating for a moment, he looked up at Tang San and said that he would do whatever he wanted. Tang San took a deep breath, nodded and said, I can let Qian Renxue go, but Uchiha Sasuke must die. BBDong's body softened, as if she had lost all her strength. Very good, BBDong raised her lips to a bitter smile, as if she was not surprised by Tang San's decision. Tang San turned and looked at Qian Renxue, his eyes full of determination. You heard what I said, you can live, but never set foot on the territory of the Heaven Do Empire again. Qian Renxue widened her eyes. She couldn't believe her ears. Her mother BBDong actually pleaded with the enemy for her. Her heart was filled with complex emotions, including gratitude to her mother and self-blame. Mom, Qian Renshue's voice was choked with sobs. She wanted to say something, but swallowed the words back when they reached her lips. Donger, the master suddenly grabbed BBDong's arm and burst into tears. He didn't expect that this cold and heartless woman would actually give so much for him. BBDong turned her head slightly, and used the last of her strength to gently stroke the master's face, revealing a satisfied smile. Xiao Gang, don't be sad, I can finally be free. Her voice became weaker and weaker, as if it was drifting away in the wind along with her life. The sword energy of the Shura god raged out again, covering everything around it in the shadow of death. However, at this final moment, there was no more fear in BBDong's eyes, only deep relief and calmness. Tang San stood aside with a heavy look in his eyes. He felt a little sad about BBDong's end, even though he had been her enemy. But at this moment, I am still full of respect for this senior. When a person is about to die, all the hatred seems to turn into dust. The anger and hatred in Tang San's heart slowly faded away, replaced by an inexplicable compassion. Qian Renxue knelt beside BBDong, tears streaming down her face. Her hands trembled as she held BBDong's hand tightly, not wanting to let go. At this moment, she was no longer an angel god, but just an ordinary daughter in the world, helpless in the face of her mother's departure. Her heart was torn into pieces by an emotion called sadness. The master's crying was like a kite with a broken string, floating helplessly in the air. The remaining soldiers of the Wuhuan Empire around also fell silent at this moment. They have witnessed too many separations and deaths, but BBDong's fall was undoubtedly the most shocking moment. She was the pillar of the empire and the turning point of this battle. With the death of this great god, the spirit hall seemed to have completely lost its backbone. Only Bai Ye had a strange look on his face. What if I gave her a chance to live again at this moment and she didn't die? In such a sentimental scene, should I go over and ruin the atmosphere? After thinking it over, Bai Ye decided to take action against those two old bastards first. This is because two powerful 150-level god kings, Poseidon and Azura god, are behind the scenes. I originally thought that the power of Xiao Wu's passionate love could create miracles. It turned out that there were two old bastards causing trouble, and I suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 25. Two figures, one blue and one red, floated in the air, watching everything on Douluo continent. A faint smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen something interesting. Did you see that? Tang San is really good at this. The man in blue said with a smile. But is this considered cheating? Shura. We are the law enforcers of the God realm, this is called breaking the law knowingly. Which eye of yours saw me take action? What proof do you have that I broke the law? Not yet. You hid your Asura power in his second martial soul, otherwise, how could he easily defeat an angel god and a Rakshasa god? The inheritor of the Rakshasa god has no ability to resist at all. And what about Tang San's resurrection? Poseidon was smiling, not looking serious at all, but his tone was full of questioning. I am just using the rules reasonably, I haven't violated the rules yet, besides, Tang San is the one I chose, and his fate is destined to be different. God Shura was a little confused. What happened to this sea god? Why did he bite him? Really? Poseidon was obviously not completely convinced. Don't forget, our duty is to maintain the order and rules of the divine world, not to manipulate and influence the fate of mortals. Why does it sound like you really want Tang San to die? The Asura god looked at the sea god coldly, his eyes filled with dangerous Asura power, as if he was ready to take action if they disagreed. Tang San's existence has disrupted the balance between the god realm and the human world, he holds two god positions, which is extremely rare in history. Poseidon's voice was somewhat serious. I don't know when you started to care so much about the rules of the god realm, can those so-called rules still constrain us, the ones who make the rules? It's just that I'm unwilling, but now my successor wants to give you half. Is your name written on him? Besides, we are the law enforcers of the god realm, and we are not allowed to violate the rules we set. The sea god showed a meaningful smile. Although these gods have the throne and can live forever. But they are also bound by the laws of the divine world, and each god has his own responsibilities. Passing down the throne this time also means that these gods can be lazy now. Just when the two were having fun, a space vortex appeared in front of them. A man wearing a swirling mask jumped out. He stood crookedly in a very frivolous manner, as if looking at the two people in front of him with great curiosity. Hello, two seniors, I am the new priest from the god realm, the two lord gods have committed a crime, please follow me to be investigated. Fei stood straight, his right hand tightly against his chest, then he slowly raised his hand until his elbow was parallel to his shoulder. His palms were facing down, his fingertips were pointing forward, and he made a standard salute gesture, but it looked very funny. Ha! You are such an interesting guy, we are the law enforcers of the god realm, and we are the second of the 5 great god kings of the god realm, when will it be the turn of a small priest like you to take charge? The sea god stretched lazily with a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of solemnity. Who are you? There was a flash of vigilance and murderous intent in Asura god's eyes. He did not recognize the priest in front of him. Moreover, there was no mark of priesthood on his body, which made him very confused. Me? I'm a newly promoted priest in the divine world, you can call me a Fae. 5 minutes later. Sasuke smiled as he watched the two god kings being dealt with by his clone Fae. If we go to fuck Tang San now, he won't be tricked by Lao Yin, right? At the Jialing Pass battlefield, Sasuke instantly appeared in the middle of the crowd. Sasuke clapped his hands, signaling everyone to look at him. You didn't really think you won, did you? But it's amazing, the god of the sea, the god of Shura, 2 gods, wow. Sasuke walked towards the crowd leisurely, as if he was strolling down the street, completely unaware of the strange atmosphere at the scene. Sasuke, stop fighting, we have already lost the war, leave quickly. BBDong spat out a mouthful of blood, her voice weak and hoarse. Leave? Why should I leave? I'm here to take Tang San's life, but is it really okay, teacher? You're flirting with your ex in front of me, your current boyfriend, I'll be jealous. Jealous? BBDong was stunned. She looked at Sasuke in confusion, obviously not understanding what the word meant. Sasuke smiled without saying anything, just gently stroking the Kusanagi sword in his hand, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, I'm going to kill you, listen to me, I'm using this sword to avenge Sharon. Qianrenshua gritted her teeth, gathered all her strength into the holy sword of angels in her hand, and stabbed at Sasuke. Sasuke was a little confused. He didn't understand why this honest child shouted so loudly during a sneak attack. Are you looking down on me? Sasuke's eyes turned cold, and his figure flashed like a ghost, avoiding Qianrenshua's attack. Do you think I dare not kill you? Qianrenshua stared at Sasuke angrily, her eyes full of hatred and resentment. You are not qualified to be my enemy, as Sasuke finished his words. Several black sticks pierced Qianrenshua's heart and limbs. The powerful chakra raged inside the black sticks, instantly destroying the vitality in Qianrenshua's body. Schwer. BBDong's eyes widened. She lay weakly on the ground, watching everything that was happening in front of her, but she could not accept this fact. It's too late to mourn the passing of the angel god Qianrenxue. Next to appear is the only true god of the Wuhuan Empire, the god of creation and destruction. The first Wuhuan emperor of Douluo continent, the creator of the pure land of the underworld, and the god of life and death, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's words exploded on the battlefield like thunder, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. The soldiers of the Spirit Hall Empire widened their eyes, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. BBDong's tears slid to the ground, and Qianrenshue's body lay in front of her. And the man who called himself God was coldly announcing the end of the war. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura came, and a figure flashed across the sky like lightning, heading straight towards Sasuke. Sasuke. Die. Humph, I hate people like you who start fighting before others finish speaking. Sasuke snorted coldly, swung the Kusanagi sword in his hand, and an extremely sharp sword energy came towards Tang San. The two forces collided in the center of the battlefield, and the huge shock wave made the surrounding air seem to solidify. For a moment, all the sounds on the battlefield disappeared, leaving only the two figures confronting each other. The Poseidon trident and the Kusanagi sword collided in the air, emitting dazzling flames. Tang San and Sasuke looked at each other coldly, and their power seemed to tear the sky apart. Do you think you can defeat me just because you have the status of a god? Sasuke sneered, his eyes full of provocation. An ant is still just an ant after all, even if you become a god, you are still a bug. This is the second time I wrote it, and I had a bit of a writer's block because I was rewriting it and had forgotten all the previous plots. There is no creative passion and inspiration, so the writing is a bit stiff. Chapter 26. Tang San's voice echoed in the empty battlefield. The power of God lies not only in destruction, but also in creation and protection. If you forget this, you will never become a true god. As Tang San finished his words, a huge blue shadow suddenly appeared behind him. That is the image of the sea god, its eyes are full of majesty and depth. And around Tang San's body, an invisible wave quietly spread out. It was a manifestation of his inner divinity, the breath of the ocean, the ripple of life. Sasuke still had a disdainful smile on his face. You're just bluffing. Summoning technique. Come on, Nine Tails. Sasuke's pupil power activated, and he formed seals with his hands. A nine-tailed demon fox hundreds of meters tall appeared on the battlefield surrounded by smoke. Its appearance immediately made the atmosphere on the battlefield more tense. The ferocious aura of the nine-tailed demon fox contrasts sharply with the tranquility and majesty of the sea god. That is, Xiao Wu's pupils shrank. That was Bai Ye's nine-tailed fox. Why was it in Sasuke's hands? Uchiha Sasuke, what did you do to Byakuya? Answer me. Tang San's voice was filled with anger, his eyes fixed on Sasuke. Bai Ye? Are you talking about the original owner of this nine-tailed fox? Who knows? I'm afraid he won't be safe and sound. You bastard. Xiao Wu couldn't help but scream, her eyes filled with tears and hatred. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Wu rushed towards Sasuke angrily. Xiao Wu, don't go over there, Ning Rongrong's voice suddenly rang out. She reached out and grabbed Xiao Wu, who was impulsive. He wants you to do this. Xiao Wu looked at Ning Rongrong with tearful eyes and took a deep breath. He knew losing his mind now would not help the situation. When the situation was about to reach a stalemate, Hulaina completely misunderstood the atmosphere and ran to Sasuke as if no one was there. Sasuke, why did you want to kill Qianrenxue? Aren't we all from the Spirit Hall? Hulaina didn't quite understand why Sasuke wanted to kill Qianrenxue. Sasuke, why did you kill Yuki? Don't you know she's my daughter? BBDong looked at her most beloved disciple, feeling somewhat puzzled and aggrieved. She didn't understand why Sasuke wanted to kill him in such a way. You mean if she wants to kill me, I have to stand there and wait for her to kill me? Sasuke didn't quite understand what was going on in their train of thought. People must pay the price for their choices. Since you have chosen to be the enemy, then your life and death will be left to fate. I just recycled that useless clone. This so-called angel god just kept staring at him. Even rabbits will bite when they are angry. You really think you are a soft persimmon? BBDong was speechless. Although Sasuke's words were cold, they were undoubtedly the truth. But she still couldn't accept the reality that Sasuke killed her daughter so easily. Teacher, when did you become so sentimental? I thought we were the same kind of people. When I first met you, you seemed to be cold and ruthless, as if you wanted to destroy the whole world. Now it seems that you also have a soft spot. Sasuke said sarcastically, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. After the power of Rakshasa was suppressed by the power of Shura, the style of this woman changed suddenly. Could it be that the person is about to die and his words are good, so he wants to whitewash himself? Are you kidding me? The lives of millions of people in the Spirit Hall Empire actually depend on these two love brains. If you are cleared of all charges, then did the deaths of the others come in vain? BBDong was silent. She knew that Sasuke was telling the truth. She was indeed a cold-blooded person, but now her heart began to waver. She was no longer the devil who only knew how to kill and destroy. She began to learn how to love and be loved. Now she no longer wants to start a war, although she doesn't know why she didn't die. And he didn't know when the Shura divine power that was destroying his life all the time disappeared. Sasuke, I command you as the Pope to stop, this is enough. BBDong's voice was filled with irresistible majesty and at the same time, pleading. Is that enough? The resentment and hatred of the hundreds of thousands of people who died in the Wuhuan Empire are just brushed aside like that? BBDong was silent. She knew that this war was inevitable. She also knew that no matter what she said, she could not bring back the lives that had already died. I know that I can't repay the debt I owe, but I can't let more people die because of me. BBDong's voice was full of determination. I will repay all this with my life. Your life? Sasuke sneered. Do you think your life can repay the grievances of millions of people? You are too naive. Sasuke took a deep breath, he felt so pathetic. The two great gods of the Wuhuan Empire actually started a war of gods for such a ridiculous reason. But I chose to end it for such a ridiculous reason. You are all happy, but what about all those people who have sacrificed their lives because of your willfulness and hatred? Are they just pawns manipulated at will by you so-called high and mighty gods? BBDong, don't forget, what was the cause of this war? Was it because of your ambition, your desire, or your love? Or maybe because of your hatred? And now, you actually want to end it all with a life? Do you think this is possible? Sasuke's eyes were full of coldness, he was not a saint. But since he is the holy son of the Spirit Hall, he must be responsible for these deaths. Peace. Love. Justice. What does he care about these things that only decent people would think about? Is he an unforgivable villain? BBDong was speechless. She knew that her sin was serious and her life could never pay for it. However, she really didn't know how else she could repay him. I am willing to fight to the death, Your Majesty, why did you surrender first? Is such an unreliable thing worthy of so many people following it? Now that things have come to this, you tell me that you regret it, that you have become a better person, and that you will change. Sasuke's voice was filled with calm. Suddenly I feel that the people in this world are so strange. The villain who wants to destroy the world one moment wants to be whitewashed the next moment. Then everyone is happy together, as if all the past hatred can be wiped out. Tang San looked at Sasuke quietly, his eyes filled with hatred. The master patted his shoulder and said, Tang San, calm down. Tang San turned to look at the master, the hatred in his eyes faded slightly. He knew that being impulsive now would only put him in a worse predicament. He had just tested Sasuke's strength, and it was very strong. And for some reason, my strength has been weakening. It was even worse than the moment when he just became a god. He didn't think he could defeat Sasuke easily. Is it because I was injured too badly? I know, Tang San took a deep breath and calmed down the anger in his heart. Uchiha Sasuke, what exactly do you want to do? Golden Crocodile Douluo had a heavy expression on his face. He was very sad about Qianrenshue's death, but he also knew that now was not the time to be sad. The Wuhuan Empire will no longer allow another war, and the entire Wuhuan Empire is close to collapse. Morale had hit a low point and it was no longer possible to continue fighting. Chapter 27. What do I want to do? Sasuke smiled lightly, his eyes became cold again. What I want to do is simple, I want to end it all. End it all. Everyone looked puzzled. They didn't understand what Sasuke wanted to end. Yes, end it all, Sasuke's voice was full of determination. I will use my power to end this meaningless war and end the hatred and killing in this world. I will bring you an equal death, no matter if you are a god or a soul master, a soul beast or an ordinary person, I will bear all the evil in the world and walk towards the starry sky with the grave of civilization. As Sasuke finished his words, his body began to swell and turned into a huge black shadow. The dead souls from all over the world began to gather towards his body. The endless resentment and hatred, the overwhelming sadness and despair, gathered on Sasuke like a dark torrent. Come, feel the evil of this world. Sasuke's voice seemed to come from the underworld, full of depth and indifference. That is, then, what exactly is it? Souls, the souls of the entire world are gathering towards this place. Oh my God! Time is slowing down, the speed at which our time flows has actually changed. At this moment, everyone looked at the sky in shock. Endless darkness began to cover the entire planet. Everyone felt a chill rushing up from their tail vertebrae. Tang San looked at everything that was happening before his eyes, his heart filled with shock and uneasiness. He could feel the power emanating from Sasuke growing at an alarming rate. It was a power that even he was afraid of. This is, Ning Rongrong's voice trembled, her face was as pale as paper, and she was obviously frightened by the scene before her. What is he going to do? Does he want to destroy the world? Sasuke, wait. BBDong instinctively felt very uneasy. At this moment, they felt as if some great terror was about to befall them. That figure seemed to exist from eternity, and time and space were distorted in his body. It seemed as if the entire universe and starry sky were shrouded in darkness. At this moment, people from the entire Douluo continent, and even the entire star field, felt an inexplicable uneasiness. A very bad premonition came over me. Everyone's life began to slip away rapidly, their vitality was drained away, and their souls were devoured. Time is passing by at an incredible speed. BBDong stared blankly at the scene in front of her, and could only see endless light. The scene was hazy and he couldn't see anything. When I opened my eyes again, the whole world was shrouded in fog. The corpses were piled up like mountains all over the ground, and even though she was the Rakshasa god in charge of evil thoughts, she felt very uncomfortable. And she felt like she had forgotten a lot of things. What exactly had she forgotten? What on earth happened? BBDong's face froze. A human hand and a giant hand holding up the sky appeared in the void, like a god descending. Divine punishment. This is divine punishment. Everyone's faces turned pale. All of this was beyond their understanding. The huge hand reached out to grab them, as if it wanted to swallow them all. Run! Someone shouted, and everyone started to run in all directions, trying to escape the coverage of this big hand. However, how can their speed compare with this big hand? In front of it, they are as small as ants. Is this what you want? You want to destroy the world. However, his doubts were destined to remain unanswered. Douluo continent, Wuhuan city, Saint Maiden Hala room that is gorgeously decorated yet warm. A woman with long cold purple hair and a noble and beautiful face was lying on the bed. However, her sleeping face was full of fear, and her delicate and beautiful face looked a little hideous and terrifying at this moment. No! Sasuke, you can't do this. BBDong screamed in fear. She opened her eyes and sat on the bed, gasping for breath. Strands of sweat dripped down her pretty face along with her fear. What's going on? Why am I having this dream? BBDong was panicked, her face was pale and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. Teacher, what's wrong with you? A concerned voice was heard, and Hulaina walked in quickly. Seeing BBDong's appearance, she couldn't help but be shocked. I had a nightmare, a terrible nightmare. BBDong said tremblingly, her eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Nightmare? Hulaina frowned, then walked to BBDong and patted her back gently. It's okay, it's just a dream. Hulaina had never seen a teacher so frightened. She always thought that teachers were serious and indifferent people who rarely showed such an expression. Yeah, BBDong nodded gently. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Teacher, you just said that Sasuke can't do something? Hulaina asked with some confusion. She didn't know who Sasuke was, and the spirit hall had never heard of such a person. It's okay, it's just a dream, BBDong gritted her teeth and calmed her rapid breathing. But that dream lingered in her mind like a demon, and she couldn't let it go. The Sasuke in the dream, that cold and ruthless god, wanted to destroy the world and make all life disappear. The endless darkness and deep despair made her feel extremely terrified. It took BBDong a long time to come back to his senses. He felt his body was so weak that even standing up was difficult. Nana, what do you think God is? BBDong's eyes flashed with confusion. Seeing Sasuke devouring everyone in the world must have been a huge shock to her. Gods. Hulaina was stunned. She had never thought about this question. I don't know, I only know that they are great, holy and loving, but at the same time they have unparalleled power and can easily destroy all lives that disobey them. But do they really have the right to do that? Why do they decide the life or death of a life? Why do they decide the fate of the world? Only after experiencing death can one understand the value of life. At this time, BBDong had been killed and began to doubt her life. Hulaina was silent. She didn't know how to answer this question. In her opinion, gods are supreme beings and everything they do is right. She also felt that this was very unlike a teacher, as a teacher would never show such a vulnerable side. Nana, Please go out first, I want to be alone. BBDong came back to her senses and her face blushed slightly. He suppressed the shame and fear in his heart and tried to appear calm. Huliena looked at BBDong, her eyes full of worry. But she knew that there were some things he shouldn't know, so she didn't ask any more questions. Something that could scare even the teacher must not be something that he could access at his level. So she just nodded slightly and walked out of the room quietly. Chapter 28. BBDong watched Huliena leave, and then fell into her own thoughts again. That dream about Sasuke. She feared that it was not just a dream, but a real prophecy that foreshadowed the destruction of the world. It's not too late, as long as we find Uchiha Sasuke and kill him in advance, nothing will happen. She stood up from the bed and started to organize her clothes. BBDong walked out of the room, looked at the sky outside, and took a deep breath. He felt how pathetic his previous self was, actually losing himself in hatred and desire for the so-called love. No matter it is the hypocritical Yu Xiaojang. It was still Qian Renxue, the daughter to whom he owed his whole life. How real that dream was, and yet how terrifying it was. He simply couldn't believe that this world still hid so many powerful beings. It was just a fleeting glimpse, but it possessed so much power that could easily destroy the entire Douluo continent. But it doesn't matter, nothing has happened yet, no matter who gave this dream. Or maybe it was a joke from some god. But none of this happened, and everything can start over again. If it was really like in that dream, such a powerful being would actually be his disciple. So, can I also possess such power? That Yu Xiaojang is not worthy of his love at all. I have given so much for him, but in the end he still put on a hypocritical attitude and wanted to kill me. If it wasn't for Xiaoxue, she would never have begged this disgusting person. This kind of extremely self-centered man who never considers her perspective is selfish and hypocritical and is not worthy of her love at all. It's ridiculous that I didn't see through it until I was dying. No, I must take revenge on this selfish, hypocritical guy. BBDong severely condemned Yu Xiaojang in her heart. However, BBDong completely forgot that she was not a good person either. Her heart was filled with hatred, as if the whole world owed her something. He turned his tragic experience into ambition, desire, and hatred, shrouding the people of the world in the horror of war. But where exactly is Sasuke at this moment? The dream didn't tell me at all. BBDong was seriously thinking about every person and every word in the dream. This didn't say anything about where Sasuke was at that moment. I just vaguely remember that Uchiha Sasuke, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, rose from obscurity. He was also humiliated and went through a series of hardships. Finally, with his unremitting perseverance, he reached the position of the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Time passed bit by bit, and when the morning sun began to shine into the room, BBDong hurriedly packed her clothes and walked towards the Pope's palace. She desperately wanted to verify whether the dream was real, but her heart was filled with fear. Is it really possible for her to plot against such a god? That's not right, that's not right. The dream said that Uchiha Sasuke was still a down-and-out soul master with a useless third-level martial arts soul. If what was said in the dream was true, then what a great opportunity it would be for me. BBDong is eager to seize this opportunity, perhaps she can replace Uchiha Sasuke. Her eyes were bloodshot, her heart was filled with fanaticism and greed, and she felt that something was wrong with her. When she came out of that dream, she had changed, but she didn't care. No one can refuse eternal, supreme power, and such power is enough for her to pay any price for it. She could have tolerated being a tiny insect if she had never seen the grandeur of the future. But now she has seen it, and experienced it herself. How can I bear to be a small, ugly insect again? Will it become a handful of dirt after 100 years? Family? Friendship? Love? Rights? What does it matter in the face of death? BBDong's face was grim. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, she would try. The power of God. She would not allow anyone other than herself to control it. Even if that person is a god. And the Coconut Grove City is 100 miles away from the Spirit Hall. Your martial soul. Eyes? This is a martial soul that has never appeared before. Sarens looked into the eyes of the young man in front of him and found that this was a martial spirit he had never seen before. The cold eye power slowly flowed in Sasuke's pupils, and the three Magatama inside his pupils were constantly rotating. An evil aura spread around, and the surrounding air seemed to be affected by this force. The surrounding temperature is constantly decreasing. What kind of martial spirit is this? Salens asked curiously, his heart full of doubts and curiosity. My martial spirit. The Sharingan. It is the inherited martial spirit of the Uchiha clan. Let's take a look at the innate soul power. Sarens curled his lips. What about inheriting the martial spirit? Look at how tattered his clothes are, how could he be of noble blood? And I've never even heard of that damn Uchiha clan. I guess this is another scammer trying to get into the spirit hall. However, Salen still decided to take a look at his innate soul power. After all, the spirit hall never lets go of any potential genius. Then, under the guidance of Sarens, Sasuke walked to the hexagonal magic circle formed by 6 black soul stones. From this we can see that there really is such a thing as formation in this world. However, it is unknown how this formation compares to the formations in the ninja world. Sarens pointed to the center of the magic circle and said, "Stand inside." Sasuke didn't hesitate, he walked straight into the center of the magic circle, closed his eyes and began to mobilize his soul power. As Sarens' soul power was injected, golden light lit up. Under Sarens' expectant gaze, the crystal ball emitted a dim blue light and then disappeared. What? Your innate soul power is only at level 3, it's another useless soul, the test is complete, get lost. Sarens waved his hand, indicating that Sasuke could leave. Sasuke looked a little unhappy. He had been working part-time to earn money these days. He also stole money from several soul masters who bullied men and women before he saved up enough money to buy 10 gold soul coins. I finally scraped together enough money to awaken in the spirit hall, but this is the result. Sarens' disdain and contempt pierced Sasuke's heart like a needle. He gritted his teeth, turned and left the testing area. The original plan of Spirit Hall at the beginning was to have Sasuke transform into a villain in 20,000 words, and also arranged for an original character to be sacrificed. But considering that this is a fan fiction, I thought about it and decided to give up and change the beginning. I wrote too much and forgot the time, so the update is an hour late. Sorry. I just saw the recommendation votes from my friends and realized that I forgot to update. Chapter 29. Sarens looked at Sasuke's departing back and felt happy in his heart. No one has ever been so arrogant in my territory. With only a 3rd level soul power, you still want to make a name for yourself in the spirit hall. Someone, lock this kid up, lock him up for 2 days, let him learn a lesson, don't think you can run wild in the spirit hall just because you are a human being. Sarens snorted coldly and signaled his men to drag Sasuke out. What are you doing? Let me go. Sasuke struggled to break free from these people's restraints, but his strength was too weak and he could not fight against these soul masters at all. Sasuke was dragged into a small dark room and thrown in roughly. He got up in a panic and glared at the guards outside the door, "You'd better not mess with me, or I will make you regret it." The guard sneered and closed the door, "We'll talk when you come out." Sasuke kicked the door angrily, but instead of opening it, he hurt his foot. "I hope the Spirit Hall prison provides meals. I don't have money to eat anymore." 6 hours later, Sasuke looked at the bowl of porridge that had obviously cooled and gone bad, and angrily threw the bowl at the prison door. "You're just going to eat this? Shit." The guard heard the voice and sneered, "Just stay there and enjoy your delicious food." They obviously had no intention of treating Sasuke any better. 3 days later, Sasuke was imprisoned for another day because he damaged a bowl. Sasuke silently sent an email to his main body. In the current situation, he couldn't even afford to eat. We can only rely on the main body's food reserves. Ding, you have obtained 430 destiny points. Ding, you have obtained the top-level Thunder Attribute Affinity. Ding, you have obtained Lightning Escape LV1. After 1 day. You're lucky, kid. Go away. Next time, remember to watch your eyes. Sarens looked at Sasuke coldly, his eyes full of contempt. Although he didn't know why His Holiness the Pope was looking for this kid. But his father is the 7th elder of the Spirit Hall, so even if the Pope wants to make a move on him, he has to think twice. Besides, he didn't think that BBDong would alienate the Pope's people for the sake of a kid with innate 3rd level soul power. Sasuke just looked at him coldly without replying. But it was obvious that the feud had been formed, and Sasuke knew that there was no point in saying harsh words at this time. If he really dares to say something like, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, he will probably be put in jail again. The key is that he doesn't even care about the food. Wuhuan City, Pope's Palace. Under BBDong's orders, the Spirit Hall's top leaders began to act nervously. Your Holiness, we have found out that Uchiha Sasuke was imprisoned in Coconut Grove City 3 days ago for provoking the Platinum Bishop Salens. The information shows that it is just a waste soul with innate 3rd level soul power. Could it be that we found the wrong one? Waste martial spirit. Bring him here. Whether he is or not, I will know after seeing him in person. Coconut Grove City, Flower Language Street, ah. Sasuke sneezed, his face was a little pale. After being locked up in prison for 4 consecutive days, his body could not bear it anymore. I lost a lot this time. Not only did I lose 10 gold soul coins, but I also didn't get any prison food. I'm also having health problems. Tongzi, give me some cold medicine, or I'm afraid I won't make it through the night. Ding, deduct 5 life points, and gain lives. Why is the name of this cold medicine so unlucky? Sasuke was speechless, but he had no choice at this point. A blush appeared on his face as he looked at the bustling streets around him. He found an empty corner, took out some cold medicine from the system space, and swallowed a few pills. Then he fell into a drowsy sleep. Sasuke, wake up. A gentle voice sounded in his ears. Sasuke opened his eyes dazedly and found himself in the arms of a charming and beautiful woman. Who are you? Sasuke looked at her warily. It's bad. I encountered a human trafficker from another world. It's over. Evil Soul Master. Am I going to become a sacrifice in some mysterious blood sacrifice ritual? The woman smiled slightly. I am Yuguan, and I am here to pick you up on the orders of His Holiness the Pope. Yuguan. His Holiness the Pope. Sasuke blinked. Was it the Yuguan he was thinking of? His eyes passed over Yuguan's delicate face like a baby and looked at his neck. Adam's apple. This person is actually a man. That's right. This is BBDong's loyal lackey, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, who possesses the cultivation level of a titled Douluo. Little guy, let me take you to take a bath first. You smell musty. Yuguan gave a kind smile. Although I don't know why His Holiness the Pope suddenly changed his mind and decided to take Sasuke to a hotel to observe him carefully. Yuguan felt that it was unnecessary. It was just a useless innate level 3 martial spirit. Was it necessary to be so cautious? Could it be that this kid is hiding some unknown secrets? Yuguan's eyes were full of inquiry. But he looked at the dirty Sasuke. He immediately shifted his gaze, as if looking at her any longer would dirty his eyes. Yuguan covered his nose with some disgust. However, Sasuke's outfit is not suitable for meeting His Holiness the Pope now. Sasuke was not angry. He knew that in this world, strength was respected and his current strength was far from enough. Although he had many doubts in his mind, he was very tactful and did not ask anything. Yuguan brought Sasuke to a luxurious bathroom in the spirit hall, where the facilities were many times better than the place he had lived in before. Little guy, take a bath first. I'll prepare some food for you. Yuguan put Sasuke at the bathroom door and turned to leave. Sasuke walked into the bathroom and looked at the luxurious facilities in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this spirit hall was really wealthy. He took off his clothes and stepped into the bathtub, feeling the warm water wrapping around his body. The depression in his heart was slightly relieved. After taking a shower, Sasuke put on the clean clothes that Yuguan prepared for him, and he looked refreshed. He followed Yuguan to an elegant room filled with all kinds of delicious food, emitting tempting aromas. Eat, these are all prepared specially for you. Yuguan smiled slightly and motioned Sasuke to sit down and enjoy. Ding, food that meets the quality standards is being collected. Millennium Jade Ginseng stewed with Gastrodia elata, a tonic soup for the brain and an excellent tonic for restoring soul power. System price, 10 life points. Braised Centennial Earth Dragon Tendon, it has the effect of strengthening tendons and bones, enhancing the body's elasticity and strength. System price, 15 life points. Chapter 30. Besides, how could a titled Douluo kill him with poison? With just a few clicks of his fingers, he can kill the 2-level rookie in seconds. Sasuke began to eat with relish, enjoying every dish. He felt that his body was recovering strength bit by bit, and his soul power was slowly increasing. Yuguan smiled secretly in his heart and calmly inquired about Sasuke's background. Little boy, why are you wandering around Coconut Grove City alone? Where are your parents? Sasuke stopped what he was doing and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice choking with sobs. My parents were unfortunately killed in a soul beast attack. I luckily escaped and have been wandering in Coconut Grove City ever since. After hearing this, Yuguan was silent for a while. He knew the dangers of this world and felt sympathy for Sasuke's experience. Don't worry, you are safe now. His Holiness the Pope will arrange your life. Sasuke nodded slightly, feeling relieved. My origins really don't stand up to scrutiny, but so what? Countless people die at the hands of soul beasts in this world every day. Yuguan patted his back gently and consoled him. Okay, little one, have a good rest after you've eaten. You will see His Holiness the Pope tomorrow. After a full meal, Sasuke was arranged by Yuguan to rest in a warm and comfortable guest room. As the night deepened, the moonlight penetrated the window lattice and sprinkled on Sasuke's peaceful sleeping face. Yuguan stared at the door for a moment. He couldn't see anything special about this child that would deserve so much attention from His Holiness the Pope. Although he had many doubts in his heart, he was still a loyal subordinate. Yuguan knew that some things could not be speculated casually. He closed the door gently and his figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Wuhuan City, Pope's Palace. BBDong leaned lazily on the Pope's throne, wearing a purple and gold long dress. The hem of her clothes was embroidered with exquisite purple and gold patterns, and she wore a phoenix crown on her head, looking extremely noble. This long skirt is extremely fitted, outlining her perfect figure. Especially the fullness of her chest, which almost burst the fabric. There was a purple glow in her eyes, as if she could see through people's hearts, but also with a bit of laziness and charm. Yuguan, what do you think of that child? BBDong's voice is low and magnetic, as sweet as a nightingale. Although she looked lazy, BBDong actually felt a chill all over her body. A chill rushed from the coccyx to the top of the head. She felt like she was testing the edge of a cliff, and if she wasn't careful she would fall into an endless abyss. Your Holiness, that child, he. Yuguan was a little hesitant, because he knew how much BBDong valued the child. But he really didn't see anything special about the child, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. BBDong looked at Yuguan's hesitation, her heart full of anticipation, a hint of a smile on her lips. Tell me, I want to know all the details. Yuguan took a deep breath. He knew BBDong's character. If he didn't say it, she would probably be even more suspicious. That kid, he eats a lot, Yuguan said. BBDong was stunned. Can he eat? Yes, he can eat a lot. He ate all the food I prepared for him, and he ate it very happily, Yuguan said. BBDong's two perfect white calves were crossed together. One toe was swaying gently, and one jade foot, wearing a purple crystal high heel, was suspended in the air. She tilted her head slightly, and a hint of amusement flashed in her purple eyes. She rested her elbows on the armrests of the Pope's throne, lifted her chin slightly with her fingers, and a faint smile appeared on BBDong's lips. Being able to eat is a good thing. People who can enjoy delicious food are those who love life. BBDong's voice was soft and lazy, as if stating an indisputable fact. But are you teasing me? There was a hint of danger in BBDong's eyes. She had waited for a whole day and this was the answer she got. There was a terrifying evil aura emanating from her, and a strong murderous aura gushed out from her. Her eyes were cold, filled with bloodthirsty evil and all kinds of negative emotions, and the entire hall was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. Yuguan was shocked by BBDong's aura. He didn't know what had touched BBDong's danger line. Now he feels that serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. Yuguan took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to be afraid. But he really didn't know what was so special about that child. Your Holiness, I. Yuguan tried to explain, but BBDong's eyes made him feel extremely frightened. He felt as if he was in an icy hell, unable to move, and could only wait for death to come. BBDong looked at Yuguan, the indifference and bloodthirstiness in her eyes became even stronger, her voice was as cold as ice. Do you have anything else to say? The child's martial soul is a pair of red eyes, and there are 3 in the eyes that are like 3 Magatama. It seems to be the Pope, you said. Yuguan paused, as if he was recalling what the name of this martial soul was. Sharingan. BBDong took a deep breath, her heart filled with fear. She forced herself not to recall those eyes. Those eyes, like those of a demon, were filled with the breath of evil and death, as if they could devour all life. Red eyes, 3 Magatama. BBDong's mouth twitched, and her voice trembled a little. You mean, that child's martial spirit is the Sharingan? Yuguan, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? BBDong tried hard to make her voice sound calm and relaxed. But his legs constantly crossing under his purple and gold skirt revealed the fact that he was in a state of extreme tension and fear. There is no doubt that if anyone dares to touch her now, they will be greeted with her rage and attack. Your Holiness, I am absolutely not mistaken, the child's martial soul is indeed the Sharingan you mentioned, Yuguan said firmly, his voice full of affirmation. Moonlight doesn't understand what this martial soul represents. Why does His Holiness the Pope attach so much importance to that child? P.S. I recently encountered a very heart-wrenching question while reading book reviews. Some people accuse the protagonist of being too hypocritical and disgusting. Even more disgusting than Tang San, the author was speechless after being criticized. To be honest, the character of Bai Ye was not designed to be a saint from the very beginning. It is not perfect, nor does it have the lofty goal of achieving world peace. He may even be lazy, slack off, and lack perseverance. He will be selfish and do things for the sake of strength. Chapter 31. Yuguan walked out of the hotel, feeling grateful for having survived the disaster. Yuguan returned to his room. He needed to calm down. He knew he couldn't lose his composure in front of Sasuke. He sat on the edge of the bed, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. Little did he know that he was not the only one who felt this way. BBDong's eyes were wide open, filled with lingering horror and fear. I don't know why. Just now, when she wanted to attack Sasuke, she felt a fatal sense of crisis, as if she was being stared at by an extremely terrifying existence. She almost thought she was going to die just now. BBDong clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into the flesh. Ding, BBDong's fear detected, soul power level 4 obtained. Ding, current soul power level 10, total chakra increased by 40. Current chakra, 100 chunin average 500. Sasuke frowned, somewhat confused. Hulaina walked up to Sasuke and smiled, determined to complete the task assigned by the teacher. Excuse me sir, how can I help you? Hulaina's voice is soft and sweet. Sasuke turned to look at Hulaina, who was wearing a light blue dress. The hem of her skirt swayed gently in the wind, like a blooming blue enchantress. A pair of pink and purple eyes are full of charm, the nose is high and the red lips are slightly parted. She is obviously just a young girl, but she exudes a pure yet mature charm. The light golden pink short hair gently brushed across her cheeks, making her look fresh and charming. I'm fine, I just remembered something. Sasuke smiled slightly, his eyes a little unfocused. Hulaina nodded slightly and tried her best to release her charming soul skills. She didn't believe that she couldn't charm a little kid. If there's anything I can help you with, please let me know. Hulaina said with a smile, her voice full of tenderness. What's your name? Sasuke asked curiously. My name is Hulaina, Hulaina smiled sweetly. Hulaina, your eyes are so beautiful, Sasuke couldn't help but say. A blush appeared on Hulaina's face. She lowered her head and her voice became softer. Thank you for your compliment. Sasuke looked at Hulaina's shy appearance and an inexplicable feeling rose in his heart. His hand unconsciously reached out to Hulaina's cheek, wanting to touch the blush. Hulaina was shocked by Sasuke's behavior, but did not resist. You are so beautiful, Sasuke's voice was low and magnetic, and his eyes were full of confusion. Sasuke's fingers gently slid onto Hulaina's red lips. His eyes revealed a hint of desire. He gently leaned down, ready to kiss Hulaina. Hulaina looked at Sasuke's lustful eyes and couldn't help feeling a little contempt in her heart, but more of it was pride. Looking at Sasuke who wanted to kiss her, Hulaina felt unbelievable and nauseous. Just as Sasuke was about to kiss Hulaina, a cold voice suddenly sounded in Sasuke's mind. Ding, Hulaina's strangeness detected, God of Killing territory obtained. Killing God Field, a field formed by murderous aura that can enhance one's own momentum and weaken the enemy's strength. Ding, BBDong's killing intention detected, obtained a million-year soul ring, immortal body. Immortality, you are a man who is rejected by the concept of death itself. Even if your body is shattered by the enemy's attack, you can reassemble it. Passive buff elementalization, your body can be transformed into energy, and can be transformed into any element of the world, fire, water, thunder, wind and other energy forms. You can easily avoid any energy attribute attack. You are the darling of nature, and all the energy of the world will be your weapon. Hulaina, Hulaina, BBDong. Killing intent. Sasuke mumbled, as if trying to remember something. He always felt that these two names were very familiar. He wanted to forcibly break free from Hulaina's control, but he was unable to mobilize the soul power in his body at all. Wait. BBDong. Killing intent. Hulaina. The holy maiden of the spirit hall. But with the arrival of the god of death's field and when faced with the threat to his life, Sasuke slammed on the brakes. He now felt a chill in his heart. Did he tease the holy maiden of the spirit hall? BBDong's killing intent? How angry must she be to have the killing intent of a million-year spirit ring? How much BBDong wants herself to die? With the arrival of the god of killing's domain, the bloody aura of killing began to quietly spread in Sasuke's body. Sasuke's eyes turned into scarlet Mangeki Sharingan, cold, bloodthirsty, and evil, as if he was a demon from hell staring at the world. Sasuke looked at Hulaina with murderous eyes, and that bloodthirsty murderous aura made Hulaina shudder. Hulaina was so scared that she took a step back. BBDong's memories from the future were actually facilitated by the future protagonist. You can understand it as taking advantage of her for the second time. But as long as BBDong dares to take action against the protagonist of this era, the backup plan will be triggered. Chapter 32. There seemed to be an unusual aura deep in his eyes. Full of madness, distortion, darkness, evil, and destruction, the murderous aura in him could no longer be suppressed. The Rakshasa power hidden in the soul ring suddenly burst out with full force. This soul ring is a million-year-old soul ring extracted from BBDong, and is equivalent to a divine skill. The air around seemed to freeze at this moment. His aura suddenly spread out, and even the titled Douluo level strongmen felt a little breathless. You are seducing me? Why? Sasuke's tone was flat, he was filled with anxiety. He didn't understand why he was worthy of them doing this. Yuguan would have been fine, but Hyena also appeared, and appeared in this way. This feeling of knowing nothing and feeling like you're being plotted against is really bad. Sasuke's voice woke Hyena up, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. She had never been so close to death before. After all, she was just a girl in her early teens. In the face of death, the fear in my heart can no longer be suppressed. Her tears immediately flowed down, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Hyena looked at Sasuke with tears in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Sasuke, what do you want? Ah. Sasuke was stunned, then he realized that he seemed to have gone a little too far just now. It seems that Hyena really didn't do anything. Sasuke was a little embarrassed. If he apologized properly at this time, would BBDong forgive him? I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. Sasuke smiled slightly, his eyes full of tenderness, as if all the murderous intent and coldness just now were just an illusion. Hyena was stunned. She didn't expect that someone could change his expression so quickly. It's okay, I'm just a little tired. Sasuke smiled slightly, then turned and left. Hyena looked at Sasuke's receding back, her heart full of doubts. The person who was about to kiss me just now suddenly became cold. Did he really just want to have fun with himself? Sasuke sat at the window on the second floor of the hotel and looked out at the scenery of Wuhuan City. My heart was full of doubts, and I didn't understand why there was such an inexplicable murderous intent. But even if I knew, what could I do? I am still too weak and cannot resist at all. Sasuke sat on the window on the second floor of the hotel with a bitter look on his face. As expected of a god-level soul skill, it not only drained all of his soul power in an instant, but also triggered the system's self-protection function. It consumed a lot of his destiny. Hundreds of life points were consumed in an instant just now. And its efficacy is only to save lives, but it consumes so much. Others just need to stay away from you when you activate your immortality, and then come and kill you when you are exhausted. Then this soul skill would have no meaning at all. On the other side, the entire Wuhuan city was plunged into an atmosphere of panic. Everyone was talking about the terrifying aura just now and the pair of blood-red eyes that were imprinted in their minds. Some people said that this was a sign of the devil, others said that it was a warning from the gods. The atmosphere in the entire Wuhuan city became extremely depressing. The hotel where Sasuke was staying was surrounded by Spirit Hall law enforcers within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and their hearts were filled with fear. Don't they understand what that is? They knew that kind of evil, terrifying and destructive power was unmatched by any evil soul master in the world. But in fact, everyone who knows BBDong knows that this kind of divine power is only possessed by BBDong. No one expected that the Pope of the Spirit Hall would be the most evil soul master. BBDong was gasping for breath, her eyes filled with fear. Her sight was constantly changing. She seemed to have entered a strange and dark world. A huge mouth of the abyss hovered above Wuhuan City. The clouds in the sky began to rotate, forming a huge vortex. A strong suction force emanated from the center of the vortex, sucking countless people into the sky. Endless dark fog is coming from all directions. Flooded the entire Wuhuan City. Your Holiness, this force is too strong, we can't resist it at all, Ghost Douluo said tremblingly. BBDong did not reply, staring blankly at this gloomy world. Your Holiness, how are you? Are you all right? Yuguan flew over anxiously. Uchiha Sasuke's evil Rakshasa power just now had plunged the entire Wuhuan city into fear. However, BBDong could no longer hear. The soul power in her body had already erupted and she was completely out of control. Her vision and her 5 senses were controlled, and she completely entered the endless dark abyss. Chapter 33. BBDong, what are you doing? A cold voice sounded in BBDong's ears. She turned around suddenly, only to see a figure standing behind her, a pair of blood-red eyes staring at her coldly. Uchiha Sasuke. BBDong's voice trembled. There was no emotion in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. Are you here to kill me? I can give you anything you want, just let me go. There was a hint of pleading in BBDong's voice, but the spider blade in her hand stabbed Sasuke mercilessly. Qian Daolu frowned slightly and glanced at Ghost Douluo who was seriously injured by BBDong's attack. Then look at the woman in front of you who was once so high and mighty. Now he is like a lamb to be slaughtered, begging desperately for his life. He was well aware of BBDong's strength. Who else could make her so scared? Xian Daoliu's heart sank, he felt that today's events were a little bit unsettled. BBDong, what are you doing? Do you still have the dignity of being the Pope of the Spirit Hall? There was a hint of anger in Xian Daoliu's voice. A Pope begging for mercy in front of his subordinates. He has completely disgraced the Spirit Hall. The Sasuke in front of BBDong gradually turned into the appearance of Qian Daolu. Her tears flowed even more violently and she felt an unprecedented humiliation. I just don't want to die. There was a hint of sob in BBDong's voice. She squatted down in fear like an ordinary girl, curled up her body, and cried helplessly. As her mental barrier was breached, strange mental fluctuations began to emanate from her body. People within hundreds of kilometers around were instantly pulled into the illusion. One after another, the eyeballs were filled with blood and malice. They began to densely penetrate her snow-white skin with all their might. It began to spread throughout her body, with dense spurts of blood spurting out. BBDong's screams echoed over Wuhuan City. No, no, no. Her body began to twist and deform. Countless blood-red eyeballs were wriggling on her body, as if they were going to tear her apart. This bloody and horrifying scene made everyone shudder. They couldn't imagine what kind of torture BBDong had suffered. Teacher! Hulaina cried out in tears. She wanted to rush forward, but was blocked by a powerful force. Do not come. BBDong's voice was squeezed out of her mouth with difficulty, but it turned into a shrill roar, like a devil from hell. Hulaina stopped and her tears couldn't stop flowing. Teacher, I was wrong, I was really wrong, teacher, please wait for me, I will go find Sasuke to save you, since he did it, he will definitely find a way. Hulaina cried, her voice full of regret. Sasuke, did you do it? Xian Daolu frowned. Is this the Uchiha Sasuke that I was thinking of? Xian Daolu thought of the information his subordinates had passed on to him this morning. 6 years old. Innate level 3 spirit power. Useless spirit Sharingan. Is this the person BBDong has been looking for in such a big way recently? But how could a 6-year-old child do these things? Sasuke stood in front of the hotel window, quietly watching the loud roar coming from the distance, and he was stunned. How many titled Douluo are needed to create such a powerful force? I'm afraid that humans and soul beasts will go into an all-out war. Ding, BBDong's despair is detected, triggering 100 times critical strike, gaining the divine art of omnipotence and hunger. Ding, Hulaina's sadness detected, obtained destiny value 1000. Divine art almighty hunger, possesses the power to devour the source of all life. Divine magic? Wouldn't it be another skill with huge side effects? Sasuke seriously suspected that there was something wrong with this thing. But what kind of enemy could make BBDong despair? Sasuke looked at the chaotic scene in Wuhuan City and couldn't help feeling a sense of fear in his heart. He was eager to know everything that happened in Wuhuan City, but he didn't dare to go out. With a soul power of level 3, he is at the bottom of the food chain in this world. With this little chakra, it's hard to release a ninjutsu. I'm afraid it can't even defeat a 10-year soul beast, right? The protagonist's goal has been destiny from the very beginning, so how could he kill everyone at the drop of a hat? End of this chapter. Chapter 34. Wuhuan City, Chongping Street. Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at BBDong, who no longer looked like a human and looked like a devil from hell. The densely packed eyeballs made him feel terrified. It is simply a challenge to all the perspectives built on human rationality. What on earth is this? What happened to BBDong? High Priest, she. Golden Crocodile Douluo felt a deep sense of powerlessness. I don't know, but this should be a mental shock from a spiritual master, or a punishment from the gods. Xian Daolu put his hands behind his back, his mental strength surging. He wanted to isolate himself from this dark and strange mental power, but before he could come into contact with BBDong, his face changed color. He felt that the ultimate mental power was spreading along his own mental power towards the depths of his soul. My martial soul is a 6-winged angel. The fierce sun fire is the nemesis of all darkness and evil. But now I can't do anything about this weak mental infection. Xian Daolu no longer cared about what was going on with BBDong. He didn't want to follow in her footsteps. Then, he released his martial soul, and in an instant a terrifying 6-winged archangel covered the area hundreds of feet around. The entire Wuhuan city was enveloped in a golden holy light. The holy angel light fell on the earth, bringing some peace of mind to the frightened people. Everyone, evacuate Wuhuan city immediately. Xian Daoliu's voice echoed in the sky like thunder. The residents of Wuhuan City began to flee in panic. They didn't know what had happened, they just knew that the city was no longer safe. After 10,000 years, this is the first time someone dares to break into Wuhuan City. Ordinary people quickly calmed down, thinking it was a manifestation of an angel. They quickly knelt down and began to pray, thanking the angel for his protection. God, please protect us and keep us safe from disasters. God, please give us the strength to defeat evil. Doulu felt a little relieved as he looked at the people kneeling down. Great priest, it's bad, there is a big problem in the outside world. Guanling Douluo had fear on his face. Don't be afraid, I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Doulu comforted him softly. He did not take Guanling Douluo's words seriously. He just thought that he was frightened and that was why he was talking nonsense. But, great priest, please take a look outside. Guanling Douluo's face was filled with fear, and he pointed his finger at the outside of Wuhuan City with trembling hands. With just a quick glance, you can see the tentacles and densely packed eyeballs swirling in the mist. This scene that desecrates human aesthetics is impacting his rationally constructed worldviews. Daulu's face changed, and he felt a fatal sense of crisis. He turned around suddenly, only to see that the periphery of Wuhuan City had been shrouded in a strange dark mist. Countless tentacles and eyeballs were writhing in the fog, as if they were about to swallow up the entire city. What is this thing? Doulu felt a sharp pain in his soul after just one look. Even if he, an extreme Douluo, took a look at it, such consequences would occur. Not to mention what will become of other ordinary people. The entire Wuhuan City has unknowingly become a dead city. The surrounding was filled with a disgusting bloody smell. Is this hell? The sun has disappeared. Doulu looked at the dark fog in the sky that was gradually swallowing up the sun. He felt powerless and retreated back in fear. Great priest, are you okay? Guanling Douluo swallowed. Looking at Doulu in front of him, who was emitting a dark and strange aura, he was so frightened that his scalp went numb. Guanling, close your eyes quickly, Golden Crocodile Douluo reminded hurriedly. He suspected that this was all because his vision had been tampered with and that it was all an illusion. It's no use, closing your eyes won't help, he has already come. BBDong roared as if following instinct. Who exactly is this, he? You are talking about? What is going on here? Doulu was frightened. Until now he has no idea what happened. Why was Wuhuan City, which was sunny and peaceful in the morning, about to be destroyed the next moment? Even he, an ultimate Douluo, didn't know what exactly happened. He is God, the God who destroys everything. BBDong's body kept squirming, and her blood-red eyes began to move towards one place. That's impossible, what kind of God is it that destroys everything? I've never heard of it. Doulu immediately raised the question. But the scene before him made him suspect that all this was caused by the evil God. He is real, he is there. BBDong's voice was full of fanaticism. Doulu did not argue with a madman anymore. At this point, everything was meaningless. Although I don't know what exactly happened. But there is no doubt that all of them have entered into a horrifying illusion. Doulu couldn't believe that this was reality. He couldn't believe that the spirit hall, which had been passed down for thousands of years, was destroyed silently in his hands. Chapter 35. Sasuke looked at Hulaina in confusion as she ran in and started crying to him. He had suffered a cerebral thrombosis 10 years ago but still didn't understand what was wrong with this person. Sasuke, please. Save my teacher. Your teacher is, Sasuke felt that he might have heard it wrong. Was it the person he was thinking of? Yes, my teacher is BBDong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Hulaina almost burst into tears. Now, she is on the verge of life and death, only you can save her. Can I save him? Are you kidding me? What are all those title Douluo out there for? Calm down first, what happened? Sasuke wondered in his heart, could it be that the Silver Dragon King Guyuna was leading the soul beasts to attack the human world? Teacher, wasn't it you who turned him into a monster? Hulaina stared at her with her big watery eyes, as if saying, it's already this late, why are you still pretending? Me? I changed, are you kidding me? How can I carry such a big pot? How can I deserve your trust? Sasuke took a deep breath, trying to calm his chaotic thoughts. Now is not the time to argue with Hulaina. Perhaps the situation outside is worse than he imagined. Even BBDong is dead, what kind of enemy will the spirit hall face? Sasuke looked at the six-winged archangel that was hundreds of feet high in the sky and radiated holy light. The only one who can make Doulu use his full strength is probably the beast god Dtion. So the soul beasts really attacked the city? Sasuke's mind was in a mess, things were moving so fast that the CPU in his poor brain was smoking. Okay, I'll go check out the situation first. Sasuke stood up and prepared to walk out. You have to find an opportunity to run away, as far as you can. The spirit hall is too dangerous. I have decided that my next stop will be to go undercover in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. He never wants to come to this lousy spirit hall again in his lifetime. Sasuke, are you really willing to save my teacher? Hulaina's eyes were full of tears and she looked very pitiful. Sasuke didn't answer, just nodded and walked out of the room quickly. Hulaina looked up at the sky, and saw those densely packed eyes and those bloody tentacles. There were also terrible screams from time to time in the mist, which were so terrifying that it felt as if the soul was being pulled out of it. Hulaina was so scared that she hugged Sasuke tightly, as if she wanted to draw a little warmth and comfort from him. The girl's body was pressed tightly against him, and a faint fragrance wafted over him. Sasuke could even feel two soft things sticking to his body. Good fellow, you are using this to test the cadres, right? Too close, could you please stay away from me? Hulaina didn't answer, but clung to Sasuke tightly, as if she was extremely frightened. Am I being ignored? Sasuke glanced at his tightly grasped hand. But it is really scary. It feels pretty dangerous, how about we go back first? It's going to rain soon, and your teacher, are you sure a level 3 noob like me can save this? Sasuke pointed to the sky and walked towards the center at this time. Would he really not be killed instantly by the aftermath of the battle? But from Hulaina's perspective, it looked like countless people were twisted and randomly pieced together like a monster. They wailed in the darkness, and the scene was full of weirdness and horror. The tentacles that were surging across the sea of clouds and the sun that was emitting a strange black light. All of this impacts people's three views. Sasuke, didn't you see? Those monsters were transformed from the residents of our Wuhuan city. Hulaina didn't understand why this man was so heartless. Doesn't he feel sad when he sees this? We're finished, we're all finished. Are you satisfied? I saw it, Sasuke nodded reluctantly. Some people don't understand what she is talking about. Alas. Whatever you say is what it is. I am just a level 3 spirit master. What can I say? Chapter 36. Scarlet blood rained down from the sky. The pungent smell of blood made Hulaina feel nauseous and she couldn't help but dry heave. I believe it, don't cry, Sasuke patted Hulaina's back helplessly. He felt like he was coaxing a little girl who had been wronged. Hulaina, what's wrong with you? Sasuke frowned, he felt that something was wrong with Hulaina. Hulaina did not answer. Her eyes began to become empty, as if they had lost all their spirit. Bai Ye used his soul power to knock out all the blood in Hulaina's body with one palm. Cough, cough, cough. Hulaina coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her complexion finally looked better. Thank you, Sasuke, ah. Blood vessels emerged one after another from the surface of Hulaina's body. These blood vessels gradually emerged and grew into red tentacles. The dark and strange pupils appeared along with the wriggling flesh. What is this? Hulaina dug out the eye of one of the tentacles in horror, and blood immediately gushed out. Hulaina's sight turned blood red in an instant, and then turned pitch black. Ah, Hulaina screamed in pain. The severe pain almost made her faint. Please. Sasuke, please, let me go. I won't dare to do it again, I really won't dare to do it again. Hulaina's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Ding, Hulaina's despair detected, Divine Art 4th Dimension Life Flesh and Blood Ruler obtained. Divine Art 4th Dimension Life Dominator of Flesh and Blood, perhaps the most terrifying thing in the world is that your body does not belong to you. Perhaps you can become a qualified doctor. Sasuke couldn't calm down for a long time. He wondered if he was crazy or if the world was crazy. Hulaina actually gouged out her own eyeballs. Aren't you in pain? You still want to dig, what's wrong with you? Sasuke hurriedly stopped her and held his hands tightly. Save me, Hulaina's voice was weak and almost inaudible, but her desire to survive was extremely strong. System extraction. Flesh and blood ruler. Sasuke gently pointed his hands towards Hulaina. An invisible wave penetrated Hulaina's body, her flesh and blood tentacles disappeared instantly, and her body returned to normal. The missing eyeballs in his eyes also grew back. Hulaina slumped on the ground, staring at Sasuke blankly. It seemed as if he had not yet recovered from the dark and strange world just now. Hey! Can't you be a little more normal? Sasuke also sighed helplessly. As he finished speaking, the terrifying mental storm in the void transformed into wisps of invisible whirlwind. Crush the tentacles wandering in the sky and the unknown strange monsters one by one. What's wrong with me? Hulaina felt confused, and her memory seemed to be broken. He only remembered that he seemed to see a black sun, and then everything went dark before his eyes, and he remembered nothing. Large pieces of flesh and blood fell from the sky like a bloody rain, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Hulaina frowned. She didn't like the smell, and she disliked the bloody scene even more. Then Hulaina looked at the sky, which had become clear again, with a confused look on her face. Let's go. Don't think too much. Oh, teacher, let's go save the teacher. Hulaina seemed to suddenly remember something. She stood up abruptly, grabbed Sasuke's arm, and spoke anxiously. On the other side, BBDong clenched her hands, which had returned to normal, but she was still unable to recover for a while. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, and soon sorted out the chaotic thoughts in her mind. I also realized what a stupid thing I had done. She glanced around with cold eyes and her heart sank. She didn't know how many embarrassing moments these subordinates had seen of her. The titled Douluo around her looked at her with eyes full of fear. They all avoided her gaze, fearing that His Holiness the Pope would take revenge on them later. Under Hulaina's urgent pull, Sasuke was dragged to where BBDong was. Teacher, I found Sasuke, don't worry, he will be able to. Teacher, are you okay? Hulaina's expression froze. Although BBDong looked a little embarrassed, she was very different from the monster she was when she left. Chapter 37. Sasuke hid behind Hulaina. Is there something wrong with the atmosphere? BBDong took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Ding, BBDong's killing intent detected, soul power level 3 obtained. Current level 13. Ding, BBDong's resentment detected, ninjutsu in seal obtained. Ding, trigger the instant task, kill BBDong, and be rewarded with the power of Time Dragon Vein. Nana, I'm fine, this must be Sasuke. This kid is so cute. A gentle smile appeared on BBDong's face, like an amiable older sister next door. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Hulaina's eyes flashed with confusion. She felt that the teacher was so weird and her smile was so scary. The soul power in BBDong's body is surging, and she can launch a fatal blow at any time. Your Holiness, are you going to take action? Douluo, who came hurriedly, had a heavy look in his eyes. BBDong glanced at Douluo and the others and breathed a sigh of relief. The Spirit Hall's strongest fighters are all present, where can Uchiha Sasuke escape to? Do it. BBDong's voice was cold, and a powerful aura emanated from her. But suddenly, time seemed to stop around me. Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and even Douluo stopped their actions. Their expressions all remained at that moment, as if they had become still portraits. Teacher, don't move. Otherwise you will die. A man with silver hair, a white robe and a slightly illusory body appeared behind BBDong. You are, Uchiha Sasuke. You. Before BBDong could finish her words, she was unable to move. I'm sorry, time is a bit tight, I don't have time to catch up with you, teacher. The man smiled slightly and patted BBDong's little face. An invisible wave spread throughout the world at the speed of light. The entire Douluo star and even the God realm have sensed this power. It is extremely deep and vast, just like the boundless universe. In the universe, a blue planet suddenly shines with dazzling light. Star Forest, Lake of Life. Boss, what's going on? What happened to the humans? Did the gods from the divine world come? Tian widened his eyes and looked in the direction of Wuhuan City in horror. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, Tian could feel every cell in his body trembling. The soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest were so overwhelmed by the crushing aura from the life level that they could not even raise their heads. The Silver Dragon King calmly glanced at the terrified 100,000-year-old spirit beasts around him. Emperor Tian, don't be afraid, the Silver Dragon King's voice was full of emptiness, without any emotional fluctuations. We soul beasts also have our own gods, but you haven't reached that level yet. Yes, Master, isn't the god of our soul beasts you, Master? The Silver Dragon King shook his head and did not answer Tian's doubts. Instead, he looked at the scene in the sky calmly. The thoughts in my mind involuntarily returned to that powerful and primitive ancient times. In her memory, this level of power is already on the same level as the Dragon God. Even if I stood in front of him in my prime, I would probably be crushed to death by a single finger. Boss, who is the god of our soul beasts? Tian asked again. The Silver Dragon King was silent for a moment and looked deeply at Tian, wanting to slap him to death with one palm. It's been so obvious, yet you're still asking. Everyone in the entire Douluo continent, no matter what they were doing, as long as they were believers and people with reverence in their hearts, all made pilgrimage gestures towards that direction. The gods have come. Sasuke looked around and saw that everyone had passed out. Hello, in the past, I could not find a way to use the dragon vein's power of time, now it seems that I have succeeded. The white-haired man had a gentle smile on his face, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. First, let me introduce myself, I am your future self, you don't have to be afraid of anything. I have thought about this conversation with the past for a long time, what should I tell you? With your suspicious personality, you will definitely think of many conspiracy theories. Don't worry, I won't handle it all by myself. The moment BBDong returned to this era with memories of the future of the world had already changed. The future branch I'm in has probably disappeared now. My original body probably no longer exists, I don't have much time left, so I'll make it short. Everyone has done something they regret, including me, the power of time exists to correct those mistakes. I used to think that human beings were hopeless, and I still think so now. So I ate everyone and the entire Douluo star, as for the reason. It's not some boring hatred, and I don't hate anyone. I don't need a reason, their death was simply because they were weaker than me, perhaps you will face such a choice in the future. As my life level rises, my emotions become less emotional, I no longer consider these foods as my own. But the universe is bigger than I imagined, even though I can easily eat dozens of suns, facing the vast starry sky, I still feel my insignificance. I walked in the starry sky for hundreds and thousands of years, I flew at superluminal speed, searching for traces of civilization in this dead starry universe. It was not until this moment that I realized how precious life is to the vast universe, so I don't want you to follow my path. I've said too much, I won't leave you any inheritance, there's no need, I believe that one day you will reach my level, or even surpass it, it's not impossible. This yin and yang power is a small gift from me to you. Then the man in white glanced at BBDong, whose expression was frozen, with a half-smile, and disappeared in front of Sasuke's stunned expression. Chapter 38. Soul Crystal, a soul crystal refined from the souls of hundreds of thousands of soul beasts. Life Source Crystal, a crystal forged from hundreds of thousands of life sources. Perhaps with it, aging and diseases will all go away from you. Let the system check if there is any problem with this yin and yang power. Sasuke was still very cautious. What if he ended up harming himself? Ding, test completed, there is no problem with this yin and yang power, it is pure divine power. BBDong gradually woke up from her coma, and her heart felt cold. She had never felt so close to death. But the final judgment hasn't come yet. Is it because it's a different era, so you can't use your full power? BBDong glanced at Doulu and the others and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't destroy the world. BBDong gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with her fingers. What happened? Why did I faint all of a sudden? Are you kidding? I am a titled Douluo. Who is that person? I remember that a man in white appeared next to His Holiness the Pope, and then everything went black before our eyes and we lost consciousness. BBDong, what is going on? Doulu's eyes were full of confusion. BBDong's eyes flickered, she didn't want to tell the truth. I don't know either, maybe we've been practicing too much and our soul power has been backfired, BBDong said calmly. Doulu frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the answer. Even the damn soul power was backfired, could the reason be any more outrageous? Okay, everyone, go away, that's all for today, BBDong waved her hand, signaling everyone to leave. Everyone hesitated for a moment, but too many things happened today and there was no time to chat here. Soon, only BBDong, Sasuke and Hulaina were left on the street. Nana, go back. Sasuke and I have something to talk about. Teacher, but, Hulaina hesitated to speak. Don't worry, I won't hurt him, BBDong comforted Hulaina with a smile. When Hulaina disappeared from sight, BBDong's gaze fell on Sasuke again. What exactly do you want to do? BBDong's voice was low, and an invisible sense of oppression emanated from her. Your Holiness, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand anything? Sasuke looked innocent, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Although I am not sure what happened exactly, it is very likely that what I will do in the future will not be human. And this BBDong must be reborn. If she accepts the blame, she will probably be skinned alive by BBDong. BBDong forced herself to suppress her murderous intent. She wasn't sure if she could kill Uchiha Sasuke. But from the information I got from my own perception feedback, the child in front of me was very weak. She didn't feel threatened at all. Ding, BBDong's killing intent detected, triggering a 100-fold critical strike, gaining 1,000 destiny points. Sasuke took a deep breath, and under BBDong's cold gaze, Sasuke's eyes gradually turned red. Teacher, like you, I always have. Sasuke is also not clear about what his future relationship with BBDong will be like. But looking at BBDong's current condition, it seems that there is some connection. He speculated based on the inhuman things he would do in the future and BBDong's inexplicable affection and murderous intent towards him. I won't kill you Xiaojang in the future, right? Now I can only take a chance, the result is death. Ha! You love me, so you want to kill me, Uchiha Sasuke, your love is really unique. BBDong sneered, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in her cold eyes, as if saying, I can't bear such love from you. Teacher, what's so good about you Xiaojang? He's just a useless guy who's seeking fame. He took the theoretical knowledge of the Spirit Hall and claimed it as his own. Sasuke's eyes were filled with jealousy, and the Manjiki Sharingan in his pupils had been activated at some point. Sasuke wants to create an image of himself as a jealous admirer, but can BBDong have the heart to kill him like this? The surging yin power in Sasuke's eyes made BBDong feel frightened. Shut up! BBDong shouted angrily. What qualifications do you have to judge him? Sasuke was stunned. He didn't expect BBDong's reaction to be so big. Did something really happen between him and BBDong in the future? No way. No way. Could it be that he really killed his wife to prove his truth in the future? Chapter 39. BBDong's heart was filled with anger and disappointment. Is this man really emotionless? Why did he kill everyone without mercy? Teacher, you are wrong. I have never thought of killing anyone, it's just that the people in this world are too weak. With flesh and blood, they are only controlled by desires and cannot understand true power. I just chose to let everyone evolve together. Sasuke spoke calmly, his eyes revealing indifference, as if he looked at everything as insignificant dust. Divine art, omnipotence, phantom temptation. At this point, no matter how much I resist this talent, I have to use it. You, Sasuke, you are too extreme. BBDong was so angry that she couldn't speak. This man was really crazy to the extreme. He could actually say such words so lightly. Is life so worthless in his heart? What kind of damn evolution is going to kill everyone? But teacher, I regret it, the world without teachers is dark and gloomy. I guess I was wrong, what's the point of having great power? If I can't protect the people I cherish, then what's the point of it all? Sasuke's voice was filled with deep sorrow and pain. BBDong clenched the scepter with her slender fingers. She looked at Sasuke with a cold face and felt a little shaken. Has he really changed? But he soon calmed down. He must not be deceived by this dangerous man. Uchiha Sasuke, what are you talking about? Do you think I will believe you if you do this? But teacher, I hate why I couldn't meet you earlier, before you met Xiaojang. If I could meet you earlier, maybe everything would be different. There was a hint of regret in Sasuke's voice, his eyes were full of loss, and tears kept flowing. For a moment, BBDong felt as if her heart was touched by something. Could it be that Sasuke really loves me, but is just bothered by my feelings for Xiaojang? Her hand that was tightly holding the scepter loosened involuntarily. A breeze blew past, lifting a strand of hair on BBDong's forehead. BBDong suddenly felt the air was so hot, but also felt so wronged. Uchiha Sasuke, you said you regretted it, you said you loved me, then why did you do those things? BBDong's voice was choked with sobs and a faint cry. Sasuke put away the manjiki in his eyes. He was not used to this perspective. The feeling of having a panoramic view of the surrounding environment is similar to turning on a high-definition camera. BBDong is aloof, overbearing, and sacred. She wears a luxurious and sacred 9-curve purple gold crown on her head. Her long pink-purple hair gently fell to her slender waist. She was wearing a purple gold long skirt, the hem of which swayed gently in the wind, like a blooming violet. Her beauty is so unattainable, so far away that people dare not look directly at her. Coupled with her nearly perfect face, she gives people a sense of nobility and holiness. But at this moment, she was like a flower blown by the spring breeze, trembling slightly, showing a hint of fragility and uneasiness. Sasuke looked at BBDong, a complicated light flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly, Teacher, I admit that I was once lost, blinded by power and hatred. But since I met you, my world has begun to be colorful, everything about you fascinates me, I like you. Teacher. BBDong felt the temperature in the air suddenly rise, and now Sasuke's eyes were so hot. A blush appeared on the woman's beautiful face, and she turned her head away in panic. Sasuke, your words sound nice, but what happened in the past has already happened, and I can't forget what you did. BBDong's voice was full of panic. But her heart was filled with joy and her heart was beating faster and faster. Chapter 40. I know the teacher will never forgive me for what I did. I came here just to see the teacher for the last time. I will leave the spirit hall and never bother you again. After saying so many corny words, Sasuke finally revealed his true purpose. What? You're leaving? She thought Sasuke would say that he would spend his whole life to compensate her, but she didn't expect this result. That's right, teacher, I think. Sasuke was interrupted by BBDong before he could finish his words. No, don't go. I won't let you leave me. BBDong's voice was full of grievance, and she hugged Sasuke tightly with her weak body. Tears also slid down the corners of his eyes, wetting Sasuke's clothes. Teacher, Sasuke was shocked. This woman simply did not play by the rules. Don't leave, you know. I'll be very sad if you leave. BBDong's voice had a hint of crying, and she hugged Sasuke tightly with her hands. Holding a beauty in my arms, the touch feels as smooth as silk. BBDong's breath is so warm, and the faint fragrance is refreshing. But Sasuke didn't feel any palpitations in his heart, he just felt a chill in his heart. It's like having fate strangled by a ferocious beast. Ding, the host's memory is detected to be being spied on, the system's self-protection is running, and all information about the system has been blocked. Sasuke, remember, you are mine, no matter life or death, you can never leave me. As BBDong finished speaking, the chakra in Sasuke's body was suppressed in an instant. Sasuke, have you forgotten? I am the inheritor of the Rakshasa divine test, and I am most sensitive to malicious intent. If you want to lie to me, you have to completely hide the murderous intent in your heart. BBDong stared into Sasuke's eyes, and their bodies were very close. The entire street fell into silence, with only the sound of the two people's breathing. Sasuke's heartbeat began to beat rapidly and he looked at BBDong with a grim face. Fear. Huh, so you can be afraid too, experience this feeling of weakness, Uchiha Sasuke. BBDong's voice was full of teasing, and her fingers gently brushed across Sasuke's lips. Teacher, what are you talking about? I really like you, Sasuke said with a trembling voice, sweat on his forehead. Still lying. You'll never love anyone, you selfish bastard. BBDong's eyes were filled with greed and obsession when she looked at Sasuke. This greedy look made Sasuke feel a chill in his heart. Teacher, please listen to my explanation, Sasuke tried to argue, but was immediately interrupted. Explain. What do you have to explain? Do you think you can get away? Teacher loves you so much, how could she bear to let you leave? Besides, do you think you have the qualifications? BBDong stuck out her tongue and gently licked the corner of her mouth, her tone full of seduction. Ding, BBDong's resentment detected, obtained the organization roll card, Akatsuki Organization Group. Akatsuki Group, the strongest mercenary group in the ninja world. The 10 members of the Akatsuki organization all have their own code names, namely Zero Pain Nagato, White Conan, Black Tsutsuki Zetsu, Red Uchiha Itachi. South Hoshigaki Kisame, Sky Orochimaru, Jade Scorpion, Blue Daidara, North Kakuzu, and 3 Haiden. Sasuke turned pale and closed his eyes in despair. Hand over your stuff. BBDong said coldly. He really didn't expect that he would be scared by a 6-year-old kid. However, the most urgent task now is to obtain the crystal of divine power from the future. Although due to the influence of future memories, she might have some feelings for Uchiha Sasuke. But the premise of all this is that it does not threaten your own life. She couldn't allow Uchiha Sasuke to control something so dangerous. Ah. What is that? BBDong's expression began to show signs of madness. A sinister and evil aura burst out from his body, and the entire sky was covered with dark clouds. A gust of strong wind blew by, and all the stalls on the street were damaged, leaving the stalls in a mess. It's the crystal of divine power, the thing you just got, hand it over quickly, and don't make me say it again, although I won't kill you, I have countless ways to make you live a life worse than death. BBDong's voice was cold, one hand tightly grasped Sasuke's jaw, and her eyes revealed a fierce light. Chapter 41. Sasuke reluctantly took out the soul crystal and gave it to BBDong. So can I go now? Sasuke forced himself to control the murderous intent towards BBDong in his heart. Walk. BBDong took the soul crystal, and a glimmer of greed flashed across her eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, you still want to leave? And did you forget that there is still one? Do you need your dearest teacher to remind you? No, I can't give that to you, you'd better kill me. Sasuke shook his head and looked at BBDong with cold eyes. And decisively sent the life source crystal, Akatsuki character card and a large amount of destiny to Bai Ye. The soul crystal didn't have much effect on him. Because he is not lacking in Dun power now, quite the opposite. It is precisely because the power of his Dun is too strong that the yin and yang in his body are unbalanced. So the soul crystal can be given to BBDong, but the life source crystal must never be given to BBDong. This is Sasuke's last bottom line. Okay. Follow me back to the spirit hall. BBDong nodded, not surprised by Sasuke's choice. You don't have to die. The dim sky prevented Sasuke from seeing BBDong's face clearly, but the coldness in her voice was clearly audible. BBDong put the soul crystal in her arms, turned and walked towards the spirit hall. Sasuke could only follow her helplessly. BBDong turned around and looked carefully at Sasuke's flawless face, and couldn't help feeling a strange emotion in her heart. Sasuke's face is absolutely beautiful, his skin is as white as snow and seems as if it could be blown away. His lips are rosy and his facial features are delicate, like a carefully crafted work of art, every detail is just right, making people want to take a closer look. BBDong's fingers gently stroked Sasuke's lips, and a hint of obsession flashed in her eyes. Sasuke, you know what? Your face is so irresistible that I can't help but want to possess it. Teacher, Sasuke was interrupted by BBDong before he could finish his words. Shoo, don't talk, let me appreciate it. BBDong gently pressed her fingers on Sasuke's lips, stopping him from saying anything else. Perhaps it was because he was too frightened, or maybe it was because he had just recovered from a serious illness. A sickly blush appeared on Sasuke's pale little face, giving rise to endless fantasies. Sasuke raised his head and looked at BBDong's somewhat dilated pupils. He narrowed his eyes and involuntarily looked towards BBDong's heart. I secretly calculated in my heart what was the probability of firing a Chidori at her heart right now. And my soul crystal should have been hidden in this soul guide by her. Sasuke looked at the ring on BBDong's left index finger. I don't know if she sensed Sasuke's killing intent, but BBDong raised a playful smile. Sasuke, what are you looking at? Do you think the teacher is beautiful? BBDong's fingers gently stroked Sasuke's cheek, her eyes full of pride. Sasuke quickly came to his senses and lowered his head in panic. Using the ability of the flesh and blood ruler, she blushed a little and looked a little shy. Teacher, you are of course the most beautiful. BBDong is very satisfied with Sasuke's current attitude. She stroked Sasuke's head gently, as if comforting a frightened animal. Sasuke, you know what? The teacher likes most is an obedient child like you, as long as you are good, the teacher will love you well. BBDong was fixed on Sasuke and could not leave that perfect profile, and sickly blush seemed to plunge her into an endless abyss. There was a hint of madness in her eyes, as if she was imagining the wonderful scene of completely possessing Sasuke. BBDong held Sasuke in her arms obsessively, feeling his body temperature carefully. Only then did BBDong suddenly understand why the self in her memory was such an idiot. He always had such a preference for Uchiha Sasuke that he would have no regrets even if he was killed by him. This child is like the forbidden fruit that tempts people to fall into depravity, making people unable to stop. His every look and every movement are full of temptation and are irresistible. It makes people willing to give everything for him, even their own lives. Sasuke leaned in BBDong's arms somewhat awkwardly, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Teacher, please don't do this, Shoo, don't talk, let me feel it. BBDong gently kissed Sasuke's forehead. No, I'm still underage, teacher, you are the Pope of the Spirit Hall, is it really okay for you to do this? Sasuke looked at BBDong with an innocent face, that naturally pure and ignorant look in his eyes. BBDong's heart was melted, and she wanted to give all the good things in the world to her. Sasuke, don't be afraid, the teacher will protect you. Then teacher, can you please return the soul crystal to me? Sasuke's face turned red with shame and he threw himself into BBDong's arms, acting coquettishly and cutely. Chapter 42. BBDong's breathing stagnated. Who could resist such temptation? Sasuke buried his head in BBDong's neck and hid his other hand in BBDong's arms. Lightning release, Chidori is ready to go. BBDong bit her tongue hard, and she grabbed Sasuke's restless little hand with a fierce look. Forcibly suppressed the chakra energy gathered in his hands. Uchiha Sasuke, you are playing with fire, BBDong's voice turned cold. Sasuke's heart tightened, he quickly retracted his chakra and showed an innocent expression on his face. Teacher, I was wrong, I was just too scared. BBDong looked at Sasuke's pitiful appearance, and the anger in her heart gradually subsided. But scarlet blood flowed from the corner of BBDong's mouth, and the pain made her mind a little clearer. She let go of Sasuke's hand, took a step back, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. Sasuke, you are such an annoying little devil. How about you let me go, teacher? I promise I will never be your enemy again. Sasuke looked sincere, as if he was not the one who wanted to stab BBDong's heart just now. BBDong remained silent, holding Sasuke's hand with a gloomy face and continued walking forward. Sasuke watched as BBDong pulled him into the Pope's palace. Then a secret door opened, and a dark and enclosed tunnel came into view. The atmosphere around also became evil and gloomy. BBDong pushed open the door of the secret room, her expression looking particularly creepy in the darkness. "You still want the soul crystal? You still want to leave me? Uchiha Sasuke, am I too fond of you? That you dare to have such thoughts?" BBDong's voice suddenly became sharp, and her eyes flashed with anger. Sasuke was shocked and felt that he was about to get into trouble. He hurriedly explained, "Teacher, I didn't mean that, I just..." "Shut up!" BBDong shouted angrily, her eyes turned cold, as if to freeze Sasuke. A hideous and ugly giant spider appeared behind BBDong. The abdomen of the giant spider is like a huge ball. Its 8 eyes sparkled with a faint green light, and its body was covered with steel needle-like hair. The hideous and ugly mouthparts were dripping with sticky green liquid. The 8 spider legs are like sharp sickles, which are chilling. Sasuke's pupils suddenly contracted, he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the giant spider. Possessed by a martial spirit. BBDong's pupils turned blood red, and the cold murderous intent came like a biting cold wind. BBDong was suddenly covered in purple-black spider armor, and 2 pairs of green spider eyes grew under her blood-red pupils. Her long white legs also disappeared, turning into 8 spider legs. Green mucus was dripping from his body, making a sizzling corrosive sound when it fell on the ground. Puff puff. The 4 spider legs pierced Sasuke's limbs fiercely, and the soul-eating Spider King's devouring attribute was instantly activated. The power of Sasuke's eyes comes from the Manjiki Sharingan and his vitality. It continued to flow towards BBDong's body. BBDong's delicate body trembled and she let out a comfortable moan. "I really want to be with you forever, Sasuke, I love you so much, why don't you understand?" Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan gradually dimmed, and Sasuke's vision gradually became blurred. "Bai Ye, look! This necklace is so beautiful." Xiao Wu happily ran to Bai Ye and shook his arm. He pointed to a necklace inlaid with purple gemstones in front of a small stall. Bai Ye ignored Xiao Wu's excitement. What a joke! Buy a necklace for Xiao Wu? It's not that Bai Ye is stingy, but he really has no money. Bai Ye forced a gentle smile on his face. Even with his thick skin, he was too embarrassed to say that he had no money. He patted Xiao Wu's head gently and said softly, "Xiao Wu, that necklace is indeed very beautiful, but let's go eat something first, I'm hungry." Xiao Wu pouted in disappointment, but still nodded obediently and followed Bai Ye out of the stall. The two came to a small restaurant. Bai Ye ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, while Xiao Wu ordered a bowl of clear soup noodles. Only then did Bai Ye have time to check the information on the system panel. Ding, you obtain the divine power omnipotence hunger. Ding, you get the life source crystal. Ding, you get destiny 2500. Ding, you get the Akatsuki group character card. Bai Ye really didn't expect that this clone would have such great gains after only being away for a few months. Then Bai Ye saw Sasuke's message. "My main body, when you see this letter, I will be dead. The spirit hall is more terrifying than we thought. Run away. Run away. Be careful of BBDong." Veins popped up on Bai Ye's forehead and he took a deep breath. Look what this says. No intelligence at all. It's all bullshit. Bai Ye, what happened? Xiao Wu asked curiously. It's okay, by the way, Xiao Wu, I have something to do tomorrow and I have to leave for a while, can you help me clean up? Bai Ye changed the subject calmly and found an excuse to be lazy tomorrow. Ah. Why me? Can't you ask Xiao San for help? And where are you going? I want to go too. Chapter 43. Xiao Wu pouted, but still nodded obediently. The next day, Bai Ye said goodbye to Xiao Wu and rushed towards a remote mountain range. But soon Bai Ye stopped and looked at the Nottingham City gate in front of him. He thought of a problem. It was very likely that Tang Hao was monitoring him. System Exchange Spacetime Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Ding, deduct 2000 life points and obtain Flying Thunder God Mastery. As the system finished speaking, countless spatial insights and uses of Flying Thunder God immediately appeared in Bai Ye's mind. Bai Ye took a deep breath and quickly formed seals with his hands, carefully sensing the location of the little white snake in his mind. He left a little chakra on that little snake last time. This chakra connection is enough to allow him to locate the approximate location of the soul hunting forest. The next moment Bai Ye disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, a man in a black robe appeared in his place. Disappeared, when? Tang Hao frowned. He was increasingly confused as to what kind of secret Bai Ye held. Soul Hunting Forest. System uses character card Uzumaki Nagato. An enormous amount of chakra suddenly emerged from Bai Ye's body. But in contrast, his body became skinny and bony. Bai Ye took out the life source crystal that he had prepared in advance. The huge source of life poured into his body like a whale sucking water, quickly repairing his body. Name: Uzumaki Nagato, White Knight, Soul Power, None, Bloodline, Uzumaki Clan. Chakra: 135,470,185,000. Super Shadow Level: 100,000. Martial Soul: Samsara I. Ability: Pain 6 Paths, Tensei Tensei, Shinra Tensei, Chibaku Tensei, Outer Path, Samsara. Ninjutsu: Wind Style, Fierce Wind Palm, Rain Tiger, Freedom Technique, Mirror Attacker Technique, Phantom Body Technique. 5 Seal Barrier, Elephant Turning Technique, Phantom Dragon 9 Seal Forbidden Technique, Summoning Technique, Outer Path, Demon Statue. With the nourishment of the vast source of life, Bai Ye's originally skinny body gradually became strong. The muscles on the body began to firm up and the skin became rosy and shiny. Such a strong chakra. Bai Ye was a little surprised. Bai Ye took a look at the life source crystal, which had only become slightly dim, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not used up at once. Then he summoned all the members of Akatsuki except Orochimaru. Everyone looked at the red-haired man in front of them with different expressions. Hey! Who are you? Huh? Rinnegan, are you the leader? Daidara, the little yellow-haired boy, was very lively. He pointed at Nagato and shouted in surprise. Ha! It seems that we have been resurrected by the leader. It really is worthy of being the Rinnegan, the legendary Eye of the Sage of the Six Paths. Kisame's eyes widened, and although his pupils were still as small as ever, the cold sweat on his forehead and his nervous tone revealed his inner shock. How amazing! That brat Uchiha Sasuke, Senior Daidara, died miserably. He was blown to ashes by himself, without even a trace left. In fact, Bai Ye was taking revenge secretly. It was obvious that this boss was very vengeful. As Afei and Nagato are the two most powerful people in the Akatsuki organization, how could Bai Ye not control them in his own hands? As for the others, there is no need for them as they are of little use to Bai Ye. Huh? Ah Fei, what are you talking about, you bastard? Who did you say was dead? Daidara jumped with excitement, his voice sharp and piercing. In an underground cave covered with dark brown rock walls, Uchiha Itachi subconsciously activated the Sharingan. Looking at the scene around him, his eyes were full of vigilance and confusion. What is this place? Itachi's voice was low and calm. His fingers gently touched the rock wall, feeling the coolness. His heart sank. It was neither a dream nor an illusion. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uzumaki Nagato, looking at the vast chakra and the pair of Rinnegan. Even the dead can be resurrected, and it seems very easy. Can Konoha really resist such a leader? What is happening to Konoha now? How is Sasuke now? Although Uchiha Itachi was filled with anxiety, he remained silent and calmly observed everything around him. Nagato, what is going on? Black Zetsu said in shock. He still remembered that he and his mother were sealed by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke just now. The next moment he appeared at this place. If he wasn't the ultimate creation of yin and yang. He even suspected that he had fallen into an illusion. Nagato, is this the leader's name? Kakuzu muttered to himself. Although he had many doubts in his mind, he was very tactful and did not ask any questions. Hey, isn't this Haiden? What a waste, how come he becomes like this after dying once? Haiden didn't respond, his eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. It can be seen that he was blown to pieces by Shikamaru and spent such a long time buried underground. Even he couldn't recover for a while. Asshole. I'm not dead, I'm immortal, how dare you look down on me? I will cut you into pieces and present you to the evil god. Come on if you have the guts, my ninja bag is about to explode, let me show you the ultimate art, trash, 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 idiot, idiot. Daidara made a face at Haiden and laughed, not looking serious at all. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Faden rushed towards Daidara with a curse on his face. Be quiet for a moment, Daidara, Haiden. Sasori looked at the two mentally retarded children with pity. Chapter 44. Hee hee. Scorpion Dan, you're resurrected too. How embarrassing. You were killed by a kid, it seems my art is still better. Daidara looked very proud, with his hands on his hips, dancing with joy. Better? Scorpion sneered, a hint of disdain and provocation flashing in his eyes. Hey. You look so rude. What a pity that I couldn't let you see my ultimate art. Otherwise, you would definitely be completely shocked. Daidara glared at Scorpion in dissatisfaction. Ultimate art? Scorpion chuckled, with a hint of contempt in his voice. Do you think your self-destruction can be compared with my art? My art is eternal, while yours is just a momentary firework. Okay, seeing that Nagato didn't say anything, Conan took the initiative to speak and stopped everyone from talking. Then he glanced at Afei coldly, then looked at Nagato and asked doubtfully. Nagato, what's going on? Why are we here? Xiaonan's voice was like a stream of clear water, instantly suppressing the noise on the scene. Everyone's eyes were focused on Uzumaki Nagato, waiting for his explanation. Nagato looked at the people with different expressions and spoke slowly, everyone, I am Nagato, also Pain, and the leader. You mentioned, the current situation is that I have used the power of the Rinnegan to resurrect you and brought you to this place. Resurrection? Kakuzu frowned, his voice filled with confusion. Aren't we already dead? Is this some kind of forbidden technique or? No, this is not a forbidden technique, Nagato interrupted Kakuzu, his voice filled with an unquestionable firmness. This is the power of the Rinnegan, I use the power of the Rinnegan to pull your souls back from the brink of death and give you life again. Konan, Kakuzu, Sasori, Daidara, Haiden, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Zetsu, Tobi, I know this will be hard for you to believe, but this is no longer the ninja world, this is a new world. This world is very strong, your strength may be at the top level in the ninja world, but in this world, it can only be considered average, or even lower. The reason I resurrected you and brought you into this world is because I need your help. Nagato's words made everyone fall into silence. They looked at each other with deep doubt and confusion in their eyes. Daidara dug his ears and laughed in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Chief, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Are we weak in this world? Then let them have a taste of my art. Shut up, idiot. Akasaga no Steel covered his forehead speechlessly. This idiot really didn't understand the situation, even he had to admit it. The leader's power was definitely beyond their imagination. But even for a leader like this, his strength can only be considered average in this world. We even need to resurrect them and need their help. Then this world may be more powerful than imagined. Nagato, can you tell us more about this new world? Conan's eyes were fixed on Nagato. Nagato nodded and explained slowly, this world is called Douluo continent, it is different from the ninja world, there are no ninjas here, only people with martial spirits. They improve their strength by cultivating their martial spirits, then Nagato explained to them the general situation of Douluo continent. This time everyone listened to Nagato's story with unusual attentiveness. Whether it is the Tiendo Empire, the Xinglua Empire, or the behemoth Wuhuan Hall. Even the legendary gods shocked them. Gods? Faden couldn't help but interrupt. Do they really exist? Could the evil god also be in this world? I am not sure whether gods exist or not, Nagato shook his head. But Douluo continent does have many mysterious powers and existences. What we should do now is not to expose our organization before accumulating more wealth, even though we have come to the new world, our pursuit of peace has never changed. I know that the reason you joined Akatsuki before was because you were all homeless rebel ninjas. In order to be protected by the Akatsuki organization, to avoid being hunted down by other ninja villages, or for other unknown secrets. But now that we are in the new world, are you still willing to stay in Akatsuki? I won't force you, you will have one chance to quit next time. But if any of you dare to betray the organization next time, I will personally make you taste death again. There was an unquestionable majesty in Nagato's words, and everyone was startled, because they knew that Nagato was not joking. Although they knew nothing about this world, they were already shocked by the leader's strength. Nagato, I am willing to continue following you, Conan was the first to express his willingness, and he would go wherever Nagato went. I'll follow you, Chief, Kakuzu's voice was calm and unperturbed. As an old man with decades of experience, he deeply understands the importance of organization. Especially in this unknown world, the importance of teamwork is often more important than individual strength. I, Daidara, am also willing to continue following the leader. Daidara jumped up, his heart filled with desire for the new world. After a moment of hesitation, everyone agreed, just as Kakuzu thought. In this unknown and dangerous world, isolated and helpless, they can only survive by uniting together. From now on, you will be in groups of 2, just like in the past, but there will be some changes to the personnel. Conan, you will be in a group with Sasori, and Afei will continue to be in a group with Daidara. As for me, I still have things to do. You all go gather intelligence and learn about this world. Remember not to have a direct conflict with the spirit hall of this world to avoid unnecessary trouble. There was a hint of seriousness in Nagato's voice. Their current strength is not enough to compete with the spirit hall. Yes, Chief. Everyone responded in unison. Chapter 45. But Nagato, Conan was a little at a loss. He didn't understand why Nagato put him and Sasori in the same group. Nagato knew what Conan was wondering, so he explained, Conan, I know what you want to say, the two of you complement each other and can form a strong fighting force, and I have something to do, so it's not convenient for me to take you with me. After hearing this, Xiaonan was a little confused, but still nodded to show his understanding. Nagato was relieved to see that he was temporarily stable. He didn't know how Nagato and Conan contacted each other privately in the original work. He could only play the role based on his impression of the character in the original work. But this method obviously doesn't work when dealing with Conan, who lives with Nagato day and night. The clues will inevitably be revealed after a long time. Now I can only try my best to get Xiaonan away and delay time. Conan and Nagato have a deep relationship. If I reveal any flaws, it will probably immediately arouse Conan's suspicion. What if the leader of Akatsuki turns out to be an imposter? Wouldn't that mean everyone would rebel? Okay, everyone go and get ready. Bai Ye waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Wuhuan City, Pope's Palace. BBDong felt that this was the ultimate happiness on earth. The eye power of Uchiha Sasuke slowly flowed around her, like small streams flowing into her spiritual sea. She felt that her soul was sublimated at this moment. The evil thoughts in my heart were completely suppressed at this moment. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of emptiness, which made her involuntarily let out a happy moan. Why don't you kill me? Sasuke's voice was calm, without any emotion. His pupils turned a dull pure white. The kaleidoscope power in his eyes had been completely sucked away by BBDong, and a large amount of his life essence had also been extracted. Sasuke, I'm sorry that I hurt you, but this is all your fault, it's because you always wanted to leave me. BBDong's voice was strangely gentle, and her fingers gently stroked Sasuke's face. The action seemed to be comforting a wounded child, but it also seemed to hide a deeper desire. You are mine, always, she continued, every word full of possessiveness and madness. Are you crazy? Sasuke felt that BBDong's mental state was very bad. I really don't know what my future self did to her to force her into this state. Sasuke wasn't sure if there were any psychologists in this world. However, judging by how BBDong acted like a madman in the original novel, it seems that this is not the case to a large extent. BBDong. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, who is supposed to be aloof, domineering, elegant and sacred, is now filled with evil aura. Endless evil thoughts of the Rakshasa surrounded her. That cold and evil aura, just touching Sasuke's skin, seemed to freeze his soul completely. Crazy. Yes, I am crazy. When you killed my daughter. When you destroyed the Spirit Hall. When you killed me without hesitation, I was already crazy. I want you to have a taste of this pain and despair. BBDong's voice was full of madness, and the anger in her heart was completely ignited by Sasuke. A large amount of life source was drained away, making Sasuke's body very weak, and he was unable to face the cold and evil aura of BBDong. All he could do was quietly feel BBDong's fingers moving across his body. The touch made him feel nauseous. Sasuke's eyes were lifeless, but full of coldness. To put it bluntly, if there was a slight chance, he would kill BBDong without hesitation. His cold eyes made BBDong's heart ache, and the anger in her heart dissipated unconsciously, and what surged into her heart was endless grievances. Why are you leaving me? I don't care about these things, I only want you, why? BBDong's voice was a little choked, and she lay on Sasuke's chest in a fragile manner, tears sliding down her cheeks. Her body was trembling slightly, as if at this moment, her strong shell was completely torn apart, revealing her inner fragile side. But it hasn't happened yet, has it? I haven't done these things yet, so how can you be sure that these futures will come true? Sasuke felt that this woman was totally unreasonable. It's as if you dreamed that I destroyed the world, so you wanted to kill me in advance. But I didn't actually do anything. Even if I really do cause trouble in the future, haven't I done nothing now? He doesn't even have an idea now, not even a sign, and he's about to be killed with one blow. I know your future better than anyone else. BBDong raised her head and she held Sasuke's hand tightly. Your eyes and your actions all reveal your hostility towards the Spirit Hall and your desire for power. I know that you will become my enemy sooner or later, but I still choose to keep you by my side. Her voice was choked with helplessness and full of grievance, as if she had no choice but to do so. Sasuke, Then I really have to thank you. I am hostile. Who do you think it's because of? What the hell did I do? I really didn't do anything. Can't you just listen to my explanation? Sasuke took a deep breath. Although he had 1,000 excuses in his mind, he knew that this woman would not listen. Calm down. Calm down. How to deal with Yandere? After thinking about it, Sasuke felt that his poor brain could not think of a solution, so he decided to die first as a token of respect. Rather than being imprisoned like this and living a life worse than death, it would be better to just die. The key is that the information in your mind must not be known by BBDong. If the relationship between him and Bai Ye were to be revealed, it would be all over. He became furious and gritted his teeth, biting his tongue. Then he endured the severe pain and waited quietly for death to come. Chapter 46. BBDong looked at Sasuke's lifeless eyes and felt a pain in her heart. She crouched down slightly, gently holding Sasuke in her arms, and holding his chin with one hand. The two were so close that they could almost feel each other's heartbeats. She lowered her head and kissed Sasuke's lips softly. BBDong murmured into the kiss, "Sasuke, you can't go, you can't leave me." Ding, BBDong's love is detected, and 1,000 destiny is obtained. Ding, BBDong's favorability has increased, and the pupil technique Amaterasu has been obtained. Ha! Rich. This woman is really rich. How about, do one more job before leaving? After all, I can't let her draw my kaleidoscope for nothing. Ha! I'm sorry to disappoint you, Your Holiness, I am not your plaything. Sasuke had a mocking look on his face, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, making him look so handsome and charming. BBDong was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to her senses and anxiously pinched Sasuke's lower body. You, what are you doing? Do you want to die so much? Sasuke's lips curled up into a sneer, I'd rather die than be your plaything. You want to use this method to protest? BBDong felt a little angry. Does this man hate her so much? Obviously, I loved her so much, and even though he did something so excessive, I didn't kill him. But he still wanted to leave me again and again. BBDong's face turned pale, her eyes were filled with darkness, and all the negative emotions in her body were about to burst out. Sasuke opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But the scarlet blood had blocked his trachea and he couldn't say anything. He could only stare at BBDong with his eyes. Although he couldn't see anything, it did not stop him from expressing his dissatisfaction. BBDong came back to her senses and in a panic helped Sasuke clean the blood from his mouth. Although her movements were rough, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. She didn't want Sasuke to die, she wanted him to live and keep him under her control forever. Sasuke's consciousness began to blur and he gradually fell into a coma. Someone come quickly. BBDong screamed anxiously, still showing her usual noble elegance. The guard outside the door heard the sound and came in. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Quick, call all healing soul masters above soul saint level. BBDong's voice trembled, and she hugged Sasuke tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear in the next moment. The guards came to their senses and immediately turned around to call the healing spirit master. BBDong laid Sasuke flat on the ground and began to perform simple first aid measures. Her hands pressed on Sasuke's chest, and soul power rushed into his body frantically. Sasuke, you can't die, you can't die. BBDong's voice was choked with sobs, her face was full of anxiety and worry, her tears couldn't stop falling, dripping on Sasuke's face. At this moment, more than a dozen healing soul masters hurried over and were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Hurry, hurry and save him. If you can't cure him, you will all die. BBDong stood aside, holding Sasuke's hand tightly. After some rescue efforts, Sasuke's heartbeat finally returned to normal and his breathing gradually stabilized. Daolu's figure emerged in the secret room. He looked at Uchiha Sasuke lying on the bed and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. BBDong, what on earth happened? What on earth happened that day? Who is that man in white? As the Pope, you shouldn't hide what you know. Daolu's voice was somewhat angry. On that day, the entire spirit hall almost fell. No. It should be said that it has fallen. I don't know why, but the strange illusion disappeared. But it still had a huge impact on Wuhuan City. Nowadays, people in Wuhuan City commit suicide every day due to mental breakdown. Even the second priest's son committed suicide. The spirit hall paid a huge price for this matter, and BBDong alone could not suppress the matter. Today Doulu came to get things straight. No matter who did this, he must pay the price. Doulu, are you questioning me? BBDong looked at Doulu with cold eyes. There was no fear in her tone, and her face was full of sarcasm. Because of Qian Xuanji, BBDong doesn't have the slightest good feeling towards anyone in the Qian family. She always thought about sending this despicable family away and reuniting with Qiang Sunji. BBDong, the price Spirit Hall paid for this matter was too high. As the Pope, you must give an explanation. Qian Daolu said in a deep voice. A huge six-winged angel martial spirit appeared behind him. The angel's holy sword condensed, exuding murderous aura. Qian Daoliu's meaning was very clear. If BBDong didn't explain things clearly today, there would be no way to resolve the matter. The Spirit Hall is not the Pope's one-man show, it represents thousands of Soul Masters. Now, the Soul Master organization representing the entire Douluo continent was inexplicably conquered. Don't even know who the enemy is? This matter is too exaggerated. No matter what the cost, we must get to the bottom of this. Give everyone an explanation. The truth, what's the point of knowing the truth? What can you do? You are just an old guy who has been eliminated by the times. BBDong sneered, a hint of disdain in her eyes. It has to be said that the memories from the future had a huge impact on BBDong. It made her forget that she is not yet a Rakshasa god, and also made her forget how big the gap is between a title Douluo and an ultimate Douluo. It even made her forget what humility is. No. It should be said that she did not have the quality of humility from the beginning. There was silence all around, and everyone was staring at the arrogant BBDong in amazement. Everyone thinks BBDong is crazy, she is the ultimate Douluo. That's a great offering. End of this chapter. Chapter 47. The angel holy sword in Qian Daoliu's hand released the dazzling sun's true fire, and rich divine power flowed from his body. The might of the extreme Douluo suddenly exploded, like a substantial soul force impact bombarding BBDong. Boom! BBDong's body was knocked backwards by this powerful force and hit the wall heavily. The entire wall was smashed to pieces. She slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at Qian Daolu coldly. The Death Spider Emperor's martial spirit instantly possessed her body, and she turned into a giant humanoid spider with 8 sharp spider legs extending from her back. Level 97. Is this your reliance? He didn't understand why BBDong was so crazy today that she dared to provoke him. But that didn't stop him from teaching BBDong a lesson she would never forget today. Let her understand who is in charge of the Spirit Hall. The holy angel sword in Qian Daoliu's hand condensed the sacred fire. Third soul skill, Holy Sword of Angels. Qian Daoliu's voice was like thunder. His angel holy sword was burning with the blazing fire of the sun, illuminating the entire Pope's palace. BBDong sneered, the dragon vein time power flowed, and her body instantly turned into a phantom, avoiding Qian Daoliu's attack. 8 sharp spider legs were like the god of death's scythe, stabbing towards Qian Daoliu's vital points. Qian Daolu cut off the 8 spider legs very easily. But he did not feel happy at all, instead his brows were frowned. Space soul skills? Illusion? Or some other ability? Death Spider King 6th soul skill Vampire Spider Sting. A large amount of purple spider thorns containing deadly toxins appeared out of thin air behind BBDong. They were as dense as raindrops, overwhelming and attacking Qian Daoliu. The first soul skill, Angel Thrust. Qian Daoliu's expression remained unchanged. A shield formed by soul power appeared in front of him, easily blocking the spider thorns in front of him. Then his figure flashed and instantly appeared behind BBDong. The angel's holy sword, carrying the sacred fire, slashed fiercely at BBDong's back. The soul-devouring Pearl King's 6th soul skill, Space-Tearing Abyss Slash. BBDong's face changed and she quickly retreated. A huge soul-eating Spider King appeared on her body. The soul-eating Spider King's emerald green front claws closed instantly, and a giant emerald green light blade appeared in the void, slashing fiercely towards Qian Daoliu's Holy Sword of Angels. The two attacks collided in the air, bursting out dazzling light and powerful shock waves. The entire Pope's palace began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. Boom! BBDong's body was knocked hundreds of meters away by the violent shock wave. He fell heavily to the ground, leaving cracks on the ground. A large amount of blood spurted out of BBDong's red lips. Her internal organs were somewhat dislocated. It was obvious that she had suffered very serious injuries. Her face was as pale as paper, her body was trembling, her face was full of resentment, and she stared at Qian Daolu. Ju Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Guime walked tremblingly in front of Qian Daolu. Their eyes were filled with fear, their heads resting on the ground, their bodies shaking instinctively. Great priest, stop fighting, Her Highness the Pope is already injured, after all, she is the Pope of our Spirit Hall. Douluo Yuguan knelt on the ground in fear and loyally pleaded for BBDong. Humph, since she dares to provoke me, she should be prepared to bear the consequences. Qian Daolu snorted coldly. His eyes were as cold as a knife as he glanced at BBDong coldly. Humph. Qian Daolu, kill me if you have the guts. BBDong held up her upper body with great difficulty, showing no sign of weakness. Her beautiful lavender eyes stared at Qian Daolu fiercely, her eyes full of provocation. You, if you were not Xiaoshua's mother, would have killed you long ago. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Qian Daolu's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. It was because BBDong was Xiaoshua's mother that she spared her life. Shut up. Don't mention that bastard to me, you'd better pray that she never appears in front of me, otherwise, I don't mind reuniting them. BBDong's eyes were gloomy and she stared at Qian Daolu coldly. Qian Daolu was speechless. He was also aware of what his son had done, but his son had already paid the price with his life. What else does this woman want? Is she really crazy? Is she planning to take everyone with her? Are you not even going to let your own daughter go? Qian Daolu was filled with rage, although he intended to argue with BBDong. But he also knew that the purpose of his coming here today was not to talk about these old stories with BBDong. BBDong, what are you hiding? As the Pope, you must give an explanation to the Spirit Hall and an account to the people who died in Spirit City. Explain. Explain what? Explain how I was oppressed by your Qian family and how I was manipulated by your Qian family. There was a flash of madness in BBDong's eyes, and her voice was full of resentment and anger. She knew that today's matter would not end well, but if she said it out loud, Sasuke would be finished. Even if she is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she cannot protect Sasuke. Now we can only wait and see whether this old incident can threaten Qian Daolu. As for the so-called reputation, as long as Sasuke can be saved, everything is worth it. If Sasuke died, BBDong couldn't believe what she would do. Qian Daolu was choked speechless by BBDong's words. At this moment, Qian Daolu really wanted to dig out his dead useless son and give him a good beating. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, you can have any woman you want. You must provoke this desperate lunatic. Now a large number of worshippers from the Temple of Worship and elders from the Pope's palace have gathered around. If BBDong told this matter, how would the Qian family have the face to continue to run the Spirit Hall? Enough! Qian Daolu roared, and a powerful aura burst out from his body, and the entire Pope's palace began to tremble. BBDong, if you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qian Daolu's voice was full of murderous intent, and it was obvious that he was really angry. Heartless. When have you, Qian Daolu, ever been kind? What else can you do besides taking advantage of others? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qian Daolu was so angry at BBDong's words that his whole body was shaking. However, although BBDong said this, she also knew the importance of the matter. If she dared to continue telling this matter, Qian Daolu would never let her go. Chapter 48. Qian Daolu, I did hide some things, but I promise that those things have nothing to do with the Spirit Hall or the Qian family. There was a hint of fatigue in BBDong's voice and her eyes were filled with sadness, as if she had something unspeakable to hide. Coupled with her exquisite and beautiful face, the scene was extremely sad and beautiful, like a weak woman being bullied. This made many onlookers feel pity for him, and they also felt a little dissatisfied with Qian Daolu's tyranny. But due to Qian Daolu's powerful strength, no one dared to say anything. Qian Daolu's eyebrows twitched wildly, it was clearly BBDong who provoked first. How come I am now the one to blame again? Qian Daolu looked at the indignant elders around him and couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Although I, BBDong, am not a good person, I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall after all, I must consider the Spirit Hall and its stability, I can swear to heaven. BBDong's words sounded very nice, but it seemed as if she had said everything and nothing at the same time. Qian Daolu's brows twitched wildly. This woman didn't say anything significant. They all said how much she cared about the Spirit Hall. How hard they have worked and how loyal they are to the Spirit Hall. BBDong, we are the Spirit Hall, no matter how powerful the enemy is, we are not afraid, just tell us what you want. Perhaps because more and more people were gathering, Qian Daolu forced a smile in order to maintain his image. His voice also became kinder, no longer as sharp as before. Yes. BBDong, don't hide anything now, just tell me what's going on, I'll make the decision for you. Golden Crocodile Douluo had appeared beside BBDong at some point. His son committed suicide after the events of that day. Obviously not everyone has strong willpower. Being able to continue living as if nothing had happened after experiencing the events of that day. BBDong, what exactly are you hiding? You must give me an explanation for my son's death. Golden Crocodile Douluo's voice was filled with murderous intent, and his eyes were like two sharp swords. A huge aura surged from his body and pierced BBDong's heart. Golden Crocodile Douluo, I understand your feelings, I am also saddened by your son's death, but this matter has nothing to do with me. BBDong's voice was full of sincerity. However, Golden Crocodile Douluo's anger did not subside because of this, and his eyes were still as sharp as a knife. BBDong, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, shouldn't you be responsible for the safety of the Spirit Hall? You concealed the truth, which led to my son's suicide, and you still dare to say that you have nothing to do. The voice of Golden Crocodile Douluo was filled with anger. The surrounding elders also began to talk among themselves, their eyes filled with doubt and dissatisfaction. Seeing the atmosphere become like this, BBDong also went along with it. She had anticipated what would happen today and was just waiting for Qian Daolu to arrive to start her plan. Okay, in that case, I'll tell you the truth, there was a hint of determination in BBDong's voice. Everyone listened with bated breath, they all wanted to know. What kind of enemy could make His Holiness the Pope so cautious? What kind of existence could capture the Spirit Hall in an instant? Actually, that day I saw a vision of the future, a future in which the Spirit Hall would be destroyed. BBDong's voice began to tremble, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. Akatsuki. BBDong, are you kidding us? Do you think you can cover up your crimes by making up an organization? Qian Daoliu's voice was full of sarcasm. But I couldn't help feeling a little skeptical because BBDong described it in too much detail. She described in detail the members of the Akatsuki organization and even what abilities some of the members had, as if she had experienced it herself. BBDong's face turned serious. She knew she had to fool everyone. There will be no problem as long as we put the blame on Akatsuki. Akatsuki is not a good group anyway. I'm not making this up. Akatsuki is real. BBDong continued to explain, the members of this organization are all powerful soul masters, and their goal is to overthrow the rule of the Spirit Hall, and... At this point, BBDong's eyes flashed with fear, their leader is even more powerful and unfathomable, he is said to possess the legendary Eye of God, even I am no match for him. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. BBDong is a title Douluo at level 97. It turned out that he was not even a match for the so-called leader. Wouldn't it be certain that they would die if they met this leader? BBDong, you are really serious, this Akatsuki organization you mentioned, their goal is to overthrow the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. If there really is such a powerful organization on Douluo continent, why has he never heard of it? When did the Spirit Hall's control over the continent become so weak? Yes, BBDong nodded and continued to explain. Their plan is very large, and they have carried out many operations in secret, if I hadn't discovered and stopped some of them in time, I'm afraid the Spirit Hall would have suffered serious losses. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. They felt that BBDong would not make up a lie that could be easily exposed. So this Akatsuki organization probably really exists. Then, what evidence do you have to prove that what you said is true? Qian Daolu asked. Their leader claims to possess the legendary Eye of God, do you think that apart from the power of God, there is anything else that can control the consciousness of so many title Douluo? You wouldn't doubt a fragile 6-year-old child, would you? BBDong is a very single person, and she has only done this once and countless times. As for conscience. What is conscience? This kind of thing would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It would also allow Chidori to fight with the Akatsuki organization while he himself would have some free time. After these words were spoken, the whole audience fell into a strange silence. Everyone was trying hard to digest what BBDong said, and at the same time, they felt a lot of doubts and uneasiness in their hearts. After all, if it is true as BBDong said, then the threat faced by the Spirit Hall will be far beyond their previous imagination. Just one encounter is enough to cause the entire Wuhuan city to fall. No one dared to imagine how powerful the leader of Akatsuki was. Is the power of God really something that mortals like them can resist? Chapter 49. Okay. BBDong, you'd better not let me know you're lying, otherwise, you know the consequences. Qian Daoliu's voice was full of warning, and his eyes were as cold as ice. BBDong smiled slightly and let Qian Daolu fight with the Akatsuki organization. It would be best if we fought till the sky was dark and both sides suffered heavy losses. Qian Daolu then turned to the crowd, and his voice was majestic and grand, and suddenly it echoed in everyone's ears. My fellow elders and worshippers, from today onwards, all members of the Spirit Hall must do their utmost to hunt down and kill the members of the Akatsuki organization. I will make them pay for their crimes with their deaths. Qian Daoliu's voice was cold. The truth of the matter was not important. The important thing is to give an explanation to the world. The huge Wuhuan city was unexpectedly trapped by an illusion without any sound or cause. Tens of thousands of people were killed or injured, and no one even knows who did it. Akatsuki. Is this the organization that attacked Wuhuan city? Son, I will definitely avenge you and let the Akatsuki organization pay for your life. You must be kidding, right? How could such a powerful organization appear without any warning? Perhaps the spiritual pollution of His Holiness the Pope has not been completely eliminated. He is starting to have hallucinations. Xian Daolu ignored the discussions of the crowd. The most important thing for the Spirit Hall now is to have a goal. Be it revenge or fear, it won't be worse than it is now. They need an enemy, someone to vent their anger on. Even if this enemy is fictional, the majesty of the Spirit Hall needs to be re-established. This so-called Akatsuki organization is undoubtedly the best target. As for what the truth is, Qian Daolu doesn't care. He only knew that he had to ensure that the interests and reputation of the Spirit Hall were not harmed. As Qian Daoliu's order was issued, an unprecedented action began within the Spirit Hall. Countless spies and scouts were sent to every corner of the continent to look for clues about the Akatsuki organization. Wuhuan City, Worship Hall. Golden Crocodile Douluo followed Qian Daolu in a daze. Please accept my condolences. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Let him be properly buried first. He deserves a place in the Douluo palace. Qian Daolu turned around and patted Golden Crocodile's shoulder, and in a trance he seemed to have returned to several years ago. When Qiang Sunji died, Jean Crocodile comforted him in the same way. The Golden Crocodile's originally upright body became a little hunched, as if it had suddenly aged by 10 years. Great Priest, could the incident a few days ago really have been done by an unknown Akatsuki organization? Golden Crocodile always felt something was wrong, based on his more than 100 years of experience. I always feel that BBDong wants to divert the blame to others. Whether it's true or not, as long as there is a slight possibility, then the strength of the Akatsuki organization is worthy of our attention. Such a powerful organization is hiding silently in Douluo continent. Their purpose must be complicated. If all this is fake, it won't be too late for us to look for BBDong later. Qian Daoliu's tone was full of calmness, but there was a hint of cold murderous intent in his eyes. That woman is a bit difficult to deal with. Her soul power level is increasing too fast, and her talent and potential are far beyond our imagination. Golden Crocodile Douluo said worriedly. His mental power just swept casually just now. However, he discovered that BBDong had actually reached level 97, and might even be as good as himself. Thinking of the dangerous aura on BBDong, Golden Crocodile Douluo's heart sank. I am afraid that in the near future, I will be surpassed by BBDong. BBDong is constantly improving, while I have been stuck at level 98 for hundreds of years. The road ahead was hopeless, which made him feel a little bitter. Ah! Qian Daolu sighed heavily. He also understood this truth, but Xiaoxue was still young and unable to be qualified for the position of Pope. Now she was the most suitable person to lead the Spirit Hall. Get ready, there will probably be a big battle next. I have been in seclusion for many years, and the continent seems to have forgotten my existence. They seem to have forgotten what the consequences of angering the Spirit Hall are. Qian Daoliu's eyes were filled with coldness and his voice was filled with anger. This is the first time in all these years that someone dared to break into Wuhuan City and challenge the majesty of Wuhuan Hall. Yes. Big offering. Everyone bowed and saluted. The entire Wuhuan City was filled with an air of solemnity, like the calm before a storm. Soon, the Spirit Hall was attacked by the Akatsuki organization, and the news of tens of thousands of casualties spread throughout Spirit City. This news began to spread throughout the Douluo continent. Wuhuan City was in chaos. No one thought that someone would actually dare to attack Wuhuan City. The Spirit Hall's wanted order was delivered to the hands of major forces through various channels. Spirit Hall Hunting Order, the leader of the Akatsuki organization committed atrocities and openly attacked Wuhuan City, resulting in the deaths of many elders of the Spirit Hall. It even resulted in tens of thousands of deaths and injuries among the residents of Wuhuan City. It's simply insane and outrageous, condemning both humans and gods. Now the Spirit Hall is recruiting from all over the continent, no matter who they are. Anyone who can provide information about the leader of Akatsuki will receive a reward of 1 million gold soul coins. If you can capture or kill the leader of Akatsuki alive, you will be rewarded with 10 million gold soul coins and the highest honor of the Spirit Hall, and become one of the Spirit Hall's worshippers. Anyone who knows or provides information about Akatsuki members can receive rewards from the Spirit Hall as long as the information is confirmed to be true. Anyone who knows the truth but fails to report it will be considered guilty of the same crime as the Akatsuki organization and will be hunted down ruthlessly by the Spirit Hall. This killing order was like a bolt of thunder that broke through the calm sky, instantly causing huge waves on the Douluo continent. All major forces took action, on the one hand for the high bounty, and on the other hand they did not want to offend the powerful Spirit Hall. Tiendo Empire, Prince's Palace. Qian Renxue also received the news. Looking at the information sent by her subordinates, her heart was filled with horror. History has been changed. How is this possible? I haven't done anything yet, but Akatsuki has already attacked Wuhuan City. Qian Renxue was shocked, as this meant that everything about the future had changed. I can no longer rely on foresight to gain an advantage. Uncle Snake Spear, what is going on? Qian Renshue's face was grim. Young master, all the information about Akatsuki comes from His Holiness the Pope. His voice was low and he was obviously shocked and confused by the matter. There is actually a force that dares to attack the Spirit Hall. It is simply seeking death. Chapter 50. How is this possible? How can BBDong know about the future? Could it be that she also? Young master, what's wrong with you? Snake Spear Douluo was somewhat confused. Is the Akatsuki organization really that strong? Is it worthy of the young master's attention? I'm fine, Snake Spear, how's the progress in the Star Forest? Have you found that person? We've been looking for so long, don't tell me there's no progress. Qian Renshue's face was gloomy. BBDong's change made her feel a sense of urgency. All the plans seemed to be shattered like bubbles. Snake Spear Douluo lowered his head slightly, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Young master, we have sent our most elite search team deep into the forest, but the Star Forest is too vast and we have not found any clues so far. We have to find him, no matter what. Qian Renxue bit her lips tightly, and the uneasiness in her heart became more and more intense. The future has changed. What if Sharon meets someone else instead of me in this life? And the power of Akatsuki is definitely not weak. In the previous life, Sharon was very strong, but I was too weak at that time, so I didn't know how strong Sharon was. But it was not until he ascended to the throne of Angel that he realized that Sharon, who was able to pierce through the stars with one blow, was so powerful that it might have exceeded his imagination. But even such a powerful Tonari, facing the pursuit of the Akatsuki organization, still had his samsara eye taken away. From this tip of the iceberg, we can see that the strength of the Akatsuki organization has reached a terrifying level. I must grow up quickly in this life. Only then will you have enough power to protect Sharon and prevent him from getting hurt. Young master, please instruct us on the next steps. Snake Spear Douluo looked at Qian Renshue's expression and knew that she must have a plan in mind. Qian Renshue's eyes revealed a sense of determination. Notify all your informants to drop the tasks at hand and intensify the search. I don't care what method you use, you must find him at all costs. At the same time, keep a close eye on the movements of the Akatsuki organization. I want to know what they will do next. Snake Spear Douluo didn't understand why Qian Renxue would make such an irrational decision. Young master, the Shingdo Great Forest is the territory of soul beasts. If we enter in large numbers, it will definitely cause a counterattack from the soul beasts. Shut up. Snake Spear, are you questioning my decision? There was a flash of coldness in Qian Renshue's eyes, and the huge angelic power in her body surged, making Snake Spear feel a fatal sense of crisis. Snake Spear Douluo was startled and quickly lowered his head. I dare not, I will do it right away. Remember, what I want is the result, not the process. Qian Renxue said coldly. Snake Spear Douluo's heart trembled. He knew that the young master was serious this time. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately turned around and left, starting to plan the next course of action. Tiendo Empire, Qibao City. Qibao Glazed Sectus is a commercial city that combines Chinese and Western elements with an alien atmosphere. Because it is the location of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, the business here is prosperous and attracts merchants from all over the world. Fei, have you been slacking off since just now? Hurry up and work. This batch of goods needs to be processed as soon as possible, we can't delay the delivery time. Daidara was carrying large and small bags of fried chicken, cheese, and some unknown fruits. The food was so delicious that my mouth was drooling. Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked helplessly at the pile of goods. Seeing Daidara still making sarcastic remarks, veins popped up on his forehead. Why are you always so leisurely, Daidara-senpai, while I have to be so busy? Fei complained, but he did not dare to slack off in the work at hand. After all, as a leader, He can't afford to pay wages and can only work outside to support his subordinates. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? Daidara shrugged and said nonchalantly. I am a senior after all, naturally, I should enjoy some privileges, besides, Fei, haven't you always wanted to be a senior like me? Then you have to learn to bear pressure and responsibility from now on. Daidara walked forward, patted Fei on the shoulder, and said earnestly, and as a member of Akatsuki, you have to be ruthless and cold, that is, the art of being ruthless. Fei, you are still far from that. Fei stared at his overworked Mangeki Sharingan and put the last batch of goods into the Kamui space. He raised his head, panting, and looked at Daidara's relaxed appearance, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Daidara-senpai, when will I be able to enjoy life freely like you? Daidara turned his head and looked at Fei's sweaty face and smiled slightly. Fei, you have to know that everyone's destiny is different. The reason why I can enjoy my current life is because I have paid enough efforts and paid enough price. And you are still in the process of growing up and need to continue learning and accumulating experience. Ding, Sendo Ryu's killing intent detected, obtain the ninjutsu Rasengan. Ding, Golden Crocodile Douluo's hatred detected, gaining destiny value 50. Ding, Qianjun Douluo's murderous intention is detected, and the ninjutsu fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique is obtained. Fei, are you listening to me? It's rare for a senior to pass on his experience to you, so why are you daydreaming? Daidara frowned, looking at Fei's sudden stunned look, somewhat puzzled. Daidara-senpai, don't you find it strange? Normally there should be a lot of people here, but why did it suddenly become so deserted? Also, did you hear any strange noises? The system's voice kept ringing in Fei's mind. Fei's heart sank. How did he get involved in the Spirit Hall's lair while working there? Daidara frowned slightly when he heard this. He knew that although Fei was a little eccentric, he would never make such a joke. So he used perception ninjutsu. After a while, Daidara forced a smile with cold sweat on his forehead. Hey! Fei, it looks like we are surrounded. What should we do then, Daidara-senpai? Fei ran around everywhere in a panic. Since you have come to a different world, remember not to bring shame to our ninja world and our Akatsuki organization. Daidara's hair stood on end as he felt a fatal threat. You are the Akatsuki organization. Xian Daoliu's voice was like the cold wind in winter, biting and cold, making people shudder. He walked towards Daidara calmly. Yes, it's us. Daidara answered expressionlessly, but the cold sweat on his forehead revealed his nervousness. Chapter 51. Xian Daoliu's voice was filled with anger and murderous intent. The sacred angelic light gathered behind him, forming a pair of huge wings of light, emitting dazzling light. The entire dock was shrouded in his dazzling golden light, and the aura of the extreme Douluo began to spread. Daidara's pupils shrank slightly and his body trembled instinctively. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Fei. Fei, run away. Let the seniors handle this matter, you are too young. Wait, is there any misunderstanding about this matter? Our Akatsuki organization did not attack Wuhuan City, our target has never been innocent civilians. Fei tried to explain, but Chidori had obviously already determined that Akatsuki was the culprit. Misunderstanding? Your Akatsuki organization openly challenged the dignity of the Spirit Hall, is there still a misunderstanding? Today, I will make you pay the price. Kiendooliu's wings of light shook violently, and countless golden beams of light fell from the sky, bombarding Daidara and Fei. Daidara's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He knew that today would not end peacefully. Fei, you go first, I'll hold him back. Senior, Fei wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Daidara. Go. This is an order. Daidara roared and waved his hand, causing a giant white clay bird to appear out of thin air, rapidly expanding and enveloping Fei. The giant bird flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, carrying Fei and avoiding Qian Daoliu's attack. Daidara himself used detonating clay stand to dodge this wave of area attacks. Want to run? Not that easy. Hey, old man, your opponent is me. Daidara roared, and countless clays quickly condensed into small flying birds, bombarding towards Qian Daoliu. The explosion was deafening and the entire dock was engulfed in fire and smoke. Detonate the clay clone. The art of earth escape and earth diving. Taking advantage of the smoke, Daidara created a clone on the spot, while his real body quietly sneaked into the ground. Humph, a mere trifle. Qian Daolu snorted coldly, and his light wings shook, transforming into a golden stream of light, avoiding the shock wave of the explosion. He was extremely fast and caught up with Daidara almost instantly. Detonate the clay and the clone explodes. Crack. Daidara's the clay clone's body began to swell as if it was about to explode. Not good. Doulu was shocked. He didn't expect Daidara to be so crazy and actually wanted to die together with him. If he were to self-destruct, the entire dock would probably be razed to the ground. The fourth soul skill, Angel's Control. Doulu roared, and a 10,000-year soul ring lit up. The light wings behind Doulu shook violently and turned into a golden light shield, covering himself and Daidara. At the same time, golden beams of light fell from the sky, forming a huge light prison that trapped Daidara inside. Boom! Daidara's body finally exploded. The huge explosion was deafening, and the dock was covered in flames and smoke. However, Doulu's angel wings and light prison completely blocked the power of the explosion, preventing it from affecting the surrounding buildings and people. In the distance, Daidara emerged from underground. Exploding clay bird. A giant white clay bird carried Daidara into the sky. Daidara looked at Chidori below with cold eyes. The chakra in the body began to brew wildly, and the mouth in the hand began to swallow the clay quickly. Call. Seeing that the explosion did not spread, Doulu breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was inevitably filled with anger at the Akatsuki organization's disregard for human life. Old man, are you looking down on me? While fighting with me, you still want to protect others? Humph. It seems that BBDong is right, the people of Akatsuki are indeed a bunch of lunatics. Doulu said in a cold voice, his eyes full of disdain and disgust. You are wrong, the goal of our Akatsuki organization is to create a peaceful world. Daidara's triumphant voice echoed in the sky. Even though his body was shaking constantly under Doulu's momentum, there was no fear on his face. Peace. Your actions will only make this world more chaotic. Chaos. The world is already chaotic enough, the rule of the Spirit Hall has filled the world with injustice and oppression, what we need is to break it all and create a new order. Order. Your actions will only cause more people to get hurt. Both of them were arguing in order to delay time. Chidori was waiting for his subordinates to evacuate the crowd, while Daidara was waiting for Afei to leave. 1 minute later. Afei, I'm sorry, senior, I can only help you here, whether you can survive from now on depends on you. Daidara stared at Chidori. This guy is very strong. And his speed is amazing. If I hadn't used the clay clone in advance, I'm afraid I'll be cut in half in an instant. I absolutely can't let him get close to me. Daidara let the giant bird fly higher, trying to increase the distance between himself and Chidori as much as possible. When Doulu saw this scene, disdain flashed in his eyes. I am the ultimate Douluo who is known to be invincible in the sky. Today is the first time I see someone who dares to fight with me in the sky. C3 No. A huge white puppet took shape in Daidara's hands. The puppet contains powerful chakra, enough to destroy a village. Take this, old man. Let me show you my art. Daidara yelled and threw the puppet towards Chidori. As the puppet fell, Daidara's giant bird quickly flew into the sky, away from the center of the impending explosion. 7th Soul Skill Angel True Body. The light wings behind Doulu instantly turned into a huge shield of light, blocking him and the puppet that was about to fall. The moment the puppet touched the ground, a huge explosion spread across the entire dock. The strong light and heat waves seemed to engulf everything. But Doulu's angel shield was like an indestructible barrier, completely blocking the shock wave of the explosion. After the explosion, the smoke gradually dissipated and the entire dock was reduced to ruins. Fortunately, the Spirit Hall's law enforcers had evacuated the crowd in advance, and no major casualties were caused. Daidara stood in the distance, his eyes fixed in the direction of Sendo Ryu. His breathing was a little rapid, and it was obvious that the powerful move just now had consumed a lot of his chakra. Doulu slowly removed the angel shield, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Daidara's explosive soul technique to be so powerful. This level of attack is close to the full force attack of a level 96 title Douluo. Boy, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations, but if that's all you can do, your journey ends here, Doulu said in a deep voice. Chapter 52. Little guy, I am Doulu, the great priest of the Spirit Hall. You are quite good, possessing such strength at such a young age. There was a hint of admiration in Doulu's eyes. But the actions of the Akatsuki organization have violated the bottom line of the Spirit Hall, but since you are young, I will give you a chance. If you surrender now, I can spare your life. As long as you join the worship hall, I can give you power, status, money, wealth, and cultivation resources, otherwise, today will be the day you die. Qian Daoliu's voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. Daidara began to eat the clay with the mouth on his left chest, and mixed it with explosive chakra through the meridians of his heart. Humph. As expected, fools don't understand art, old man. Don't underestimate me, surrender. Are you kidding? My ninjutsu surpasses all noble arts. Daidara's tone was filled with anger. He hated this kind of arrogant look, which was as annoying as those damn Uchiha. The black meridian squirmed like a living thing, making him look hideous and terrifying. Your so-called art brings nothing but destruction and death, and true art is the creator of eternity and peace. It was rare for Qian Daolu to speak so much. This child is about the same age as Xiaoxue, but his strength is far superior to Xiaoxue's. This made him admire talented people. Eternity and peace. Is there true peace in this world? What you call eternity is nothing but oppression and slavery. Daidara's voice was full of sarcasm and disdain. I thought the new world would be more interesting. Now it seems that what is the difference between this lifeless world and the ninja world? No. This world full of oppression and slavery without freedom is even more disgusting than the ninja world. It is obvious that these days of working life have almost driven the child crazy. Humph, ignorant boy, you don't understand the rules of this world at all, Qian Daolu snorted coldly. Humph. This is my ultimate art. Next, I will self-destruct and become art itself through death. The radius of the explosion is 10 kilometers, old man, you will definitely be killed, you can't escape. Come, feel the fear. Feel the despair. Cry and scream. And then become part of my art. Daidara's voice was filled with fanaticism and madness, and his body began to slowly turn black. The body also became somewhat transparent, and violent explosive chakra began to gather frantically. Self-destruction. Do you think you can threaten me like this? Ridiculous. Qian Daoliu's eyes were solemn. He felt a fatal sense of crisis. There is no doubt that if he took this blow head-on, he would die even if he was an extreme Douluo. The giant bird controlled by Daidara flew towards the 1,000 paths. The old guy was so fast that even Daidara was not sure whether he could fly out of the explosion range. My art is, the dense black lines on Daidara's body began to converge towards the spherical face in the middle. Patrick. Fei suddenly emerged from the ground, with his lower body still stuck in the soil. Fei tried hard to pull himself out, and he looked very funny. Patrick? What's this trick? Fei scratched his head awkwardly. Well, actually this is a name I came up with on the spur of the moment, because Daidara-senpai's self-destruction technique reminded me of the storybooks I read when I was a child. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's mouth corners slightly raised, as if he found Fei's explanation a little funny. He turned to look at Daidara, a hint of pity in his eyes. My child, your companions do not seem to understand your determination, but since you insist on taking this road of no return, I will also. Qian Daolu was interrupted by Fei before he could finish his words. Daidara-senpai, stop it. You will die if you use this trick. Daidara's body had become completely transparent, with only the spherical face slowly rotating. The surrounding air was distorted due to the violent energy fluctuations. His voice seemed to come from far away, with a kind of detached indifference. Art is sacrifice, Fei, only through death can my art reach perfection. But Daidara-senpai, I'm not leaving yet. I don't want to die with Daidara-senpai. I haven't even been promoted yet. Fei knelt on the ground in despair. Looking at Fei's helpless and desperate eyes, Daidara couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Fei, I'm sorry, you are a good kid, but you don't understand my art. The goal of our Akatsuki organization is to create a peaceful world, not a dark world of exploitation and slavery. Today, I will use my life to prove our beliefs. Daidara's voice became weaker and weaker, and his body began to become more and more transparent. No. 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 Daidara-senpai, you must be lying if you say something like that. How can you possibly care about the so-called peace? You only care about your art and your explosions. Fei covered his head and ran around anxiously, shouting in despair. Fei, Daidara wanted to explain. But his body had become almost completely transparent, and his voice had become barely audible. Fei, you don't understand, my art is my peace, the moment of explosion is the real peace, this is my belief and my life, Fei, you idiot. When you go to another world, you still want to throw it to our Akatsuki organization. Daidara's voice was like an echo, gradually dissipating in the air. Nuclear strike. It turns out that Senior Daidara has such a lofty ideal. But why hasn't it exploded in so long? Shouldn't it have exploded quickly last time? Fei looked at everything around him with some confusion. It was discovered that the area thousands of meters around was already shrouded in angelic holy light. Angel Realm. The 6 wings of the 6-winged archangel behind Qian Daolu covered everything within several thousand meters around them. What's going on? Ah Fei looked around in surprise. He discovered that an invisible force had pinned himself and Daidara down, unable to move. Qian Daoliu's angel field not only restricted their movements. Even the flow of chakra became abnormally slow, and the process of Daidara's self-destruction was also delayed. This is the power of the Spirit Hall. You, the members of the Akatsuki organization, will never be able to understand it. Chidori put his hands behind his back and looked down at Afei and Daidara coldly. Chapter 53. The dense silk threads gathered into a black ball with a smiling face engraved on it. Hey, Daidara-senpai, why did it become like this? Ah Fei easily broke free from the angel realm and dusted himself off. He held the black sphere that was the incarnation of Daidara in his hand. When I knocked on it, it made a dong-dong sound like a hollow object. What's going on? Ah Fei looked at the black ball in his hand, which had become unusually calm. This is too unscientific. How can a person turn into a nuclear bomb? Who the hell are you? Qian Daolu looked at Ah Fei with a serious expression. I thought he was just an intern who was forced to be recruited by the terrorist organization Akatsuki. But the shit intern was able to break free of his angel realm. Even if it is a being of the same level as the extreme Douluo, it is impossible to break free from his angel domain so easily. Qian Daoliu's enormous mental power enveloped Ah Fei. But no matter how carefully he observed, he could not see through the true identity of the masked man in front of him. There is no level, but the body is filled with rich. Qian Daolu stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open in horror. Divine power, this is divine power, Qian Daolu stammered, his throat a little dry. Because he is the guardian of the angel statue, he has received divine power bestowed by the angel god, so he is extremely sensitive to divine power. And now, this mysterious masked man in front of him was emitting such pure divine power. Moreover, the nature of this divine power is extremely high. In front of him, the angelic divine power in his body is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Qian Daolu was shocked and terrified. Is this the true god descending to the mortal world, or the successor of some other god? But no matter what it was, he couldn't afford to offend. Xiaoxue hasn't grown up yet, she still needs my protection, and nothing can happen to me. Qian Daoliu's face was full of uncertainty. The development of things had exceeded his expectations. Now that they have become enemies, he is not sure whether he should continue to kill the man in front of him completely. He also didn't dare to gamble with the Spirit Hall's 10,000-year inheritance. But now that he is in the game, it is probably too late to get out. At this moment, how could Qian Daolu not understand? I was tricked by BBDong. BBDong might have deliberately concealed the existence of divine power in Akatsuki and let him deal with Akatsuki. This is clearly an attempt to kill someone with a borrowed knife. The expression on Qian Daoliu's face was somewhat uncertain. The complexity of it made Ah Fei a little scared. I just went to Qibao City to purchase some goods, so how did I become an evil soul master who attacked Wuhuan City? Even if they are investigating smuggling, the inspection wouldn't be so strict, right? This is clearly a fatal move. Humph, you're lucky. I'll keep today's matter in mind for now and we'll deal with it another day. Qian Daolu snorted coldly, took back the angel realm, turned around and left. Is that the end? Phew, it was a thrilling day, but we still have to seal this thing, it's too dangerous. As Ah Fei finished speaking, dense sealing spells spread all over the black ball. The seal is finally complete. However, Senior Daidara is dead again, and he still likes to mess around as always, and the Spirit Hall, this matter is not over yet. Ah Fei's voice turned cold at the end, and his heart was filled with anger. The Scarlet Mangeki Sharingan looked coldly in the direction where Chidori left. The moment Qian Daolu turned around and left, he felt something was wrong. Where are Jin Yi, Qian Jun and the others? Qian Daolu initially thought they were chasing the masked man. But wasn't the masked man here? So where did they go? Why can't I see anyone now? Are you in any trouble? The feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger, and Qian Daolu hurriedly quickened his pace to return to Qibao City. Qibao City. Itachi Uchiha looked at the streets that used to be bustling and prosperous, but were now filled with blood and smoke. The once bustling street market was now left with only broken walls and ruins, and the air was filled with a burning smell. Under the collapsed buildings, human corpses were everywhere. Some were burnt black by flames, and some were crushed into a bloody mess by huge rocks. Some were even shaken by the shock wave to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices and having their internal organs shattered. A trace of pity flashed across Uchiha Itachi's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. It turns out that no matter which world we are in, life is fragile. The war will never stop. Life has no meaning. Bang! The mummy ghost shark's broadsword, Samahata, smashed down fiercely, smashing a spirit master from the spirit hall into a pulp. Itachi, it looks like we are surrounded. Kisame wiped the sticky liquid off his face, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face with his sharp teeth. But it's exciting this way, isn't it? Kisame, stop playing around, our mission is to find Daidara and Afei, and then evacuate. Uchiha Itachi said calmly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. That Daidara guy is still as messy as ever. Kisame looked at the battlefield reduced to ruins and shook his head helplessly. However, it seems that he played a little too much this time. I wonder how he is now. Uchiha Itachi did not respond, his eyes fixed on the dim sky. Mr. Itachi, what's wrong? Did you find anything? Kisame noticed something strange about Uchiha Itachi and followed his gaze. It seems that the big shots of the spirit hall have noticed us. Uchiha Itachi said lightly, his eyes fixed on a figure in the sky. Evil beasts. It seems like you guys are enjoying killing people, right? You are so bold to kill our spirit hall law enforcers. Today, none of you will survive. A roar came from the sky, and then a dragon-coiled stick surrounded by a giant blue dragon hit Kisame on the head. Kisame, be careful. As soon as Uchiha Itachi's voice fell, the shadow of the giant dragon descended with a loud bang. In an instant, Kisame's figure was blown away by the huge impact force and crashed into a half-collapsed house. Dust flew, bricks and stones scattered, and the whole street was shaken. Ha, that hurts. Kisame crawled out of the ruins with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were full of excitement and fighting spirit. The big sword in his hand, Samahata, seemed to sense the owner's emotions and made a slight vibration sound. Uchiha Itachi's worry didn't last long before it was interrupted by a cold voice. Where are you looking at? Your opponent is this old man. The moment the tall old man appeared, he exuded an invisible pressure that made everyone feel a little breathless. A huge golden crocodile king appeared behind the tall old man. Yellow. Yellow. Purple. Purple. Black. 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 Red. Chapter 54. The invisible aura made Kisame's already seriously injured body almost unable to move. The atmosphere on the entire battlefield froze. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge golden crocodile king and its dazzling 10-year soul ring. Second brother. Qianjun Douluo bowed respectfully to the tall old man. Golden crocodile Douluo nodded to Qianjun Douluo, then looked at Uchiha Itachi and Kisame with cold eyes. His voice was low and full of murderous intent. Remnants of the Akatsuki organization, today is your end. Kisame, can you still fight? Uchiha Itachi's voice was calm but with a hint of urgency, and his eyes did not leave golden crocodile Douluo's movements. Of course, this kind of scene is interesting. Kisame grinned. The big sword Samahata began to inject chakra into Kisame, quickly healing his injuries. Then go ahead, we can't fall down at this time, Uchiha Itachi said lightly. Water style, Mizusame bullet technique. Kisame formed seals with his hands and condensed a huge water ball. As his chakra was injected, the water ball quickly deformed. It transformed into a giant shark and rushed towards golden crocodile Douluo with huge waves. Facing this sudden attack, golden crocodile Douluo raised his brows slightly. The shadow of the golden crocodile king behind him opened his mouth and roared, and a powerful soul power wave burst out from his body. An invisible shock wave was formed, directly shattering the huge shark. Is this your strength? Golden crocodile Douluo sneered repeatedly, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. But it did not prevent him from being fully motivated. But he didn't realize that when he destroyed the Mizusame bomb, a large amount of soul power outside his body disappeared. However, Kisame's injuries recovered instantly, and even a small amount of chakra surged in his body. Senior, I wonder how our Akatsuki organization has offended the Spirit Hall, so that they have to go to such great lengths to encircle and suppress us. Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke, his voice calm and powerful. When Golden Crocodile Douluo heard this question, he was slightly stunned, and then burst into laughter. Offended? Do we need to ask why you, the Akatsuki organization, have done what you have done? Attacking the Spirit Hall, sabotage, terrorist activities, aren't these your specialties? As a force that maintains peace on the continent, Spirit Hall will naturally eliminate cancer like you. Golden Crocodile Douluo's voice was filled with anger and reproach. The Akatsuki organization's behavior of treating human life as worthless makes everyone terrified. All I can say is that there is a huge difference between the soul skills of Douluo continent and the ninjutsu of the ninja world. Soul skills can only be obtained by hunting soul beasts, and what soul ring you get depends on luck. Ninjutsu is a man-made technique specifically created for war. When everyone is fragile, the larger the range, the better. Facing the accusation of Golden Crocodile Douluo, Kisame grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Itachi, it sounds like we have become the big villain. Boy, if you dare to offend my 7 treasures glazed tile sect, not to mention that the spirit hall will not let you go, even if you want to leave today, you have to ask my 7 killing swords. A figure with sword-like aura came galloping towards them on a sword from a distance. Jian Qinshin turned into a sword light and rushed straight towards Uchiha Itachi. 7 killing swords. Uchiha Itachi quickly used the body flash technique to dodge the attack. He said calmly. Jian Qinshin from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. I've heard of you, you're known as the title Douluo with the strongest attack power. Ha! Chen Xian, as expected, a tiger father will have a dog son, Chen Jianjun has a son like you, so he can die without regrets. Golden Crocodile Douluo spoke to Jian Qinshin in the tone of an elder. Jian Qinshin nodded indifferently when he heard this. Senior, you are too kind, I just want to seek justice for my father. Golden Crocodile Douluo's eyes turned cold, and he snorted but didn't say anything else. 7th soul skill, Golden Crocodile True Form. The whole body of Golden Crocodile Douluo was covered in a layer of dazzling golden scales. His hands turned into sharp claws, and a huge crocodile tail covered with scales and spikes grew from his back. Second brother. This. I don't understand why Golden Crocodile Douluo used his spirit body so quickly. Using this form consumes a huge amount of soul power. Qianjun, don't be careless, that little yellow-haired kid almost made the chief priest. Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't say anything else, and the ruins around him were proof of that. Kisame and Uchiha Itachi felt the terrifying aura of Golden Crocodile Douluo, which was as terrifying as the abyss, and their hearts sank. I understand, second brother. The panlong stick in Qianjun Douluo's hand emitted a dazzling blue light, and the shadow of a giant dragon surrounded him. Accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, the panlong stick turned into a huge blue halo and flew straight towards Goisame. Oh no! Kisame, hide quickly. Seeing that Kisame had no time to dodge, the blue halo came like thunder. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned cold, and with a flash of his body, he appeared next to Kisame. Susanoo no Ho. Accompanied by Uchiha Itachi's low growl. A huge dark red bone rose from behind him, quickly forming a huge red skeleton tens of meters high. The skeleton warrior's eyes flickered with red flames. In its right hand it held a huge sword, the blade of the sword exuding a chilling aura. That is the legendary divine weapon, the Ten-Fist Sword, which can seal everything. Legend has it that anyone stabbed by him will be forever sealed in an illusion world called Drunken Dream. In its left hand is a huge red shield. That is the legendary artifact, the Yata Mirror, which can change its properties according to the attack and is said to be able to defend against all attacks. Under the heavy bombardment of Qianjun Douluo's panlong stick, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from Susanoo's red shield, and the huge force made the entire ground shake. However, despite the strong impact, but the skeleton warrior made of chakra still stood as solid as a rock, without any sign of shaking. But the scarlet blood flowed from the corner of Uchiha Itachi's mouth. It was obvious that it was not as easy for Uchiha Itachi to take this attack as it seemed. Itachi. Kisame was shocked when he saw this and hurried forward to support Uchiha Itachi. I'm fine, just a little exhausted. Uchiha Itachi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said lightly. What a powerful defense. Is this your trump card? Uchiha Itachi did not reply, his Mangeki Sharingan scanned everything around him accurately. Thoughts were churning rapidly in his mind as he calmly and accurately searched for a way to break the impasse. Looking at the spirit masters from the spirit hall who were constantly gathering around them from hundreds of meters away. His heart sank, and he knew he had to make a quick decision. Chapter 55. A hint of shock flashed across Qianjun Douluo's eyes. This was the first time he had seen such a solid defense. His attacks are a fatal threat even to ordinary title Douluo. But in front of this skeleton, it only caused a slight ripple. Uchiha Itachi whispered to Kisame, Kisame, be careful to save Chakra, we don't know how long the battle will last. Kisame's face turned pale. Has he become a burden? Tsukuyami. When Qianjun Douluo's psychological defenses were slightly relaxed due to shock. Uchiha Itachi seized this moment of opportunity decisively. On the cross. Uchiha Itachi looked at Xianjun Douluo who was trapped above with cold eyes, and the ninja sword in his hand pierced his body coldly. Ah! Xianjun Douluo let out a painful wail. It seems that even a titled Douluo is no different from an ordinary person after being hit by Tsukuyami. Struggling, screaming, cursing, until the final numbness and despair. Your strength is great, but your will is not enough. Uchiha Itachi's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was evaluating an inanimate object. His gaze shifted from the fallen Xianjun Douluo to the golden crocodile Douluo who was ready to strike. What? How is this possible? He defeated Xianjun in an instant, is he a spiritual master? Golden crocodile Douluo was shocked. He didn't expect Xianjun to fall so easily. He strode forward, turned his body, and the huge crocodile tail behind him swept towards Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. Boom! Boom! As golden crocodile Douluo attacked, the entire ground seemed to be shaking. The huge crocodile tail carries unparalleled power and speed. It hit the skeleton's shield directly. The air was filled with vibration ripples of energy collision. Huge cracks appeared on the entire Susanoo. But it was soon repaired by Uchiha Itachi, and grew flesh and robes. Uchiha's vision became blurry and his mind became groggy. Scarlet tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and his body began to sway. It seems that this is the limit. Uchiha Itachi's voice was filled with a hint of fatigue and helplessness. There was murderous intent in golden crocodile Douluo's eyes. This man was too weird. The aura is so weak, even weaker than that of an ordinary soul Douluo. But he was able to kill Qianjiao instantly and also withstand his full-strength attack. And for some reason, from the moment the skeleton came out, he already felt a fatal sense of crisis. If I don't handle it well, I might really die. Chen Xian, I'm afraid I'll need the assistance of your 7 treasures glazed tile sect this time. Golden crocodile Douluo said in a deep voice, his eyes flickering. No matter what kind of crisis it is, and what kind of strange abilities they have, let Jian Qinshin test it out first and we will know. Golden crocodile Douluo quickly stepped forward to rescue the fallen Xianjun Douluo, intending to hand him over to the Angel Legion. This time, the encirclement and suppression of Akatsuki organization caused heavy casualties. Hundreds of the 3,000 Angel Legionaries were killed or wounded. Apart from major wars, there has never been such a tragic sacrifice. Daidara's C3 No. 18 was too terrifying, and its range was too huge. The high temperature, close to that of the surface of the sun, turned all living things within 10 kilometers into ashes. Even at a distance of 10 kilometers, the strong shock wave could shatter a person's internal organs. In this world where medical care is not perfect, serious injuries are almost certain to lead to death. Even minor injuries and colds can lead to death. Because of the existence of healing soul masters, this world does not pay much attention to the medical industry. This also led to injuries to ordinary people, and most of those who could not afford to hire a soul master for treatment could only wait to die. The Akatsuki organization's actions have already aroused public anger. This behavior of treating human life as worthless makes everyone terrified. Even Dogubo, who is known as the strongest poison soul master, would not dare to release poison on a large scale in the city unless it is absolutely necessary. And a madman like Daidara has undoubtedly touched everyone's bottom line. What a troublesome boy. Jian Qinshin tightly grasped the sword in his hand, and a barely perceptible worry flashed in his eyes. He shifted his gaze from Uchiha Itachi to golden crocodile Douluo and nodded in understanding. Water style, rain-eating shark. Mr. Itachi, you don't need to worry about me, I am a member of Akatsuki after all. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry more about your body. Kisame's figure suddenly became blurred, and his figure moved quickly in the air. Countless tiny water droplets gathered from all directions, forming a huge vortex. Densely packed small sharks in the whirlpool surrounded Jian Qinshin. This is... Jian Qinshin frowned. He could feel that the soul power contained in the water was extremely powerful. The soul power of this shark-faced creature is so amazing. Even if I were to use this move, the soul power consumed would probably be difficult to recover in a short period of time. His eyes were fixed on Kisame, and he was secretly alert. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Itachi coughed violently, and bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, staining his chin red. Facing the full-strength attack of golden crocodile Douluo, even with the protection of Susanoo and the Yata mirror. But it still caused a huge impact on his body. What's more, he used Tsukuyami and forcibly repaired Susanoo at the same time. At this time, his eyes were almost blind. The second soul skill spirit sword guard. Feng Ji took action. The ultimate assistance from the 7 treasures glaze allowed Jian Qinshin's speed, strength, and defense to be enhanced to the extreme. Dazzling blue sword energy surrounded his body, forming an indestructible protective shield. Under the protection of Jian Qinshin's spiritual sword, those tiny sharks seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier and were bounced away one after another, unable to get close to his body. When Kisame saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Without making any noise, he added the ability to devour soul power into the little shark. And Uchiha Itachi saw Jian Qinshin's sudden momentum increase. His Mangeki Sharingan observed that a soul power was constantly being transmitted to Jian Qinshin. The 7 treasures glazed tower. That's troublesome, but maybe it's an opportunity. The 4th soul skill, heavy sword shadows. Dense blue sword energy burst out as Jian Qinshin swung the 7 killing sword. Countless sword shadows attacked Kisame and Uchiha Itachi at lightning speed. Although Uchiha Itachi's vision became a little blurry, he still had extraordinary perception and reaction ability. Barely captured the trajectory of the sword energy. His body instinctively made evasive movements, and when he couldn't avoid it, he used the crow's substitution technique to forcibly evade it. Chapter 56. Kisame can only rely on the power of his broadsword Samahata to resist. In less than a moment, Kisame's body was covered with dense sword scars. Mr. Itachi, it looks like I have to go first this time. Kisame covered his stomach with one hand, the sword energy was almost cutting him in half. He took a deep breath, and chakra circulated rapidly in his body, preparing to launch a final counterattack. Itachi, you go first, I'll hold them back. Kisame's voice was firm and resolute. Uchiha Itachi was slightly stunned, then he understood Kisame's intention. Kisame, Uchiha Itachi's voice was a little hoarse, but he quickly regained his composure. Take care. Then he turned around and left without looking back. Don't worry. Mr. Itachi, I'm not that easy to be defeated, the stronger the opponent, the stronger I become. It won't get tired, and it won't fall down, that's why I'm called the tailed beast without a tail. Kisame grinned and let out a low roar from the large sword Samahata in his hand. The injuries on Kisame's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soul power disappeared, no. It was devoured. Jian Qinshin only now realized why the soul power consumed by his spirit sword protection was dozens of times more than usual. Looking at the whirlpools around like the ocean, this soul skill has the strange property of devouring soul power. This is very unfriendly to his strong attack system, which consumes a lot of soul power. Jian Qinshin's face was solemn. He absolutely could not fight a war of attrition, otherwise he would probably be dragged to death. Young man, why are you doing this? Surrender. With your strength, you could have been put to good use in the spirit hall, you shouldn't have died here like this. Kisame didn't answer, but quickly formed hand seals. The rich energy fluctuations made Golden Crocodile Douluo feel frightened. It is conceivable that the soul skills released are probably not inferior to his own 10-year soul skills. Jian Qinshin, don't hold back, kill him. There was a hint of determination in the voice of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Upon hearing this, a trace of solemnity flashed across Jian Qinshin's eyes, and he took a deep breath. The 7-killing sword in his hand was slowly raised, and a powerful sword intent emanated from the tip of the sword. 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Jian Qinshin shouted softly, and a dazzling blue light burst out from the 7-kill sword. Countless sword shadows flew out from the tip of the sword, transforming into sword lights, rushing towards Kisame, trying to interrupt his soul skills. However, it was too late. During the time when Golden Crocodile Douluo was trying to persuade him to surrender, Kisame had already completed the preparation of his ninjutsu. Water release big explosive water wave. Water style, who will repair the dam? The water that spewed out of Kisame's mouth was as turbulent as the ocean, instantly turning the surroundings into a vast ocean. Huge waves rolled over, swallowing up Jian Qinshin's sword light. The sword energy and the water waves collided with each other, making a deafening roar. When Golden Crocodile Douluo saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he snorted coldly, and the shadow of the Golden Crocodile King behind him let out an earth-shaking roar. Golden beams of light gushed out from the phantom's mouth and turned into countless golden lights, but because the casting speed was too slow, they were instantly submerged by the surging ocean current. Water escape technique, water prison shark dance. The vast ocean was instantly fixed into a huge oval water prison, several thousand meters high. The Golden Crocodile Douluo and Sword Douluo were completely submerged and firmly trapped inside. Suddenly he couldn't breathe and Jian Douluo frowned uncomfortably. He wanted to fly out of this water prison quickly, but found that he had been firmly locked by thousands of tons of water, and even moving would consume a lot of soul power. Glue muscle and human body fusion technique. The Samahata in Kisame's palm instantly merged into his body, and he turned into a half-merman. It looks more ferocious, and its strength and speed in water have been greatly enhanced. And he also inherited the chakra-absorbing properties and perception abilities of the gelatinous muscles. Now he has completely become the top predator in the water. The longer it takes, the weaker you will be, but the weaker you are, the stronger I will be. Weren't you excited to fight just now? Now, it's my turn. So, I'm going to fight. Kisame's voice echoed in the water prison, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He bent his waist slightly and made a gliding posture like a shark. Golden Crocodile Douluo's expression turned extremely ugly. He didn't expect that Shark Face, who was seriously injured by Qianjun Douluo in the first encounter, would be so difficult to deal with. He held his breath, and all the soul power in his body turned into a shield on the surface of his body, isolating the heavy water pressure. Every bit of energy attached to the sea water contains will. As a result, his mental power was greatly weakened in this area, and he was unable to sense places too far away. Damn, I can't see clearly. Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at the blurry scene and couldn't find Qianqinshin's location at all. Then he no longer cared about anything else and immediately found a direction to escape from this dungeon. Otherwise, even if he was a title Douluo at level 97, he would not be able to survive in the water for a long time. Water Style, Infinite Shark. In an instant, more than 1,000 shark water bombs formed in the water prison, rushing towards Sword Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo. Faced with the group of sharks visible to the naked eye, Qianqinshin and Golden Crocodile Douluo both felt unprecedented pressure. The fifth soul skill, shocking all directions. The powerful sword energy exploded in all directions, forming a series of sword energy barriers that collided with Kisame's water bombs. The huge impact force caused turbulent waves in the water dungeon. It seems like you really want to fight to the death. There was a hint of coldness in Golden Crocodile Douluo's voice. We can no longer passively take the beating like this, we must find a breakthrough. Otherwise, you might really be dragged into the abyss by this seemingly weak opponent. Qianqinshin seemed to realize this as well. His soul skills themselves consumed a lot of energy, and if he delayed any further he would be killed. The seven-killing sword in his hand danced like a storm, indiscriminately cutting through the water around him, trying to find Kisame's location. However, Kisame seemed to have disappeared, leaving behind only the water bullets that continued to attack. Golden Crocodile Douluo's body trembled violently, and powerful soul power burst out instantly, shaking away the surrounding water. Damn, I can't see clearly, where is this guy? Water Style, Water Clone Technique. Kisame created 3 clones. He knew that the people in this world were extremely strong. If I fight them in close combat, I will probably be torn into pieces in an instant. So he decided to use his water escape technique and attack from a long distance. The 3 clones each performed the Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet technique. The powerful water column surged in the water prison like a dragon, trapping Qianqinshin and Golden Crocodile Douluo in the center. Chapter 57. 7 Killing Fields. Open. A dazzling sword energy burst out from the tip of the sword, and Qianqinshin waved the 7 killing sword in his hand. His 12 sword shadows slashed down one by one, instantly pushing away the surrounding waves and forming a huge hole. Several water dragon bombs around were instantly defeated. Found it. There. With the opening of the 7 killing field, Jian Douluo instantly sensed everyone in the field. And Kisame tried his best to create some distance within Sword Douluo's territory. However, his body became extremely weak, and his speed and defensive chakra were suppressed and reduced by nearly 70. The laurel trees are green all over the border, the partridges are singing in the cool afternoon sun, the peaks above Yanpingjian are like sharp cuts, the river is empty with the sword gone and the water is still flowing. Sword energy is everywhere. Cold light shines for thousands of miles. Slash gods and demons with anger. 9th soul skill, Sword Dao Dust Heart, slash gods and demons. Qianqinshin frantically drove the soul power in his body. A huge sword hundreds of meters high appeared behind him, and the powerful soul power fluctuations shook all the surrounding water flows. Kisame sensed the fatal crisis and tried desperately to get out of the attack range of the giant sword. But it was firmly locked by Qianqinshin's mental power. And the Golden Crocodile Douluo also erupted with terrifying soul power pressure at that moment. His body, which was already suppressed by the 7 killing fields, was completely unable to move at all. A sword energy that seemed to cut the sky and the earth apart suddenly appeared. He chopped down fiercely towards Kisame's position, and the entire water prison seemed to be shocked by this terrifying sword energy. The water surface was instantly split into 2, forming a huge crack. It seems that I can't complete this mission, really, I haven't had a good look at this new world yet, Mr. Itachi, goodbye. The moment the sword energy was about to touch him, Kisame felt a sense of relief. He closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. Kisame. You're really in a mess. Shinra Tensei. At the moment when Kisame closed his eyes, Pain's figure appeared out of nowhere in the dungeon like a ghost. He placed the palm of his right hand towards the crack created by the sword energy, and an invisible force burst out, completely offsetting the sword energy that was almost destroying everything. Boom! The entire water prison suffered a huge impact. Due to the lack of chakra to maintain it, it collapsed instantly at this moment and turned into countless water droplets that fell down. Pain's figure stood as steady as a mountain above the rushing water. Then he looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was late, and felt relieved. Fortunately, I left the Flying Thunder God mark on them all. Otherwise, I would really be left alone today. But seeing Uchiha Itachi's body on the verge of collapse, Pain still took out a portion of yang power with a broken heart. The power of the sun? Life source crystal? Wait, where did this thing come from? Pain's body stiffened, his eyes became a little dazed, and his heart was filled with panic. My memory was tampered with silently. If it weren't for this inexplicable appearance of yang power, I'm afraid I don't even know that my memory has been tampered with. Nagato took a deep breath. It seemed that the water in this world was deeper than he had imagined. Nagato's mind was filled with thoughts, trying to find any inconsistencies in his memory. But his expression remained unchanged, and he continued to control Pain and comfort the employees who were injured at work. Itachi, it seems I was negligent and forgot about your physical condition. Before Itachi could react, Pain gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Under Itachi's vigilant gaze, a powerful yang force instantly repaired his body. The Mangeki Sharingan in his pupils also grew immensely stronger under the nourishment of this power. Chief, you. Uchiha Itachi was filled with horror. He never expected that his leader possessed such powerful strength. Can heal yourself easily. And at this moment, his kaleidoscope regained its light. Even possesses more powerful power. Pain glanced at him indifferently, then turned his head and his eyes fell on Kisame in the distance. Kisame, you did a good job. Pain's voice was calm and deep, as if carrying an invisible majesty. Kisame's body slowly sank into the water. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by relief. Then he was fished out of the water by the animals. Chief, I. Pain didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, then turned and looked at Jian Qinshin and Golden Crocodile Douluo. A solemn look appeared on the face of Golden Crocodile Douluo, which had always been calm and composed. Jian Qinshin attacked with all his strength, but was easily blocked by the Akatsuki member in front of him. Jian Douluo floated in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking somewhat ethereal and otherworldly. But in fact, the soul power in his body has reached the bottom. His heart tightened and he dared not show the slightest sign of decline at this time. Their bodies were intact, and their originally wet clothes were evaporated dry by their soul power. It doesn't look like it has been through a major war at all. Even in the battle with Kisame, Kisame's ninjutsu did not hurt them at all. It was easily blocked outside the body by their soul power shields. The only thing that made it difficult for them was its soul power devouring property. Who are you? Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at the six figures with a serious face. He did not sense any breath of life. But it did not prevent the other party from giving him a fatal sense of crisis. Six figures jumped out and stood in front of Golden Crocodile Douluo in an orderly manner. Those wavy eyes, they're the Rinnegan. But why are there six of them? Golden Crocodile Douluo was a little surprised and doubtful. Could it be that BBDong was hiding something? This information is totally wrong. Didn't BBDong say there are six Samsara eyes? You have violated my seven treasures glazed tile sect. Do you really think that there is no one in my seven treasures glazed tile sect? Jian Qinshin snorted coldly. His arrogant look made Pain look at him more. At first, seeing that his spiritual power had run out, I had no intention of caring about him. After all, it was indeed Daidara who was wrong in this matter, as he was too harsh in his attack. But I didn't expect Jian Douluo to be so stubborn. Although he looks calm on the surface. But in Pain's eyes of reincarnation, it was weaker than ever before. A soul master without soul power is like a soldier without a gun. How can he fight? It seems that my subordinates have been severely punished by you, Pain said lightly. Humph, they are just some small characters who don't know how to live or die, Golden Crocodile Douluo snorted coldly. Really? The figure of the hungry ghost beside Pain disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared behind Golden Crocodile Douluo and slapped him on the back. Golden Crocodile Douluo's face changed. He didn't expect the speed of the hungry ghost realm to be so fast. He quickly turned around and punched the hungry ghost's palm. Chapter 58. Boom! The two men's fists collided, and a strong energy wave erupted. Golden Crocodile Douluo was firmly caught by the hungry ghost realm. The strong force made him feel his arms numb. This guy's power, Golden Crocodile Douluo was horrified. I have a strength-type beast spirit, but today I was suppressed in strength. The next moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo felt that his soul power began to drain out uncontrollably. Golden Crocodile kicked Hungry Ghost in the face with all his might, but Hungry Ghost blocked it with one hand. This kick directly broke the Hungry Ghost's hand. The good news is that they aren't very defensive. But this did not make Golden Crocodile Douluo feel relieved. Chen Xayan, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it. Golden Crocodile Douluo was horrified to find that the soul power in his body was rapidly draining away, and his strength was also constantly decreasing. This made him feel panicked. Just one person was already so difficult to deal with. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to deal with these 6 people with the same eyes? He couldn't imagine what would happen if 6 of them attacked together. Upon hearing this, Jian Qinshin began to dance the 7-killing sword in his hand again. Sword energies streaked across the sky like meteors, slashing towards Pain's 6 paths. Shinra Tianzheng. An invisible repulsive force gathered in Pain's eyes, and he waved his hand gently. That powerful force surged towards Jian Qinshin like a tide. Jian Qinshin's sword energy collided with the repulsive force, making a loud noise. Jian Qinshin felt a powerful force rushing towards him. He hurriedly used the sword in his hand to block, but his arm shook and the 7-killing sword almost flew out of his hand. What kind of power is this? Jian Chen was shocked. This is the power of God, Pain said lightly. All things are attracted by heaven. Just as Jian Qinshin was shocked by Pain's terrifying ability. But suddenly I found that my body was out of control. Pulled by an invisible force, it flew towards Pain. Jian Qinshin wanted to circulate the soul power in his body to resist this invisible repulsive force. However, he found that the soul power in his body seemed to have encountered a natural enemy and was completely out of control. He could only watch as he was sucked towards Pain. No, that's impossible. A trace of fear flashed across Jian Qinshin's eyes. He had never felt so powerless. Pain had a blank expression on his face and waved his hand gently. Jian Qinshin's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. It hit the ground heavily, splashing a large amount of water. The human path that was prepared in advance appeared the moment Jian Qinshin landed. He grabbed Jian Qinshin's head with his hands and extracted Jian Qinshin's soul. Jian Qinshin. Golden Crocodile Douluo felt nervous when he saw this. He didn't expect Jian Qinshin to be defeated so quickly. It seems that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect is nothing special, Pain said calmly. Then he looked at Ning Fengji who was walking towards him in a panic. Your Majesty, I am Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect. Our 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect and the Tiendo Empire have no intention of being enemies with the Akatsuki organization. I beg your Majesty to show mercy and spare Jian Qinshin's life. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded, accompanied by a figure walking quickly. Ning Fengji felt panicked when he saw Jian Douluo's soul being pulled out so easily. He was afraid that Renjiandeo's hand would shake and Jian Douluo's soul would be completely imprisoned. Ning Fengji's words were very subtle, and on the surface he was begging for mercy. But in reality, it was tying the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the Heaven Do Empire together to put pressure on Pain. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. He didn't expect Ning Fengji to appear suddenly. He just wanted to capture the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect. In order to threaten Jian Qinshin, he was blocked by the Angel Army. He didn't find any chance to reach him. If they hadn't met the leader, he and Kisame would probably be finished this time. Master Ning, what do you mean? Pain said calmly. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Your Majesty, our Chibao Yoli sect and Tiendo Empire have never had any grudges with the Akatsuki organization. What happened today was just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Pain snorted coldly. Your people injured my subordinates, is this also called a misunderstanding? Ning Fengji shook his head slightly. Your Majesty, although Mr. Gui Jiao was injured, his life was not in danger. We, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, are willing to pay compensation for this, and only ask that Jian Qinshin's life be spared. Master Ning, what do you mean by this? Pain's voice was cold. Do you think that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tiles sect and the Heaven Do Empire can threaten me by joining forces? Ning Fengji hurriedly explained. Your Majesty has misunderstood. I just hope that both parties can resolve this matter peacefully. After all, force cannot solve the problem. A peaceful solution. Pain looked at him expressionlessly. You hurt my men, do you think you can just let it go? No matter who is right or wrong in this matter, I am the leader of an organization. Even when his subordinates were besieged and almost died, he still let them go with a nonchalant attitude. Then my role as leader has ended. Ning Fengji shook his head gently, of course not, we are willing to pay the price for this, just to spare Jian Qinshin's life. Price? Pain snorted coldly. What price can you pay? Of course, Ning Fengji smiled slightly. We, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect, are willing to provide 100 million gold soul coins as compensation first. Pain nodded, okay, I accept your proposal. Pain came back to his senses after a while, his eyes were fixed on Ning Fengji. 100 million, that's 100 million. I'm afraid I won't be able to earn back this much money even if I work for 100 years. Only then did Pain realize how terrifying the aristocracy was. What purchasing power does a gold soul coin have? An average family can only earn 2 Gintama coins a year, which is barely enough to survive on a bowl of porridge. 10 silver soul coins equal 1 gold soul coin. Okay. Your Majesty, this is a gold soul card, there are already 100 million gold soul coins in the card, please accept it. Ning Fengji took out a golden card from his arms and handed it to Pain. Ning Fengji looked at Pain's cold face and forced a smile. When he learned that Spirit Hall was issuing a wanted notice for Akatsuki. He had already had people obtain all the information about the Akatsuki organization. He didn't expect that the vicious Akatsuki organization would actually purchase goods within his jurisdiction. This is clearly not consistent with the behavior of an evil organization. But it did not prevent him from telling the Spirit Hall about the information of the Akatsuki organization. But he never expected that the Spirit Hall would set the battlefield in Chibao City. I didn't expect that Akatsuki was actually so powerful. Moreover, the range of his soul skills is so large. As a result, the entire Chibao City and even the Chibao Liuli sect suffered such a devastating disaster. Chapter 59. Pain took the golden soul card and nodded slightly, since Sect Master Ning is so sincere, I will let Jian Qinshin live. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your magnanimity, Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Pain glanced at him indifferently, then turned around and asked Renjiandeo to release Jian Qinshin's soul. Jian Qinshin's soul returned to his body, gasping for breath. His eyes were filled with horror. He never imagined that someone could pull their soul out of their body so easily. I never expected that I would lose so badly. Thank you, Your Majesty, Jian Qinshin panted, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Itachi, Kisame, let's go, Pain said lightly, turning around and preparing to leave. Wait. Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly spoke. Pain turned his head and looked at him coldly, anything else? Golden Crocodile Douluo took a deep breath, his eyes filled with hatred as he said in a deep voice. The Akatsuki organization attacked Wuhuan City, causing the deaths of tens of thousands of people, and now it has attacked Chibao City. Your evil deeds are too numerous to list, and now you still want to leave. Pain heard this and looked at him coldly. We in the Akatsuki organization never need to explain our actions to anyone. Today, we will give the Seven Treasures Glazed Tiles sect a favor and spare your life. If you dare to pester us again, don't blame us for being rude. Oh. Old man, let me see how you can be so rude. Along with a majestic voice, an incomparably powerful soul force pressure descended from the sky. The powerful golden holy light painted the entire sky golden, and the entire world was filled with a terrifying atmosphere. The dark clouds were instantly torn apart by his incomparably powerful golden holy light. The powerful angel domain instantly covered an area of several thousand meters. It was only when I saw the six-winged archangel that I suddenly remembered someone. This is one of the 3 legendary peerless Douluo. Angel Douluo Kiando, who is known as the invincible angel in the sky. The powerful pressure caused Uchiha Itachi and Kisame's bodies to creak continuously, almost crushing them. The extremely terrifying angelic realm caused their chakra to completely stagnate and become unable to function. This feeling is terrible. Fear is spreading. Itachi and Kisame's bodies kept shaking with instinctive fear. The souls seemed to be howling constantly, as if urging them to run. Get out of here quickly. Otherwise you will die and everything will be gone. Wuhuan City, Pope's Palace. BBDong was wearing a black robe with gold edges and a 9-curve purple gold crown on her head. In his hand he holds a scepter about 2 meters long, inlaid with countless gems. Fair skin and almost perfect face. It makes her look so noble and sacred. She sat at the highest point of the Pope's palace, scanning the crowd below with cold eyes. Below her, a group of Spirit Hall elders stood with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Your Holiness, the spies in Qibao City just sent us a message that the entire Qibao City has been destroyed because of our Spirit Hall's campaign to siege the Akatsuki organization. Emperor Shui wants an explanation from our Spirit Hall. Douluo knelt on one knee and tremblingly presented a piece of information. BBDong frowned slightly. Who the hell is Emperor Shui? How dare he ask our Spirit Hall for an explanation? BBDong took the intelligence and glanced at it. A cold voice echoed in the Pope's palace. The Akatsuki organization actually possesses such a powerful force, it seems that we have all underestimated them. BBDong was happy in her heart. She didn't expect the worship hall to be so stubborn and efficient. They actually fought with the Akatsuki organization, and judging from the intelligence, it seemed that the shrine hall suffered a great loss. However, this does not affect BBDong's plan. She even welcomes it. Douluo, tell Emperor Shui that the Akatsuki organization has a power that even our Spirit Hall cannot match. If they don't want to be destroyed, they should be honest. Yes, Your Holiness, Douluo responded respectfully. BBDong's gaze fell on the information in her hand again, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Everyone lowered their heads and pretended not to see it. The malice in BBDong seemed to materialize. She was afraid that others didn't know that she was the one pushing all this behind the scenes. Elder Ju, you must go to Qibao City immediately and tell Qian Daolu that if they are still unable to clean up the situation, then have them go back to the worship hall. We in the Spirit Hall do not need incompetent people. Douluo's body trembled. He knew that it was BBDong who was knocking on the offering hall. But he didn't understand why BBDong did that. That is the worship hall. That's a place where countless people try their best to get in. These elders are second to none in the Spirit Hall. But in the eyes of the strong men in the worship hall, they are probably not even as good as farts. But what can these little people do? Douluo could only bow his head and agree, then quickly left the Pope's palace. Looking at Douluo's departing back, BBDong curled the corners of her mouth into a sneer. She was not worried that Douluo would betray her, or rather, she was not worried that anyone would betray her. Because she has enough strength and means to suppress all restless factors. All the elders' bodies trembled, and they all began to wonder if BBDong was going to take action against Douluo. This made them feel a sense of grief for the other party. Akatsuki, I want to see how big a wave you can make. BBDong muttered to herself, then waved her hand and asked the other elders to retreat. Peace returned to the Pope's palace again, with only BBDong still sitting there. As night fell, the lights in Wuhuan City gradually went out, and only the lights in the Pope's palace remained brightly lit. BBDong sat at the table, finishing the last batch of official business one stroke at a time. BBDong rubbed her temples, a trace of fatigue flashing across her face. She stood up and stretched out her slender waist. Her flawless skin looked even whiter and more translucent under the light. She walked slowly towards her newly built papal apartment, thinking about what was going to happen next. A blush appeared on her cold face. The air is filled with curling steam, like a fairyland. BBDong gently took off her black robe with gold edges, revealing the close-fitting silk pajamas underneath. She stepped gracefully into the bathtub and immediately felt a warm current of water enveloping her tired body and mind. The water in the bathtub was of just the right temperature, sending waves of warmth through her skin, making BBDong feel extremely relaxed. After an unknown amount of time, BBDong slowly opened her eyes. She looked up at herself in the mirror. Her nearly perfect face looked even more beautiful against the steam. She was only wearing a piece of veil that barely covered her private parts, and her skin glowed alluringly under the light. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident and charming smile. Chapter 60. BBDong's face was filled with loneliness. She sighed softly and walked slowly to the bed. Looking at the unconscious man on the bed, a complex emotion welled up in my heart. The man on the bed was very handsome, his fair skin made his black hair look even darker. His facial features are delicate and picturesque, like a sleeping prince. Although his breath was weak, BBDong firmly believed that he would wake up. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked the man's cheek, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Sasuke, do you think you can get away with everything by just sleeping like this? I tell you, I will never let you succeed. There was a hint of stubbornness in BBDong's tone. He knew that Sasuke, who possessed the life crystal, could not just die like that. She sat on the edge of the bed, quietly looking at the man whom she loved and hated. The entanglement between them has lasted too long. The experiences of 2 lives made her unable to tell whether she loved him or hated him. I know you can hear me, why are you angry with me? Why can't you let go of the resentment in your heart and enjoy the beauty of Wuhuan City with me? BBDong's voice was choked with sobs and full of grievance. Sasuke's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if in response to her call, but he still showed no signs of waking up. His mind was in chaos, his pupil power, origin, and even his soul had been almost completely drained away by BBDong. It was an indescribable pain, as if his existence itself was being slowly erased. His consciousness calmly waited for death to come in the darkness. BBDong stood up, walked to the window, opened it, and let the night breeze blow on her face. "Whether you like it or not, I will protect you," BBDong said in a low voice. Then he closed the window, went back to the bed, and gently covered Sasuke with the quilt. Then she fell on the soft big bed, hugged Sasuke tightly in her arms, and fell asleep reluctantly after rubbing against him. She thought that if this moment was a dream, she hoped to never wake up. "Sasuke, you are mine, whether alive or dead, you will only belong to me." BBDong's mumbling in her dream was as firm as a vow. It was like an eternal obsession deeply imprinted in her soul. In BBDong's dream, the girl came to Sasuke naked, sticking out her plump breast stubbornly. She straightened her neck and looked at Sasuke with an angry face. "I'm going to take a shower, you." There was a hint of coquettishness in BBDong's tone. She seemed to want a response from Sasuke, but was too embarrassed to say it directly. Sasuke opened his eyes slightly and saw BBDong's seductive figure. He nodded, pointed to the bathroom door, and said, "Go ahead, I'll wait for you here." "But, I don't know what to wear, can you help me choose one?" BBDong threw herself on Sasuke and kept rubbing his cheek. Sasuke stroked BBDong's long hair with a smile and said softly, "You look good in anything you wear, as long as you like it." After hearing what Sasuke said, BBDong showed a satisfied smile on her face. She excitedly picked up a purple dress and shyly walked into the bathroom. There was a sound of water splashing in the bathroom. "Hey! You are not allowed to come in and peek." The girl poked her little head out and spoke loudly. The voice was playful and shy. Sasuke did not respond. He closed his eyes and lay quietly on the bed, his mind full of thoughts. Yakushi Kabuto is a psychiatrist. Before the Sunshine Era, no one knew what happened in Wuhuan City. The residents of Wuhuan City began to experience some strange psychological problems. Many of them became anxious and irritable, and some even began to doubt their own existence. The suicide rate in this city is simply through the roof. The corrupt nobles in the city actually blamed everything on the Akatsuki organization. This made pharmacist Kabuto a little dissatisfied. "Akatsuki, what's wrong with you?" They put all the blame on the Akatsuki organization. "Did Akatsuki eat your rice?" In recent years, the system's rewards have almost stagnated. It may be that the previous hack was so big that it bankrupted the system. The result is that there is much ado about nothing, and the improvement in strength can be said to be negligible. Then an idea suddenly occurred to him. As long as I continue to create clones and improve my skill proficiency. No matter how bad the system is, as long as you have unlimited clones, you can always make up for your shortcomings with hard work. Of course, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The virtue of diligence did not exist in him, and he soon fell down. His clone had just sneaked into Wuhuan City, and then the war broke out, and the decisive battle between humans and soul beasts began. This made Yakushi Kabuto wonder if he was a jinx. The fuse of the war was somewhat inexplicable. No one knows why these soul beasts suddenly went crazy. But it is understandable, after all, humans and soul beasts are incompatible. Of course, all this has nothing to do with him. Heaven and earth can testify that he is only here to brush up his proficiency in medical ninjutsu. By the way, complete the task assigned by Lord Orochimaru and act as a spy. Uncle Snake is quite good to me and this job is quite easy. But soon he would no longer be able to relax. Because he became a psychiatrist. The reason was that a while ago a mentally ill patient who wanted to commit suicide came to try his luck. I really made myself live by talking. When others saw this, they were shocked to find that this disease could actually be cured. As a result, he became completely famous in Wuhuan City. The key point is that he, a person who has absolutely no foundation in psychology, has become the only hope of these residents. Doesn't Kabuto Yakushi not want to find out what happened a few years ago? But with the coming of the Dark Ages, almost everyone who knew the truth died in the war. Even if I am still alive, I can't explain what happened that year, as if all my memories have been erased. This made Yakushi Kabuto feel horrified. The water in this world is really deep. Fortunately, I never use my real body when I go out, and usually I use my clone to get around. The residents of Wuhuan City began to seek solutions to their psychological problems on their own. Sometimes, Yakushi-do feels that if he becomes a charlatan, he might be able to do things more easily. He spent a few years in a daze and earned a little money in Wuhuan City. Looking at this dark age, a world full of war, chaos, fear, despair, and greed. Pharmacist Kabuto was somewhat fortunate that he had a good job and that his existence had value. Otherwise, I would probably have become useless cannon fodder in the refugee camp. Then when the next beast tide comes, they are thrown out to feed the soul beasts. Chapter 61. It seemed that he died shortly after being caught by BBDong. When I returned, even the kaleidoscope was gone. There are large areas of damage to the soul. Yakushi Kabuto felt a chill in his heart. He even eats souls. What a terrifying villain. So we must live. But he never expected that the arrival of a person would change his peaceful life. Yakushi Kabuto saw someone outside through the crack in the door. He straightened his clothes with a confused look on his face. Try to look as professional as possible before opening the door. Your Highness the Saint, is there anything I can help you with? Pharmacist Kabuto asked politely. Hulaina did not answer immediately, but looked at Pharmacist Do with her deep eyes. I heard that you can solve people's psychological problems, is that true? Hulaina finally asked. I try my best, but everyone's situation is different, and I can't guarantee that I can solve all problems, Pharmacist Kabuto answered matter-of-factly. Hulaina nodded, took a deep breath, and then said slowly, actually, I also have some questions I want to ask you. Pharmacist Do was slightly stunned. Although he was a little confused, he quickly adjusted his mindset with good professionalism. Pharmacist Do smiled and said, of course, Miss Hulaina, please tell me your problem and I will do my best to help you. So after a series of deceptions, Yaoshi Do became BBDong's personal psychologist. Very good, I have been promoted and given a raise, becoming a superior person. Good, what a bullshit. Why did the hope of all mankind, His Holiness the Pope, a demigod-level powerful man, go crazy? When Pharmacist Do was taken by Hulaina to a gloomy and terrifying secret room. When I saw the great Pope hugging a dry skeleton and kissing and hugging it. Pharmacist Do was completely dumbfounded. He almost vomited out the food he had eaten the previous night. Doctor, how is the teacher? Hulaina stared at Pharmacist Do, as if she was already accustomed to BBDong's condition. Yakushi Kabuto was startled and quickly calmed his expression. Ms. Hulaina, the Pope's situation is rather special, he has experienced many things that we can hardly imagine. Her illness can be described as a deep longing and reluctance, mixed with memories of the past and self-blame. This emotion accumulated over a long period of time, eventually causing her to be unable to face reality and immerse herself in a virtual world, Yakushi Kabuto tried to explain in simple and easy-to-understand language. Although he himself doesn't understand it, it doesn't stop him from fooling people. Sometimes Yakushi Kabuto feels that it is a waste of his talent not to become a priest. So, is there any way to treat it? No matter what the cost, I'm willing to try. Pharmacist Do looked at Hulaina's expectant eyes and did not dare to say, there is no hope, wait for death. He could bite the bullet and say, there are treatment methods, but they require time and patience. After hearing this, Hulaina was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I understand, thank you, Mr. Do, please make sure to cure the teacher, otherwise. Hulaina didn't say the rest of the words, but just looked at Pharmacist Do with a frown. Pharmacist Do's heart tightened. He knew that there was something else behind Hulaina's words, which was most likely a threat. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound firm. Your Highness, please rest assured, I will do my best to help His Holiness the Pope recover his health. Hulaina smiled and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Do, I know this is difficult, but I believe in your ability. Pharmacist Kabuto smiled bitterly in his heart, but he had no choice but to go ahead. In the following days, Yakushi Kabuto began to try various methods to try to awaken BBDong's consciousness. He used the system to exchange a large amount of information and tried various psychological therapies, but the effects were minimal. You can try to use illusion to enter BBDong's inner world, maybe you can find the crux of her soul. Pharmacist Do suddenly had an idea and thought of a method that might be effective. If ordinary psychotherapy doesn't work, then I will use extraordinary methods. It just so happened that I got a limited edition Tsukuyami not long ago. Maybe I can use BBDong to experiment with this ninjutsu. Although it seems that the risk is quite high. But Yakushi Kabuto had no other choice. If he couldn't cure the disease, he would die anyway, so he might as well take someone else with him. So, it was to test new ninjutsu. Oh no! It was to save His Holiness the Pope. Pharmacist Kabuto began the preparations. He learned from Hulaina that BBDong's change began with the death of the person she loved deeply. Pharmacist Kabuto. By the way, does Yu Xiaojiang's death cause such great harm to BBDong? Yakushi Kabuto was speechless. He finally understood why BBDong hated Akatsuki so much. What a sad love story. Pharmacist Do curled his lips. This kind of love-brained woman is really difficult to deal with. The next night, pharmacist Do secretly came to BBDong's secret room while Hulaina was away. The reason why I chose to come secretly at night was not because I wanted to do anything to this beautiful pope. But he was really feeling guilty. After all, he had never used this ninja wood and didn't know if there were any risks. He took a deep breath and began to set up the magic circles and spells needed for the illusion. As his spiritual power was injected, the light in the entire secret room became dim. After it dissipated with a dazzling light. Pharmacist Kabuto looked at himself and BBDong, who had disappeared, and smiled with satisfaction. How could I possibly conduct such a dangerous experiment myself? Wouldn't it be possible to solve the problem perfectly by just taking a strand of soul? But is it possible that I am not the original body either? This question suddenly popped up in Kabuto Yakushi's mind, and he fell silent. So how many layers of dolls do I have? He took out a crystal ball and used it as a real carrier to limit the exit of Tsukuyami. And dense seals were placed at the exit of the Tsukuyami world, so from now on, this illusion world can only be entered but not exited. You should know that although this illusion world is an illusory world, it also exists in reality. All his data is a one-to-one restoration of the real world. As long as they come to the real world, as long as they come into contact with any material thing, it can instantly plunder the material laws of reality and transform itself into a real existence. So such dangerous things must be kept under close watch. If another Silver Dragon King were to appear, humanity would be completely finished. Chapter 62. Limited Tsukuyami. Wuhuan City, Rose Hotel. After taking a shower, BBDong came out wearing that purple dress. Her long hair was wet and she exuded a faint fragrance. She walked over to Sasuke's bed and gently sat on the edge, looking at him. Sasuke, are you awake? BBDong asked softly. Sasuke opened his eyes, looked at BBDong, and nodded slightly. Yeah, I'm not asleep yet. An expression of surprise appeared on BBDong's face. She hugged Sasuke and buried her head in his chest. Sasuke, you finally woke up. I was so scared that you would leave me, I was so scared that you would never wake up again. There was a hint of trembling in BBDong's voice. Sasuke fell silent, a psychopath indeed. Why did we suddenly switch to the theater of life and death? I haven't slept yet. Can you please listen to me a little bit? Sasuke took a deep breath, sniffing the girl's delicate scent. He gently stroked BBDong's long hair and comforted her. Don't be afraid, I will never leave you in this world. Really? You won't lie to me? Sasuke nodded seriously. I would never lie to you. Sasuke really didn't lie when he said this. Because he found that he had lost the authority to open the limited Tsukuyami gate. This means that he has no way of leaving this world. Sasuke felt a little depressed. Why was he so stupid? If I had let the clone test it first, wouldn't everything have been fine? A happy smile appeared on BBDong's face, and she hugged Sasuke tightly, as if she wanted to merge him into her body. Sasuke, I love you, I really love you. Sasuke was speechless. He didn't care about these cheesy words at all. He just wanted to go home. Hey! Don't you think I'm beautiful? Why are you always so cold? You are beautiful, the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Sasuke's voice was a little hoarse. The girl was so happy that she almost jumped up. She rubbed her little face against Sasuke's cheek excitedly and said softly, actually, I just washed myself up. If I dress up seriously, I can be more beautiful. But why are you always so cold to me even though I'm so good looking? Is it because I did something wrong? At the end, the girl's voice was choked with sobs and she bit her lower lip tightly, as if trying to hold back her tears. Sasuke looked at BBDong's aggrieved look and felt a surge of heartache in his heart. Then he immediately strangled the throbbing sensation. If you pity her now, you will be the one to pity when she wakes up. This woman is a villain who kills without blinking an eye. Calm down, and don't be fooled by this woman's sweet words. BBDong didn't hear Sasuke's reply and couldn't help but shed tears. Sasuke, I'm so scared of losing you. It's okay, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. Sasuke's voice was numb. Sasuke, I can't sleep, can you sleep with me? BBDong lay in Sasuke's arms, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. Sasuke smiled and nodded, patting BBDong's back gently. BBDong looked at Sasuke's sleeping face, her eyes full of love and worry. She was really afraid that when she woke up from this dream, everything would return to the way it was before. She was craving every minute and every second of this dream and really hoped that this moment would last forever. Sasuke, do you know? I'm so afraid that all this is a dream. I'm afraid that you won't be by my side when I wake up. After a while, the girl did not get the response she wanted. She frowned slightly and couldn't help muttering. Sasuke, this bad guy, he doesn't even pay attention to me even when he's asleep. Then she hugged Sasuke, who was pretending to be asleep, tightly in her arms. Sasuke, you're so beautiful, I really like you, she said softly, her voice full of affection and tenderness. Sasuke felt a sweet and soft kiss gently pressed on his cheek. He frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. He wiped the saliva off his face with some disgust, and pushed BBDong's face away with his hand in repulsion. Sasuke was forced to turn on the computer and was filled with irritability. How could he be allowed to sleep? You despise me. You actually despise me. After being pushed away, BBDong grumbled a little dissatisfiedly. She sat up, put her hands on her hips, and looked at Sasuke. As she spoke, her eyes were instantly filled with tears and she looked at Sasuke pitifully. Veins bulged on Sasuke's forehead. Is this guy ever going to stop? Sasuke sat up helplessly. He sighed softly, reached out to wipe her tears, and said softly, I don't dislike you, it's just that we both need some personal space. Are you tired of me? Do you think I'm always pestering you? Sasuke, Is this still the Pope I remember? In the end, Sasuke had to spend the whole night coaxing and tricking the depressed girl into going to bed. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the window and onto BBDong's face. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at the empty space beside her, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Was everything that happened last night just a dream? She couldn't help but laugh at herself, she was becoming more and more dreamy. Just as BBDong was about to get up, the door was gently pushed open. Sasuke walked in with breakfast. There were faint dark circles under his eyes, obviously he did not sleep well last night. Donger, a new breakfast shop opened on the west street of Wuhan City. I heard that the tofu pudding and fried dough sticks there are very delicious, so I went to buy some. Sasuke's voice revealed a hint of fatigue and helplessness. BBDong looked at Sasuke's appearance and couldn't help feeling guilty. She gently walked over and hugged Sasuke tightly from behind, burying her face in his back. I'm sorry, Sasuke, I shouldn't have been so bothering you last night, you must be very tired, right? There was a hint of cautious exploration in BBDong's voice. Sasuke looked straight at her. Why doesn't His Holiness the Pope have even one important person? I am unable to even resort to the method of killing. If I kill her whole family, will she wake up? BBDong couldn't help but shudder, feeling that the atmosphere suddenly seemed a little off. Why did Sasuke look at her in such a strange way? BBDong took a sip of the tofu pudding and it tasted really good. However, her mind had already drifted to Sasuke's strange look. Is he planning to do something unspeakable to me? BBDong swallowed and her face turned red. Donger, what are you thinking about? Sasuke's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting BBDong's thoughts. BBDong was startled, then shook her head in a panic, trying to hide her embarrassment. No, nothing, I was just thinking that this tofu pudding is really delicious. Sasuke curled his lips. This woman was really hard to please. Chapter 63. Since you're okay, I'll leave first, Sasuke said, turned around and was about to leave. However, BBDong suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist tightly. Sasuke, don't go. BBDong's voice was filled with pleading. I still have something to say to you. Sasuke stopped and looked back at her, his eyes revealing a hint of impatience. Anything else? BBDong bit her lip and mustered up the courage to say, maybe I really am too dependent on you, I did go a little too far last night, but please believe that my feelings are sincere. Okay, if that's all you want to say, can I go now? Sasuke's tone was a little cold, trying to hide his inner uneasiness. After she wakes up, will she really not skin herself alive? BBDong felt very wronged and she didn't know what she had done wrong. Why did Sasuke change so much overnight? She loosened her hand and whispered, you can go now. Sasuke didn't look back and quickly left the room. BBDong stood there, tears blurring her vision again. Pharmacist Do thought about it all night and he felt that it was because of the beauty of the virtual world that BBDong was immersed in it. If he destroys everything beautiful, will BBDong feel despair and wake up? Present world, Wuhan City, Shadow Street No. Tuk tuk. Then there was a knock on the door. A tall man with blonde hair and golden eyes stood in front of No. He was wearing a black bodysuit and a long black cape draped over his back. There was some dust on his clothes and he looked a little tired. Boom. Shinha kicked the door open, and the powerful air wave blew the entire door panel away and hit the wall. Walking into the dim room, a foul smell hit Shinha in the face and he couldn't help but frown. She looked around and saw that the room was in a mess. Various sundries were scattered on the ground, obviously they had not been cleaned up for a long time. Okay. Qianhe's gaze suddenly fell on the corner of the room, where a figure was curled up in the quilt. Hey! Since you're at home, why don't you open the door? Pharmacist Kabuto yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked a little confused. I'm sorry, but we're closed today, and remember to pay for the door repairs. Qian Rinxue was stunned for a moment. She looked at the decadent Kabuto Yakushi in front of her and could not connect him with Sharon from her previous life at all. In her impression, Sharon always appeared as a graceful and otherworldly god. His manners revealed an indescribable elegance and nobility, which was pure and noble, making people unable to help but admire him. Instead of this sloppy and useless old man in front of you. But even if the appearance changes, the chakra essence of the samsara I will not change. Lao He, it's you. How's the situation on the front line? I heard that you had some friction with the winter forest recently. It's okay. You should pay a little more attention to your image, after all, you are a doctor, why do you act like a homeless person? Image and the like don't matter to me. I don't rely on my looks to make a living anyway. Your face doesn't look convincing, does it? Qianhe couldn't help but tease. But please clean the room once in a while. It stinks. Qianhe looked around at this room that was almost a garbage dump, frowned, and started to tidy up the room. Pharmacist Kabuto looked at her busy back and smiled. Lao He, you are so gentle. If I were a girl, I would definitely fall in love with you. Upon hearing this, Qianhe stopped what he was doing, turned to look at him, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. If her brother Sharon had said this to her in her previous life, she would have woken up laughing in her dreams and dying would have been worth it. But now facing the confession of this good-for-nothing uncle, I can't be happy at all. What on earth happened to you? Why did you become like this? What are you talking about? Haven't I always been like this? Pharmacist Do was speechless. He didn't know what this stupid and rich idiot was thinking. Could it be that I have read too many novels and imagined myself as a hermit? Who is Qianhe? After inquiring about this for several years, Pharmacist Kabuto has finally figured it out. The illegitimate son of the former Pope Qiang Sunji who is now living abroad. I had been living away from home before and only came back in recent years. I guess it's because BBDong has gone crazy that she dares to return to Wuhuan City. Wait. If I cure BBDong, this kid won't be killed by BBDong, right? Qianhe felt a lump in his heart, he knew he couldn't get any useful information out of him. However, Qianhe was certain that Yakushi Kabuto must have experienced some kind of change to become so decadent. At this time in his previous life, Sharon was invincible. He was so powerful and confident. But the Yakushi Kabuto in front of him now was a sloppy useless man, completely lacking the temperament of a strong man. This huge contrast made Qian Rinxue doubt for a moment whether she had found the wrong person. Thinking back to the time when I found Sharon in this life. He was covered in blood and looked miserable as he escaped from the tide of soul beasts in the winter forest along with the refugees. His eyes were filled with deep despair and helplessness, which made Qian Rinxue feel heartbroken. Qian Rinxue narrowed her eyes slightly. What exactly happened during that period of time? Lao He, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Pharmacist Do looked at Qian He in silence and asked curiously. Qianhe came back to his senses and shook his head, nothing, I just remembered something. What are you doing here this time? Let me make it clear first. I don't have any money, but I have my life. But I received a big order some time ago, and I should have money soon. I'll treat you then, and we can have a drink together to celebrate. So please give me a few days' grace on the rent. Pharmacist Do spread his hands, looking very rogue. Qianhe covered his nose, looked at the small insects flying in front of him from time to time and the garbage on the ground, and nodded helplessly. Okay. I'll give you a few days this time, but remember, if you can't pay by then, don't blame me for being rude. Yes, please go now. By the way, remember to help me fix the door. And remember to help take the garbage out. Qian Rinxue's forehead veins bulged. I will never admit that this bastard is my brother Sharon. She roared in her heart, but finally endured it. She turned and walked out of the room, and asked her men to stay and fix the door and clean the room. Your Majesty, please forgive me for being frank, there is nothing about this man that is worthy of your attention, why do you care about him so much? Snake Spear Douluo stood respectfully aside, with a hint of confusion in his tone. He really couldn't understand why the man His Majesty had been looking for several years turned out to be such a waste. Uncle Snake Spear, there are some things you shouldn't ask, so don't ask too much. Qianhe glanced at him calmly, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in his tone. Snake Spear Douluo lowered his head and dared not say anything. Chapter 64. Brother Sharon, What on earth happened to you in this life? Is it really my fault? Qian Renshue's heart was filled with confusion and bewilderment. The past, the future, and the present, everything has become so confusing. My mother BBDong is crazy. The most annoying Uchiha Sasuke is dead. Now even Sharon has become like this. The soul beast also began to run wild. The world's human population has been reduced by more than 90%. Is all this really caused by me changing the past? Your Majesty, we should go back, the voice of Snake Spear Douluo interrupted Qian Renshue's thoughts. Yeah. Let's go. Night gradually falls, and the stars dot the deep night sky. Wuhuan City, Angel Temple. Qian Renshue stopped in front of a statue. She took out the 9 Magatama Samsara Eye crystal ball and used the power of faith to begin dissolving the seal on the crystal ball. Suddenly, the 9 Magneto Samsara Eye in the crystal ball began to emit a faint light. The sealing spells were released one after another by the strong angel holy light. She asked softly, can life really be repeated? Qian Renshue closed her eyes and put her thoughts into the crystal ball. In a flash of light, she found herself standing in a familiar yet strange world. A world where Daddy and Grandpa and everyone is still alive. Brother Sharon, even if you forget everything, you still can't forget your feelings for me. Qian Renshue whispered to herself, her voice full of sadness and reluctance. 136, Shadow Street. Ah Ju. Which bastard is saying bad things about me behind my back? Yakushi Kabuto frowned, with a hint of dissatisfaction and doubt in his voice. He looked around, trying to find the person who was talking bad about him behind his back. If he were just an ordinary person, perhaps it would really be an illusion. But at his current level of life, it is absolutely impossible for him to sneeze for no reason. It always feels like something bad is going to happen. Thinking of this, he got up uneasily and walked towards the secret room of the Pope's palace. When he pushed open the door of the secret room, a moment later. It's gone, ah. Which damn bastard dares to come to the Pope's palace to steal things? Yakushi Kabuto's eyes widened. This is not as simple as throwing a crystal ball. Even the Pope was stolen. How to deal with this? Should we go ask Hulina to see if she took it? I hope that bastard who stole the things won't be so greedy as to release the existence sealed inside. Otherwise, this world might. Limited to Tsukuyami, Wuhuan City, and Angel Temple. Inside the magnificent Angel Temple. The warm angelic light illuminates every corner. In the center of the temple is a huge angel statue, with its golden wings spread out, looking so sacred and majestic. Below the statue is a throne made of pure gold. Sitting on the throne was a man in a gorgeous white robe. He was none other than Qian Xuanji, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, he had a dignified look on his face and looked at Sasuke seriously. You little bastard. You made the saint cry again. Sasuke was speechless. It turned out that this is what the secret chamber Douluo looked like. He's not bad looking either. He looks like a decent person. Your Holiness, you misunderstood, I did not bully the saint, I just had some misunderstandings with her, Sasuke explained. Qian Sunji snorted coldly, obviously not believing Sasuke's words. Misunderstanding? Ever since you came to the Spirit Hall, the saint has become distracted and has been thinking about meeting you all day, and now you say it's just a misunderstanding. But you have the same demeanor as I did back then. Look, my daughter Xiaoxue is also obsessed with you. TSK, Hulaina, the genius of the Golden Generation, and the 2 elders of the Elder Hall, Ling Yuan and Ni Huang. Even my trusted elder, Elder Ju. Qian Sunji suddenly changed the subject and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Sasuke touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Is it worthy of being the reversed world of limited Tsukuyami? I, a single person since birth, have become a popular figure among people. Wait. Something strange seems to have gotten in the way. Elder Ju. Isn't Ju Yuguan a man? And Qian Renshue? In this world, nothing happened between BBDong and Qian Sunji, right? Where did Qian Renshue come from? Sasuke quickly searched for information in his mind, and he remembered that there should be no such character. Did I remember it wrong? Sasuke's heart sank. A bug appeared so quickly. He was indeed too careless. You should wait until this technique is more perfect before coming in. Your Holiness, what do you want from me? Sasuke tried to change the subject, he didn't want to dwell on this issue. Oh, this. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it, my daughter is pregnant, and she said it's your child. Boy, don't tell me you want to default on your debt. You have to be responsible for my daughter. Sasuke was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. What's going on? How come I'm going to be a father? And the target is Qianrenxue, the eldest daughter of the spirit hall who appeared out of nowhere. Your Holiness, you may have misunderstood, nothing has ever happened between Qianrenxue and me, and it is impossible for us to have a child, Sasuke explained hurriedly. Misunderstanding? Could my daughter get pregnant for no reason? And she even came to me specifically to ask me to help her hide this matter, do you think I will believe your explanation? Sasuke felt overwhelmed. This was simply an unsolvable situation. Heaven and earth can testify that in reality he and Qianrenxue are really not familiar with each other. We haven't even met each other, let alone any hatred. Why did he have to endure such an unprovoked disaster when reading the world this month? Your Holiness, I understand what you mean, but I promise that nothing has ever happened between Qianrenxue and me, Sasuke took a deep breath and said firmly. Qiang Sunji looked at Uchiha Sasuke, his eyes full of disappointment. The anger in his heart could not be released and finally turned into a sigh. Boy, I'll give you a month to think it over, I will hide this from my father, if my father knew, he would definitely kill you, remember, you only have 1 month, Qian Shuanji's voice revealed unquestionable majesty. Sasuke walked out of the angel temple with a vague look in his eyes. This world was a little beyond his imagination. Then Sasuke saw Qianrenxue standing next to the door. Her smooth blonde hair slid down her shoulders. She had beautiful features and a tall figure, like an exquisite porcelain doll. At this moment, she was lowering her eyes were slightly red, and tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. It was obvious that she had just cried. Chapter 65. Sasuke. When Qianrenxue saw Sasuke, a hint of joy and nervousness flashed in her eyes. She hurriedly wiped away her tears, trying to hide her sadness. Have you talked to your father? You heard everything? Sasuke asked tentatively. Qianrenxue nodded slightly, with a tremor in her voice. Yes, I heard it all. She was wearing a white long dress, looking as pure and flawless as an angel. Her eyes were clear and bright, and she looked at Sasuke expectantly. Sasuke, I really don't know what to do. There was a hint of helplessness in Qianrenxue's voice. She held Sasuke's hand tightly and stayed close to Sasuke. Could it be, I am really a scumbag in this world? A question mark appeared in Sasuke's mind. Sorry, how about we abort the baby? Sasuke suggested tentatively. After hearing what Sasuke said, Qianrenxue's face turned pale instantly and tears welled up in her eyes again. How can you say that? This is our child. You actually want to abort it, Uchiha Sasuke, I misjudged you, how can you be so heartless? Her voice was loud and there was no sign of concealment at all. After Qian Shuanji heard Qianrenxue's words, his face instantly turned as gloomy as water. He walked out quickly, anger flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, try saying that again. Sasuke felt heartbroken when he looked at Chihiro. Why are you still here? Xiaoxue, please listen to my explanation, I was just joking, Sasuke explained quickly. A joke? You're making fun of my daughter and unborn grandchild. Qiang Sunji's face became even gloomier, and he was obviously not satisfied with Sasuke's explanation. Sasuke secretly groaned in his heart, he had to wake BBDong up quickly and open the key to the real world. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to survive this month of reading the world. Sorry. I just spoke too quickly and didn't think it through, I will take responsibility and take good care of Qianrenxue and the child. Sasuke, you bastard, you said you would marry me, what did you say when you tricked me into getting a room? You said you would treat me well for the rest of my life. God knows, when she knew her most beloved brother Sharon. It turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke, the person he hated the most. How broken was she inside? This guy actually deceived his feelings like this. Humph. As expected, none of the naturally evil Uchiha are good. Sasuke was speechless for a moment. Wow Sasuke, you bastard. Qianrenxue suddenly lost control of her emotions and cried out loudly. You said you would marry me and take care of me and the child, but now you want to abandon us, you ungrateful man. Xiaoxue, I'm sorry, Sasuke's mind was confused. You what do you mean? You haven't come to see me since I got pregnant, you even went to a hotel with that woman BBDong last night, have you ever thought about my feelings? Qianrenxue's tears slid down her cheeks like beads that had broken off the string. The only thing she couldn't tolerate was this perverted guy actually targeting her own mother. I'm actually trying to compete with my mother for a man. This is the only thing that is absolutely not allowed. This bastard's sins are too great. Even dying 1 time wouldn't be enough to atone for his sin. Xiaoxue, I really don't remember. Sasuke tried to explain, but found that his words were so pale and powerless. Even Sasuke already felt like he was nothing, let alone others. Don't remember. You actually said you don't remember. You bastard, how could you do this to me? I'm sorry. But, Sasuke was speechless and quickly bowed to apologize. But what? You've tricked my daughter into bed, and now you want to deny it? Qiang Sunji's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire angel temple. You are hiding something. I'm afraid that within 2 hours, the entire Wuhuan city will know about it. Why do you and your daughter both have such loud voices? Xiaoxue, come with me first. Sasuke grabbed Qian Renshue's hand and wanted to take her to a quiet place. Humph. Isn't it too late to leave now? If Guangling hadn't reported it, how long would you have kept it a secret from me? Xian Daolu clenched his fists tightly behind his back. His eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Sasuke coldly. Wow, Grandpa, you, that bastard Sasuke bullied me, Qian Renshue cried even more sadly when she saw Qian Daolu. Dad, calm down, Xiaoxue is pregnant with my grandson, if you kill this boy, won't Xiaoxue become a widow? Qiang Sunji tried to persuade them and ease the atmosphere. But looking at the way his mouth was about to be suppressed, it was obvious that he was just enjoying the fun. Sasuke glanced at this secret room Douluo. Are you adding fuel to the fire? This should really be adding fuel to the fire. This guy said it so loudly, it was definitely intentional. Great priest, please calm down. Sasuke took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm. I will be responsible for Xiaoxue and the child, but before that, please give me some time to adapt. Time? Do you still want to delay? Xiaoxue is pregnant, and she is already 5 months pregnant. I just found out today that it was you, this pig, who did it. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I will never let you go easily. Xian Daoliu's anger erupted like a volcano, and the entire angel temple was shocked by his momentum. 5 months. You two have been hiding this from everyone. This has been accurately calculated down to the month, and even I, the person involved, didn't know the child was 5 months old. Sasuke was shocked. What happened to the secret? How come I'm the only one in the world who doesn't know about this? Golden Crocodile, Lion, you two come on. Beat him half to death, let this kid know what responsibility is. Qian Daolu roared. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but you are really so stubborn. Miss, you are so beautiful, and you still want to cheat. That's right. The lady is not as beautiful as a fairy, but she is at least a stunning beauty. Are you still thinking of running away after you're done playing? The golden crocodile and the lion looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, but still walked towards Sasuke. Stop. Don't hit me, I'm responsible. Didn't I say I'm responsible? Why do you want to be beaten? Sasuke shouted hurriedly, he didn't want to be beaten at this time. He needs to keep a clear head to deal with this difficult problem. The point is that he is afraid of pain. Don't these bastards understand what people say? Responsible? What can you be responsible for? You can't even remember your own actions, so how can you be responsible? Qian Daolu snorted coldly, obviously not buying into Sasuke's promise. Xiaoxue is pregnant, yet she is still so close to that woman BBDong. Last night, he actually dared to check into a hotel with another woman while Xiaoxue was pregnant. This kid has such an indecent private life, he must be beaten half to death to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, after they get married, Xiaoxue will be bullied by him. Chapter 66. A huge sinkhole appeared under the Lake of Life, so deep that it seemed as if it was going to pierce through the entire world. The lake had long dried up, revealing the Dragon King Temple in the center of the lake. This once ancient and sacred temple has now become dilapidated and devastated. The mountains were cut in half, and the land was covered with bottomless ravines. The flames of destruction like a volcanic eruption continued to gush out from the cracks. The air was filled with the smell of anxiety and death, making people suffocate. Human, you lose, Guyuna said lightly. Amaterasu, the world-destroying flame that is said to burn everything, is like a toy in her hands. A giant silver dragon circled around her, releasing a terrifying pressure that swept across the entire place. The clouds in the sky were torn apart by this pressure, revealing the inky black night sky behind them. Ao, the silver dragon let out a roar that shook the earth. The sound was like the sound of nature, but it was also full of endless majesty. The girl had long silver hair that fell to her ankles, with a silver crystal texture. Slightly pale skin and purple eyes. A silver-white long skirt perfectly outlines her perfect figure. A silver-white dragon's tail was faintly visible at the hem of her skirt. Her beauty is so breathtaking and irresistible. Between the girl's eyebrows there is a charming scarlet 9 Magatama Samsara eye. This enchanting pupil not only did not detract from her beauty, but instead added a mysterious and noble temperament. Great, the boss won, this human is really dangerous, he almost got us killed here. A figure jumped out from the ruins nearby and came to Guyuna's side. This is a middle-aged man wearing a black robe and looks to be in his 40s. A lock of blonde hair fell on one side of his face. Looking at the young man who was bound by the sealing technique, there was a lingering fear in his pupils. There were people of various shapes standing around him, and everyone's eyes were filled with fear. If they had ambitions to completely dominate the human world before, this war now completely tells them how powerful humans are. Even if they are 10-year-old soul beasts, even if they are the overlord-level ferocious beasts of the Star Do Great Forest, they will die if they are killed. If it weren't for the Master, I'm afraid we soul beasts would not be able to fight against this human. How long will this war last? The voice of the woman in green dress was full of bitterness. Kill him quickly. This human is too dangerous, he is still a child, he has reached this level in just a dozen years, if we give him more time, the consequences will be disastrous. A dark golden giant bear that was over 30 meters tall let out a series of roars. His whole body was charred, and blood and the smell of meat filled the air. The low-level soul beasts around couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Shut up, Lord Xiong. The Lord will make her own decision, there is no need for us to say anything. The beast god Emperor Tian glanced at the dark golden giant bear indifferently. Although his voice was calm, it revealed an unquestionable majesty. The dark golden giant bear King Xiong was glared at by Tian and did not dare to say anything more. He could only lower his head. Tian looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him, took a step forward and knelt on one knee, saying respectfully, "My lord, this human has completely lost the power to resist. Should we immediately carry out the final judgment?" "Human, you are going to die," said the Silver Dragon King lightly. Looking at the boy's light blue eyes, a feeling she had never experienced before appeared in her heart. It was as if there was a voice calling out to her, telling her not to hurt the human in front of her. Cough cough. Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his head with difficulty. Looking at the girl's brilliant silver hair, it is so dazzling, like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. He tried his best to raise his head to see her face clearly, but the exhaustion that surged from the depths of his soul prevented him from doing so. I never thought of becoming your enemy," Naruto said with difficulty. His voice was hoarse and weak. "I just did what I thought was right." The girl's dragon tail swept lightly across the ground, lifting Naruto up and letting him lean against her chest. "What do you think is the right thing to do?" The girl asked softly, her voice full of curiosity. Her tail was wagging in excitement and her delicate face was slightly flushed. "My lord, you are." Tian hesitated to speak, as he felt that his master was in great danger. This man is not as harmless as he appears. Is it really okay for the Lord to be so close to him? Although it is undeniable that this man is really good-looking, he is still a despicable human being. "Nothing, I just suddenly became interested in him, you all can disperse. I want to talk alone with this hero who wants to defeat us." The girl said lightly. "Yes, my lord." As Tian finished speaking, the surrounding soul beasts had no choice but to retreat no matter how unwilling they were. "What's your name?" The girl asked softly, her voice full of tenderness and curiosity. Naruto raised his head and looked at the girl's delicate face and long silver hair. He was slightly stunned, then replied, "My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto." "Naruto, that's a nice name," the girl said with a smile. "So, Naruto, can you tell me what you think is the right thing to do?" "I think it's the right thing." There was some confusion in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, but then he became determined again. A golden Rasengan instantly took shape in his hand. "Then I will kill you, die, evil dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, the Rasengan in Naruto's hand flew out instantly, with the force of thunder and lightning, and went straight to the life of the Silver Dragon King. Faced with this sudden attack, the Silver Dragon King was not at all panicked. She smiled lightly, her pupils full of contempt and amusement. "Human, are you provoking me? How can such a trivial attack have any effect on me?" The Silver Dragon King said softly, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Just when the Rasengan was about to touch Guyuna, she waved her hand lightly, and an invisible wave instantly absorbed the Rasengan. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the Silver Dragon King. She said softly, "Humans are really despicable, they always like to use this kind of sneak attack, but with your weak body now, your dying struggle will only accelerate the arrival of death." Chapter 67. "Human, you are very powerful, but unfortunately you will die here today. Are you afraid? Are you desperate? Come and pray to me. Perhaps I will forgive you your sins and make you my servant." The silver dragon's tail was constantly swinging, faintly visible under the girl's skirt. One can't help but want to grab it in the palm of his hand and play with it. It would be better if I could ignore those cold eyes. Guyuna, you can kill me or chop me up as you please, but please hurry up. Naruto tilted his head and snorted. Guyuna. Is that the name you humans call me by? It sounds a bit strange. But I don't intend to kill you, Guyuna said suddenly. What do you mean? Are you trying to torture me? No, I just think that a strong person like you shouldn't die like this, Guyuna shook her head slightly. Become my servant. Then I will let you live until the end of the world. Naruto looked at her coldly, a kunai appeared in his hand and he stabbed her unwillingly. Human, do you think this little trick will work on me? You are such an impolite person. Guyuna's voice was cold, and a colorful light flashed, instantly freezing Naruto's movements. She walked towards him slowly, each step carrying endless majesty. The slender silver tail lifted Naruto's chin, forcing him to look up and meet her eyes. Human, your eyes are filled with resentment and anger, but in front of me, you have nowhere to escape. Her voice was low and seductive. Now, give me one reason why I shouldn't end your life right now. Naruto stared at Guyuna coldly. He had no good feelings towards this awful guy. This stinky dragon actually ate the trees he planted. I spent so much time planting trees, but in the end, they were eaten by this stinky dragon. Can the sacred tree be eaten? Shouldn't we normally wait until it bears fruit before eating it? The silver-white tail strangled Naruto's neck, making his face red. You are such a stubborn person. Why don't you beg for mercy? Do you really want to die? Don't you have any relatives or friends? People you care about? Does death have no deterrent effect on you? Naruto managed to squeeze out a few words, even if I die, I will never surrender to you. Guyuna gently scratched Naruto's face with her finger, leaving a bloody mark. She gently licked the blood on Naruto's face with her tongue and narrowed her eyes with some excitement. Human, your taste is really unique. Guyuna lifted Naruto's chin and kissed him directly. Guyuna's kiss was not gentle, but carried the tyranny of a predator. Her breathing became rapid, and her face flushed red. But she was suddenly awakened by a sharp pain. Guyuna took 2 steps back and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and then she laughed. You are so funny, you are the first one who dares to bite me. Bah! You make me sick. You disgusting stinky dragon. Guyuna didn't get angry but laughed instead. It was the first time he saw an expression other than cold on Naruto's face. Even when he was threatened with death before, he always remained expressionless and accepted it calmly. And now, he actually showed such a vivid expression for his kiss. There was an inexplicable light flashing in Guyuna's eyes. Aren't you afraid of me? Why would I be afraid of you? Do you think I would be afraid of a disgusting, stinking dragon like you? Guyuna chuckled softly. Her laughter was clear and melodious, as sweet as a silver bell. Human, you are really brave, but I like it. As she said that, Guyuna flicked her tail lightly and rolled Naruto up. Human, I want you to be my servant and stay by my side forever. There was a hint of determination in Guyuna's voice. Don't even think about it. I will never surrender to you even if I die. You want to die? That's not that easy. I'll be sad if you die. You can't die, our future children will still need your care. She flicked her tail gently, rolled up Naruto, and took him directly to the distant horizon. With the departure of Guyuna and Naruto, the Lake of Life began to slowly recover. Although the Dragon King Palace was still dilapidated, at least there was no new damage. Tian and other Soul Beast leaders looked at each other. They knew that no one could change the decision made by their master. What should we do now? Asked Xiong Jun uncertainly. Wait for the master's instructions, Tian sighed, his eyes full of worry. That human's eyes are full of murderous intent, I'm afraid he won't be so easy to control. Isn't this too risky, my lord? Said the woman in green worriedly. The master's wisdom and power are far beyond our imagination, Tian said in a deep voice. We just need to do our own part and wait for the master's return. Guyuna huddled in the bathtub, the mist making her beautiful face even more hazy. What am I doing? Why am I interested in that human? He is obviously just a toy of mine, an ant that I can easily crush to death. Guyuna's pupils were a little dilated, and the blush on her face had not completely faded. She slapped her head hard, trying to wake herself up. No, I can't be influenced by him. I am the incarnation of the silver dragon, I am the master of soul beasts, how can I like a damn human? Naruto glanced at the silver dragon king who was less than half a meter away. At this time, she was curled up in the bathtub, with only her head exposed. There was a hint of confusion and bewilderment on that beautiful face. Naruto struggled to lie flat on the bed. His body was in bad shape and his chakra was exhausted. If this goes on any longer, he might really die from excessive bleeding. Several puppet strings appeared in his hands and he began to sew up the wound. Hey! Human, you! Naruto stopped what he was doing and looked at her warily. What are you going to do? Naruto's voice was filled with a hint of vigilance. A complex emotion flashed across Guyuna's eyes, and she shook her head gently. Nothing. After saying that, she buried her head in the water again, leaving only a string of bubbles floating on the surface. Naruto frowned and ignored her, continuing to concentrate on tending to his wounds. I'm done washing, can you please leave for a moment? I need to change places. Guyuna's voice was a little weak, as if she was hiding something. Naruto stopped what he was doing and turned around to look. He saw that Guyuna's face was even redder than before, and her eyes were misty, making her look extremely attractive. Hurry up, she said hastily. Although he was confused, Naruto chose to respect her request. He slowly stood up with his tired body and limped out of the room. The moment the door closed, Guyuna seemed relieved. He stood up and carefully wrapped the object humans called a bath towel around himself, gently wiping his wet hair. Chapter 68. Temple of the Angels, Church of the Angels. Sasuke held a cup of tea in one hand that was emitting a golden holy light. The other hand continuously released chakra to heal the redness and swelling on his face. Congratulations on your Yang-dun promotion to LV4. Sasuke paused as he healed the wound. I have been practicing Yang-dun for so many years but still haven't advanced to the next level. He actually advanced for this reason. Brother Sasuke, are you okay? Why don't you drink? Is this cup of tea not to your taste? I'm fine, Xiaoxue. Sasuke forced a smile. Sasuke, are you really willing to marry me? Why don't you even want to drink the tea I make? What is this tea made of? Why is it glowing? Is it really drinkable? Seeing that Sasuke was reluctant to drink, Xianren became anxious. Brother Sasuke, I prepared this especially for you. This Tears of Light is made from the blood of a soul beast with the attribute of light. It contains a powerful holy light attribute that can cleanse your dirty heart and soul. It can even cleanse your sins that deserve death, allowing you to completely embrace the gods. Soul beast blood. Then this cup of tea is really sinful. I wonder how many soul beast lives are lost in one sip. Then he put the tea aside calmly. Xiaoxue, I think my soul is pure enough, there's no need to. Sasuke was interrupted before he could finish his words. Sasuke, are you trying to escape? Xianren voice suddenly became sharp. You don't even dare to drink this cup of tea. Do you still dare to say that you love me? Do you not love me anymore? Are you still thinking about other women? As she spoke, her tears welled up in her eyes again like pearls from a broken string, and her emotions were out of control again. Xiaoxue, you misunderstood, Sasuke explained quickly. I'm not avoiding you, nor do I not love you, it's just that this tea, it really makes me feel uneasy. Uneasy? What are you afraid of? Do you think I will hurt you? Sasuke looked at the rich angelic power in the tea. It's not that I think you will hurt me, but I am sure you are hurting me. Such a strong power of faith would be hard to swallow in one gulp. Are you afraid that you won't have control over your own life and death in the future? Sasuke pondered in his mind but remained calm on the surface. Xiaoxue, how could I doubt you? It's just that this tea is too precious, and I'm afraid I can't afford it. Brother Sasuke, are you trying to shirk your responsibility? Or do you simply not want to marry me? Xiaoxue, calm down, how could I not want to marry you? You are the most beautiful and kindest girl I have ever seen. Then why don't you dare drink this cup of tea? Sasuke, Why am I afraid to drink this cup of tea? Don't you have any count? The girl's waist-length golden hair swayed gently, and her golden pupils were filled with tears, looking so moving. Her skin was as white as snow, and she wore a white palace dress with gold edges, which further highlighted her noble temperament and pure beauty. Brother Sasuke, you have changed, you are no longer the gentle and considerate you must drink today, or I will kill your damn lover. Xiaoxue, Sasuke took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. However, Xianren suddenly interrupted him, Brother Sasuke, do you think I'm annoying? Dislike me? No, I just. Then drink it. Didn't you say you love me? Then drink it. Sasuke was shocked, but after weighing the pros and cons, he still felt that the life of the Pope was more important. Xiaoxue, I'll drink, Sasuke compromised. He picked up the cup of tea emitting golden holy light and drank it all in one gulp. Before the tea entered his stomach, it transformed into countless forces of faith and flowed into his internal organs. Sasuke wanted to refine the angelic power into chakra, but the angelic power suppressed the chakra in his body instead. Moreover, in the absence of a divine position, the power of faith is absorbed into the body and forcibly refined. I am afraid that I will be overwhelmed by endless distracting thoughts in an instant and become a walking corpse without self-awareness. Qianren, your love for me, I really can't bear such love. Sasuke felt his head buzzing. This body will die, but being infected by the power of faith is not something that can be solved by simply changing the body. Seeing Sasuke drinking the tea, Qianren smiled with satisfaction. Brother Sasuke, only in this way can our souls truly merge into one. You will belong to me forever and will never betray our feelings again. The girl's eyes were full of affection, her snow-white legs were long and smooth, and she sat on Sasuke. The moon-white long skirt with a white background and gold threads just revealed that absolute territory, full of temptation and danger. Her hand gently stroked Sasuke's cheek, her tongue carefully licked his neck, her beautiful eyes full of desire. Why are you not happy? Our big day is coming in a few days, Sasuke brother, why aren't you smiling? A cold light flashed in the girl's eyes. Come on, smile for me. Sasuke forced a stiff smile on his face. Xiao, of course I'm happy, marrying you is the greatest luck in my life. Do you love that woman so much? For her. You're willing to give up your own life. Now, Brother Sharon has become someone he doesn't recognize. How powerful and ruthless he once was. If I had dared to do this in my previous life, I'm afraid this man would have killed me without hesitation. And now he can actually do this for BBDong. Why BBDong? Qianren eyes were filled with jealousy and her chest was heaving. In his previous life, Sasuke killed himself without hesitation in order to be with BBDong. She couldn't accept this fact, she wanted to let Sasuke know that she, Qianren, was his only woman. Brother Sasuke, you are mine and you can only be mine. There was a hint of madness in Qianren voice. She could no longer control her lust and kissed him hard. The soft, sweet fragrance made Sasuke feel suffocated. Qianren kiss was like a storm, and he tried to push her away. However, he discovered that the chakra in his body was sealed by the power of the angels, making his resistance insignificant. Sasuke's eyes widened. Forget it, don't be angry, just think of it as being bitten by a dog. It's just a fake world anyway. Chapter 69. There was a hint of madness in Qianren voice, and her hands wandered over Sasuke's body, trying to untie his clothes. Sasuke, Are you so God-fearing? This is the angel church. Calm down, you're still pregnant. Child. Humph, if it weren't for you, how could I be pregnant with this child? Sasuke, you will never be able to repay me for what you owe me in your lifetime. Sasuke calmly placed his hand on her stomach to check, but found nothing. Sasuke was silent for a moment, looking at Qianren who was still taking off his clothes. Suddenly I felt like all my previous guilt was wasted. Xiao, calm down, in fact, I fell deeply in love with you when I first saw you. Sasuke planned to calm her down for the time being. Really? BBDong walked in from outside, and the palace knights around her lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at her. She was wearing a purple dress, looking elegant and sacred, with a faint smile on her face. But her pupils turned scarlet and cold, bloodthirsty murderous intent instantly filled the entire church. Qianren movements froze instantly. Why are you here? BBDong didn't answer her question, but just smiled and walked towards Sasuke. Sasuke, have you kissed her? No. No. His soul power is sealed now, and he might really be killed by BBDong. BBDong glanced at Sasuke coldly, then suddenly attacked and slapped Qianren on the chest. Qianren only felt a huge force coming, and the whole person flew out and hit the wall heavily. She covered her chest and coughed continuously, her eyes full of shock and anger. You dare to attack me? BBDong ignored Qianren anger. She never took this daughter seriously. She was even more angry because Sasuke had the audacity to betray her and get involved with another woman. Is that so? So they kissed each other. In that case, let's kill her. Qianren face turned pale in an instant. She couldn't believe that her mother would be so cruel to her. Mom, why are you doing this? I'm your daughter. Daughter? BBDong sneered. I have never acknowledged you as my daughter, your existence will only create a rift between Sasuke and me. This mother and daughter were really born. They are indeed mother and daughter, cut from the same mold. At this point, with such a big thing happening, he has instinctively ignored the version bug. Anyway, he will never come to this world again. Okay, in that case, I will no longer have you as my mother, Sasuke, let's go. Rinshua struggled to stand up and grabbed Sasuke's hand. However, she found her hand gently pushed away by Sasuke. She raised her head and looked at Sasuke in surprise. Brother Sasuke, you. Sasuke didn't look at her, but looked at BBDong coldly. BBDong, don't involve other people in our grudge. If you want to kill her, kill me first. Sasuke planned to add fuel to the fire. Maybe BBDong would wake up out of anger. Then he could be free and return to the real world. Oh. Really? Then I will kill you first, and then kill this vixen who stole fish. The soul-eating Spider King's martial spirit instantly possessed the body, and its 8 spider legs turned into sharp blades, pointing directly at Sasuke and Rinshua. Wait. I have something to say. Speak. BBDong's tone was cold, and her eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. Under BBDong's cold gaze, Sasuke grabbed Rinshua's hand and turned and ran. Want to run? Can you run away? Sasuke held Rinshua's hand and ran all the way. They passed through the long corridor and avoided BBDong's attack. Brother Sasuke, where are we going? Rinshua asked with some confusion. I don't know, let's leave this church first. By the way, you bastard, quickly remove my seal, Sasuke said without turning his head. No, this is a rare opportunity, I will never let you out of my sight again. Rinshua held Sasuke's hand tightly with a determined expression on her face. As expected, I failed. I had hoped to use this opportunity to let Rinshua release the seal on me, but it seems there is no hope now. Why does this guy's IQ fluctuate so much? Xiaoxue, I have a task to entrust to you, please, this is my lifelong request. Sasuke clasped his hands together and looked at Rinshua pleadingly. Rinshua looked at his serious expression and couldn't help but waver in her heart. What mission? Help me stop BBDong, I'll go get you some help, don't worry, trust me. I will definitely get someone to rescue you. Sasuke had a serious look on her face, but she was just a native NPC. I only needed to make a slight move to confuse her. Of course you can, but do I get any reward? Rinshua played with her hair and said with a blushing face. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched. Was he really too naive? He actually thought he could fool Rinshua with just a few words. Of course, you can have any reward you want, Sasuke said helplessly. Really? Then I want you to marry me. Why does this kid keep saying that he can't live without getting married? Xiaoxue, isn't this request a bit too sudden? Shouldn't we get to know each other first? Sasuke said tentatively. It's not sudden, I have known you for a long time. From the first time you appeared in front of me, I knew you were the one for me. And you are out there hooking up with other women all day long. What should I do with my child? Rinshua said with a firm face. Why is this child so difficult? I didn't do anything wrong, so how come I became the heartless man in her eyes? Also, what about the baby in her belly? There was clearly nothing when I tested it just now. Xiaoxue, did you misunderstand something? When did I make you pregnant? Sasuke asked cautiously. It was that time when you were drunk, don't you remember? Rinshua blinked her eyes, looking like she was telling you not to deny it. The next time he comes, he will definitely inherit the memory of his original body. Why are there so many inexplicable settings? Chapter 70. Sasuke was breathing heavily. Yes. My room, do you want to go? Rinshua tilted her head cutely and revealed a faint smile. Xiaoxue, are you sure your room is safe enough? Sasuke asked anxiously while running. At this moment, he really hoped that he could use a soul skill that could allow him to teleport instantly. Don't worry, my room has a special defensive formation, so even mom can't easily break in. Rinshua was full of confidence. She pulled Sasuke and disappeared from the spot in an instant. She turned a corridor and came to a seemingly ordinary door. Behind the door was a gorgeously decorated room, with the walls covered with various protective and confusing soul guides. As soon as she entered the room, Rinshua quickly activated the room's defensive formation. I saw light flickering on the walls and ceiling, forming a complex light network. Enveloped the entire room in an impenetrable shield. Even if mom comes after us now, she won't be able to get in a short time, Rinshua smiled. But how are we going to get out? Sasuke hesitated. Go out. Why do you want to go out? Brother Sasuke, isn't it good to be with Xiaoxue forever? Rinshua's pupils turned blood red and a gentle smile appeared on her face. A long sword cut Sasuke's neck, and blood instantly dyed his clothes red. Xiaoxue, you, Sasuke's expression froze, full of astonishment. Brother Sasuke, do you know? I have been waiting for you to become my prey. The girl's expression was full of madness and the joy of revenge. The blood-red moonlight shone through the window, shining on Qian Renshue's delicate facial features. Long golden hair, bright golden eyes, and bloodstains on her fair face. Her smile looked particularly strange in the bloodlight, yet she looked so charming and attractive. You know, Brother Sasuke, from the moment you first stepped into my world, I already knew that you would never belong to anyone, but, I can't let you go, this is the only way I can keep you. Qian Renshue's voice was filled with endless sorrow and reluctance. Sasuke's eyes were filled with horror. What on earth had this kid gone through to become so crazy? It turns out that mental illness really can be inherited. Ha ha ha. Brother Sasuke, I love you, I have always loved you. The girl swung the sword in her hand again and again at Sasuke, who was lying on the ground. Every time the blade touched her skin, it was accompanied by her twisted love and desperate laughter. Why? Why did you betray me? We could have been together forever. I could have been your wife and accompanied you for the rest of your life, why? How am I inferior to her? Sasuke, can you? But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qian Renshue's sword. No. I don't want to listen. I don't want to hear your explanation. You betrayed me and our love. Qian Renshue's sword fell again and pierced Sasuke's body fiercely. What Sasuke actually wants to say is, can't you just give me a quick death? You know, Sasuke and I really hope this is all a dream, when I wake up. Present world, Wuhuan City, Shadow Street. No. Your Highness, I wonder why you came here today. Pharmacist Do diligently poured a cup of tea. Stop talking nonsense, where did you take my teacher? Hulaina slammed the table. This. Yakushi Kabuto fell silent. He couldn't say that he accidentally lost his teacher. Hulaina's eyes flashed with displeasure. If you don't tell me, I'll make you regret it. Suddenly, the pharmacist's face changed, and he fell to the floor, his body twitching. Hulaina stood up nervously. What happened to you? Pharmacist Kabuto was gasping for breath, the intense pain made him unable to speak. Ding, Qian Renshue's hatred is detected, and the divine art of zero dimension is obtained. Divine art zero dimension, according to legend, the consciousness of all life is in the zero-dimensional space, and only those who are truly awakened can enter. The perspective in front of Yakushi Kabuto changed instantly, and he saw densely packed light spots of different colors. These are the souls of the lives of this world, and each point of light represents a life. His eyes wandered among these spots of light, and finally found the consciousness of his clone. He instantly connected the consciousness of all his clones and completely unified them. It's alright, Your Highness, I placed your teacher in a world of illusion for psychological treatment, he should be almost fully recovered now. Pharmacist Kabuto lied with open eyes. Huh. In the world of illusion, you used illusion on my teacher. Yakushi Kabuto quickly explained, yes, Your Highness, I used illusion to create a healing space so that your teacher can recover in peace. Hulaina raised her eyebrows slightly and warned, if my teacher makes any mistake, you should know the consequences. Pharmacist Kabuto felt relieved and nodded hurriedly, of course, I will take responsibility to the end. After watching Hulaina leave, Pharmacist Do's eyes turned cold. Using the divine art of zero dimension, his consciousness rushed towards the coordinate space. Blood everywhere, on the table, on the floor, on the walls. Even the ceiling was stained red with blood. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which was nauseating. Sasuke was lying on the ground, his body pierced by Qian Renshue's sword. Blood continued to flow out of the wound, staining his clothes red. His eyes were empty and he seemed to have lost consciousness. Ha ha ha. You are finally mine, brother Sasuke. However, this time her angel holy sword was firmly blocked in mid-air by an invisible wave. Sasuke's bloody body began to reshape itself in irregular, twisted ways. The broken flesh and bones healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flesh and blood at the wound squirmed as if it had life, gradually returning to its original state. His empty eyes gradually focused, revealing a hint of clarity. Qian Renshue, have you had enough of making trouble? Sasuke's pupils turned into the azure blue of the Rinnegan, and snow-white lines flowed slowly inside his pupils. His aura began to become sacred and ethereal, and his hair began to gradually turn snow-white. Brother Sharon, I finally found you, Qian Renshue looked at the man's deep blue reincarnation eyes. And that cold and indifferent expression, his eyes were full of excitement. She ignored her bloody hands and hugged Sasuke tightly. Qian Renshue, what are you doing? Sasuke frowned and tried to push Qian Renshue away. He had indeed transformed into Sharon once, but if his memory was correct, he should not have had any interaction with Qianrenxue. Just as he started planting trees, he was caught by the Silver Dragon King and killed for destroying the environment. The seeds of the sacred tree were also snatched away by the ferocious dragon. Chapter 71. Ding trigger a temporary mission, kill the moon reading world will, and obtain the divine art turning virtual into reality. Sasuke ignored Qianrenshue's abnormality. He looked at the world outside Wuhuan City with a gloomy face. The entire Tsukuyami world seemed to have fallen into a dead place, with dried up people and mountains of corpses. The whole world fell into a dead silence and darkness. He broke the protective shield with a wave of his hand. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Perhaps he noticed that Sasuke's expression was a little solemn. Qianrenshue also calmed down and looked at him with some confusion. He's coming, Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Qianrenshue was stunned. She didn't know who the Sasuke was referring to. But judging from Sasuke's expression, he must not be a simple person. She gripped the sword tightly in her hand and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, bringing up a cloud of dust. In the dust, a figure walked out slowly. His whole body was snow-white and full of boundless power. The lives of all the people in the world were devoured by him, and his body was filled with endless wronged souls. It's like a collection of soul and flesh, but it's put together in an extremely precise way. It looks so perfect and fits so perfectly. Who the hell are you? Qianrenshue narrowed her eyes slightly, unable to see through him at all. It was as if the person in front of him didn't exist at all, just air. Sasuke's face became even uglier, the most troublesome person appeared. And he is a madman, so he must have been preparing for quite some time. Only then can he use the formation to sacrifice all the people in the Tsukuyami world in an instant. Is this the highest form of the divine art dominator of flesh and blood and the divine art hunger? Sasuke had studied these two magical arts before, but after much hesitation he did not dare to make up his mind to use them. Because these two magics are addictive, and in the process of devouring them you are no longer yourself. When your soul, memory, thoughts, everything is brand new, will you still be you? But how come this guy is okay? Sasuke looked at Qianrenshue in surprise. That doesn't make sense. Anyone from the Tsukuyami world will be absorbed. But why is Qianrenshue fine? Is it really because of a system bug? Sasuke, who is he? Qianrenshue asked in a low voice. He saw countless others in that man in black. That face that is both familiar and unfamiliar to me. Countless consciousnesses seemed to tear his soul apart. She just felt dizzy and almost fainted. Be careful. Don't look at him, your life level is too low to withstand his power. Qianrenshue nodded, closed her eyes tightly, and began to quickly mobilize the power of faith stored in her body. When he opened his eyes again, his body was burning with a strong fire of the sun. Who are you? Sasuke asked in a deep voice. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? I am your future, your ultimate form, your destiny, I am the dark side of the world. Stop. Please explain it in plain language. Sasuke frowned, he had roughly guessed the mysterious man's condition. It is impossible for a mortal body to digest all of them, so it must evolve to a higher level of life. After devouring so many people, it is impossible to go back, and it can only keep going, and eventually become a real monster. To put it simply, I am your future at the end. The mysterious man spoke slowly, his voice full of indifference and madness. Now, I have surpassed the limitations of mortals and become a true god, and you are just the path I have walked, and a shadow of my past. Sasuke, what are you talking about? Who the hell is this guy? Tears of blood flowed from Qianrenshue's eyes, and her body began to deform irregularly. But she was suppressed by Sasuke's inescape power and her true sun fire. Sasuke held down Qianrenshue's shoulders and used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly disappear from the spot. He came several kilometers away and looked at BBDong lying on the ground. His heart sank, knowing that today might not end well. Suddenly, a giant dragon spitting sword energy appeared, accompanied by a dazzling golden flash. It was as fast as light, rushing towards Sasuke. Boom! This impact was like shaking the laws of the world's origin, causing the entire world to vibrate violently. After all, I couldn't save her. Sasuke looked at the disappearing BBDong. His divine power currently has no effect on other people. Even with Susanu's defensive power, it was not possible to completely block the attack just now. Who are you? What do you want to do? That figure gradually turned into a Susanoo giant several thousand meters tall. A huge slash with the power to destroy everything slashed towards Sasuke. A cold light flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared right in front of the slash. Golden Will reincarnation explodes. A dazzling sword light appeared in Sasuke's hand. A large amount of chakra condensed at the tip of the sword, and in an instant the blade became tens of thousands of kilometers long. If you don't want to answer, then go to hell. Sasuke roared, and the sword in his hand instantly turned into a dazzling stream of light, colliding fiercely with the huge blow. The roar was deafening, and the whole world seemed to be shaking at this moment. The two attacks collided in the air, bursting into brilliant light. The light was as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. Although the mysterious man's slash was powerful, it seemed powerless in front of Sasuke's Golden Will Tensei explosion. In just a moment, the slash was defeated by Sasuke's sword. The mysterious man's body, including Susanoo, was cut in half in an instant. A long sword mark split his entire body in half, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. Shockingly, however, the mystery man didn't seem to be too hurt. His body began to heal in a short period of time, as if he had never been injured. Is this your full strength? How disappointing. Sasuke looked at Douluo star where the Tsukuyami world was split in half. Even in the virtual Tsukuyami world, the data is restored one by one according to the reality. He didn't understand why this mysterious man could remain so calm in the face of such an attack. Sasuke, be careful. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Sasuke's ears. Sasuke turned around and saw that Qianrenshue had woken up, her eyes full of worry and vigilance. Are you okay? Sasuke asked. Qianrenshue shook her head. I'm fine, it's just that the guy's strength was too strong, I almost couldn't bear it. Chapter 72. He never expected that this seemingly not very smart Yandere girl was actually a god. When did gods become so worthless? However, the nature of the gods in this world is somewhat strange. It seems that becoming a god is just obtaining a godly position, and there is no qualitative change in the level of life. Sasuke, what's wrong? Qianrenshue's mouth corners slightly raised, and she was very satisfied with Sasuke's shocked expression. Then he looked at the mysterious man with a worried look on his face. Ah, Grandpa died again, this time, Dad died too. Rakshasa's magical skill, space-tearing abyss slash. It fell from the sky accompanied by a purple light. A giant sickle condensed into a purple blade of light hundreds of meters long. The strong power of Rakshasa caused a strong hurricane to erupt in the entire sky. Boom! Accompanied by a sharp roar, the mysterious man was instantly knocked thousands of meters away. Ha! BBDong is not dead yet. While Sasuke was still surprised, a sword blade instantly pierced his chest. Sasuke was not surprised, as the left and right were just clones. He can descend and take back his power at any time. But he planned to obtain more information, even though he felt that there might be a terrifying monster in the Tsukuyami world. But he didn't know what this monster was. BBDong and Qianrenshue looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. They never expected that Uchiha Sasuke, who was able to destroy the entire world in his previous life, would die so silently. No need to use that expression, I'm not dead. If I'm not mistaken, you are the incarnation of the will of the Tsukuyami world. My negative side was no longer a simple individual when it devoured everyone. Damn it, it's you again, the naturally evil Uchiha. I knew that nothing good would happen to anyone who had anything to do with the Uchiha. Qianrenshue was about to collapse. Why was it Uchiha again? When would it ever end? Bai Ye fell silent. When had Uchiha's reputation been framed like this? Merge with us. You, and you all, only when everything becomes one can we stop this disaster. I have predicted that there is no hope for the future of the real world. You who possess the power of time should know that the world will be destroyed no matter what. It doesn't matter if it's Uchiha Sasuke or anything else, the future of the world's destruction has been determined and cannot be changed. Do you think you can stop fate? No, you can't, only by merging with me can you transcend fate and become the new master. Sasuke frowned. What had he done? Why did he sound like a nobody? Merge with you? That sounds disgusting, I refuse. Qianrenshue waved the holy angel sword in her hand and screamed suddenly. The holy angel sword in her hand suddenly accelerated the surging sun true fire. The flames on the sword jumped like a living thing, burning and distorting the surrounding air. The mysterious man snorted coldly, and his figure suddenly became blurred. It seemed as if he had merged into the surrounding space, making it impossible to detect his trace. Do you think you can avoid my attack like this? You're just playing tricks. A huge flaming sword energy cut through space and slashed towards the location where the mysterious man was. However, the flaming sword energy slashed into the air, and the figure of the mysterious man seemed to have never existed. It's useless, the power of you mortals can't touch me at all, the voice of the mysterious man sounded from all directions. BBDong opened her scarlet eyes. She had absorbed the resentment and evil aura of the entire world that had been sacrificed. At this time, her Rakshasa status reached unprecedented power. A purple shrine emitting an evil purple aura was on his body. There are soldiers with huge sickles extending from both sides of their backs. The boundary of level 100 was instantly broken and rushed forward with a force at a higher level. Death field. Open. In an instant, endless poison and mental attacks began to cover the area within several thousand meters around. The soul and the mysterious man came into contact with this highly corrosive soul poison, and instantly the soul dissolved and began to dissipate. Although Sasuke seemed to have done nothing, he was actually blocking the exit of this world. Even if the world is gone this month, it can be recreated, but if this thing appears in reality, even a little bit, everyone will be doomed. In the world of Tsukuyami, his power comes from the White Knight that created this world, but in the outside world, his upper limit will be infinitely raised. Unless Bai Ye is ruthless enough to kill everyone and sacrifice everyone before him, there is almost no chance of winning. Sasuke, explain to me clearly what this thing is. BBDong looked at Sasuke coldly. This guy is the embodiment of the will of the Tsukuyami world, and also my negative side, Sasuke explained in a deep voice. He devoured everyone, including me in this world, and became a being beyond mortals. His goal is to merge all of us and become the new master. There is one thing Sasuke didn't say, which is that this mysterious man is most likely his incarnation in this world. But in the real world, it is enough to have only one person to cause trouble, there is no need for another one. At present, one Silver Dragon King is enough for me to fight for a long time. We don't need another troublesome guy, so we must make him disappear completely from this fake world. BBDong and Qianrenshue looked at each other in surprise. They had not expected things to develop to this point. Then what should we do? Qianrenshue tightly grasped the holy sword of angels and looked around vigilantly. There is only one way, Sasuke's eyes flashed with determination. That is to completely destroy him so that he can no longer threaten the real world. BBDong and Qianrenshue looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Okay, let's join forces and completely eliminate this monster. BBDong said in a deep voice. But what exactly is the future he said will see the real world destroyed? Qianrenshue said directly. Why must the real world be destroyed? Why does he have to control the will of others? What is he trying to save by merging everyone? Qianrenshue has become a little suspicious. This has happened in 2 consecutive lifetimes. Even though he has become an angel god this time, he still feels very powerless facing soul beasts. This feeling of powerlessness and being at the mercy of others made him feel extremely uneasy and frightened. Don't we even have the right to our own destiny now? Sasuke fell silent. He couldn't tell him that all this was because of him, right? He said with a wandering look in his eyes. No one can predict the future, but I believe that as long as we unite as one, we can definitely change the future. Chapter 73. But, Qianrenshue wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Sasuke. No buts, Sasuke's tone was firm. We can't be consumed by fear and despair, we must believe in our own strength. Qianrenshue always felt something was wrong. She narrowed her eyes and stared straight at Sasuke. Her intuition told her that if anything was wrong, it was definitely related to this inherently evil Uchiha. Although he had a lot of questions in his mind, he also knew the importance of each. Qianrenshue bit her lower lip tightly. She knew that now was not the time to pursue the matter, but she made a note of it. She turned and looked in the direction where the mysterious man disappeared, took a deep breath, and adjusted her mind to the best state. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. This world was indeed in a countdown to death. The Silver Dragon King ate the sacred tree, and there was no way for him to be separated from it for the time being. If she continues to devour the natural forces of this world endlessly, it will eventually go out of control. Because she couldn't transform into the fruit of the sacred tree, nor could she purify the violent forces of nature. Sooner or later, you will lose control due to your lack of will. Because the Ten Tails was designed from the beginning to purify the violent force of nature. Therefore, there has never been a generation of the Ten Tails that has possessed wisdom. Whether it's draining the natural energy of the planet, or the Ten Tails going completely berserk. Either one will cause irreversible harm to the world. Death is bound to come, and he is ready for interstellar migration. You are the creator who created us, we didn't want this to happen, but we have no choice. Perhaps feeling a fatal sense of crisis, the mysterious man looked at Sasuke for the first time and spoke seriously. You're going to die, as Sasuke finished speaking. The endless light of this universe instantly lost its color and turned into a lifeless gray. After realizing that the situation might get out of control, most of Sasuke's consciousness had shifted to reality. Control Kabuto Yakushi to do his best to find the lost key to the Tsukuyami world. The guy in front of me has devoured the soul of a world. His nature and status are extremely high. If he were to become a real being, I'm afraid the Silver Dragon King would be able to kill him with just one hand. I know, at least we resisted, the mysterious man smiled faintly, and his figure gradually became blurred. But do you think you can stop me like this? No, you can't, fate is already determined, and the world will be destroyed. Sasuke's heart sank. What on earth had this guy observed over the course of so many years? Is it really not just bluffing? The endless energy in this universe began to disappear, and the endless power rules began to become chaotic. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color and all things lost their voices. Everyone in the universe feels the grief in their hearts and the great terror in the dark. Endless darkness began to spread on Douluo star and gradually spread to the starry sky of the universe. What the hell is going on? Sasuke, what on earth are you doing? Rinshua angrily held the angel sword against Sasuke's neck. Why did this guy want to destroy the world every time in the future? The world has pissed you off, hasn't it? Sasuke opened his mouth in a gesture of surrender. Calm down, since you haven't disappeared yet, it means you are real, although I don't know how you got in, the thief who stole the key must be you, the fake world is gone, and it's gone too. But my father and grandfather, you bastard, give my father and grandfather back to me. Rinshua broke down and cried. He knew that this world was fake, but the family love and memories that were deeply engraved in his heart were real. She couldn't accept such a cruel reality. Even though she knew that this world was fictional, her emotions were sincere. Sasuke, Sasuke, are you okay? BBDong pulled Sasuke away and looked at Rinshua vigilantly. Sasuke shook his head, somewhat doubtful and unsure of BBDong's current condition. What on earth is that thing? And what on earth happened to this world? BBDong looked at the dark world. The whole world was covered by a black air. All kinds of chaotic laws and divine powers have plunged the world into chaos. He couldn't suppress the panic in his heart, and there was also an inexplicable sense of grief. This universe is dead, to be honest, this is the first time I have seen such a beautiful scene, this is the truth of the universe, the scene when the world is destroyed, Sasuke sighed. BBDong and Rinshua were both stunned. They couldn't understand Sasuke's calmness and indifference. The world was being destroyed, their friends, loved ones, everything was disappearing, and yet Sasuke could appreciate it all so calmly. Snapped. BBDong slapped Sasuke angrily. You should at least shed a tear, even if it's for the disappearance of this world. BBDong's voice trembled and her eyes were filled with anger and grief. Sasuke touched his slapped cheek, was silent for a while, and then said calmly. Why should you be sad? If he really came to the real world, then our world would not even have a chance to resist an omniscient and omnipotent God. Now, we have only lost a false world, but we have protected the real world. Isn't this worth celebrating? Sasuke's words stunned BBDong and Rinshua. Although they still felt sad, Sasuke's words made them realize that they at least kept the real world safe. You're right, Sasuke, BBDong took a deep breath and calmed down. We should be thankful, but what kind of existence is that guy? Will he really threaten the real world? He is a being formed by the fusion of the will of the Tsukuyami world and my negative energy, Sasuke explained. He possesses my divine arts and has done what I have not done. He has the ability to devour and merge everything, and can even manipulate time and space. His goal is not only the Tsukuyami world, he wants the real world. He wants to control the will of everyone and become the new master. He is extremely powerful, but also extremely sad, because he was born in a false time and space. Everything here is man-made, and he had no chance of resistance from the beginning. Sasuke is being very shameless in showing off. In fact, he was also shocked. The good news is that he has been wary of this reversed world of himself from the beginning. So in the Tsukuyami space, it was set from the very beginning. Only when BBDong wakes up can she return to the real world. Unless someone opens the door from outside. Otherwise, the people in this world will ultimately be nothing more than a bunch of data, unable to interfere with reality. As Sasuke finished speaking, dazzling light shone from the three of them. Chapter 74. How conspicuous they are in this dim universe. It seems you're awake. Sasuke changed into the appearance of Kabuto Yakushi and raised his glasses gracefully. Welcome home, your holiness. Everything in this world is just an illusion, it is to wake you up, the world outside is in a life and death situation, my mission is to bring you back to reality and lead us to fight against the impending disaster. BBDong looked a little dazed. Is this world where she has lived for so long, really just an illusion? Why are the people in this world exactly the same as in real life? Whether it's emotion or something else. Qian Renshua looked at pharmacist Dou's tricks with a strange expression, but she was also happy to see it happen. So you are not Sasuke? BBDong's face looked ugly. Your Holiness, this is irresistible. In order to heal you, some small sacrifices are always needed. Kabuto Yakushi smiled awkwardly. His body gradually faded, and finally turned into a point of light and dissipated into the air. BBDong and Qian Renshua looked at each other, both feeling a little uneasy. What is the truth of this world? Are their memories real or is everything they experience just a dream? We need to find out the truth, BBDong said in a deep voice. Qian Renshua can no longer tell what is true. What is fake? Is the real world real? Could it be another fantasy world of Uchiha Sasuke? Qian Renshua's heart was filled with panic, and even her own love was diluted a lot. Sometimes she even doubted why she fell in love with Sharon. Is it because I have fallen into an illusion and lost myself? In the present world, in Wuhuan City, in the Pope's palace, in a secret room. Do, why hasn't my teacher come out yet? Hulaina asked with some confusion. Right away, it will be out soon, Your Highness the Saint, please say more good words for me later, I'm afraid that I will be punished by His Holiness the Pope, pharmacist Do said nervously. Don't worry, Do, I will speak for you, Hulaina smiled and patted his shoulder. At this moment, the door of the secret room was suddenly pushed open, and BBDong's figure appeared at the door. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes were full of coldness. Teacher, you finally came out. Hulaina immediately came forward and asked with concern. Are you okay? I'm fine, BBDong shook her head. Her eyes fell on pharmacist Do, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This stain must be completely removed, otherwise her dignity will be seriously challenged. Kabuto, your illusion technique really opens my eyes, BBDong said coldly. Kabuto Yakushi's body trembled. Was this Pope really going to kill him? Your Holiness, Yakushi Kabuto wanted to explain, but BBDong interrupted him. You don't need to explain, your behavior has already constituted betrayal, considering that you have made great contributions to the Spirit Hall, I can give you a chance, BBDong's tone was full of majesty. As long as you can make up for your crime and make meritorious contributions, I can consider letting you go, pharmacist Do was delighted, knowing that his life was temporarily saved. He immediately said respectfully. Thank you, His Holiness, for not killing me, Do will make up for his crime and make meritorious contributions, and will go through fire and water for the Spirit Hall without hesitation. Very good, BBDong nodded, and her eyes turned to Hulaina. Lina, come with me. Hulaina followed BBDong with some confusion. She didn't know what the teacher wanted to talk to her about. But when she saw the serious expression on BBDong's face, she couldn't help but have a bad feeling in her heart. In another secret room in the Pope's palace, BBDong told Hulaina everything she had experienced. Hulaina was shocked after hearing this. She couldn't imagine that her teacher had experienced such a strange thing. Teacher, what should we do then? Hulaina asked. We must find out the truth, BBDong said in a deep voice. How many illusion worlds exist in this world? Are our memories real? We need to find out all these. But where should we start investigating? Hulaina asked a little confused. It all started with Uchiha Sasuke, BBDong's eyes flashed with coldness. He must be the instigator of all this. But, teacher, Uchiha Sasuke has already, Hulaina hesitated to speak, fearing that if she told the truth, BBDong would fall crazy again. Tell me. What happened to him? He has been dead for several years, Hulaina lowered her head. Dead? How could he be dead? Anyone could die, except him. Teacher, calm down, he is indeed dead, Hulaina said stiffly. You killed him with your own hands. I killed him. Ha ha ha, this world is fake, how could I kill him? How could Uchiha Sasuke die? He was so powerful, so invincible, how could he die in my hands? Teacher, calm down, Hulaina looked at BBDong with some fear. I know this is hard to accept, but this is the fact, Uchiha Sasuke is dead, and has been dead for several years. No, this is not true. BBDong shouted loudly. This world is fake, and my memory is also fake. I want to find out the truth. Star Forest, Life Forbidden Zone, Silver Dragon Temple. A Wu human, I'm hungry, go cook for me, I want to eat delicious food, Guyun narrowed her cold vertical pupils slightly. He didn't know why he always felt that this human looked at him strangely. The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched. As arrogant as he was in the illusion world, he was as honest in the real world. Gu, can you tell me what you like to eat? Then I can cook for you. Gu blinked. She actually didn't know what she liked to eat. She has been sleeping since she was born, and when she is hungry she relies on devouring the soul power of other soul beasts to sustain her life. But seeing how serious Naruto was, she didn't want to disappoint him, so she thought for a moment and said, I like eating meat, especially the chewy roasted meat. Chapter 75. In an instant, a huge hand holding up the sky appeared hundreds of kilometers away from the Star Do forest. The surrounding soul beasts were instantly frightened by the terrifying dragon's might and fell to their knees, quietly waiting for the owner of the giant hand to choose. Seeing this, Naruto's mouth twitched again. Even eating was so domineering. Gu, can you tell me how much barbecue you want to eat? I'm afraid it will be a waste if I roast too much, and you won't be full if I roast too little. Gu was slightly stunned when she heard this. She seemed to have never thought about this issue before. But looking at Naruto's serious expression, she thought about it again, then stretched out a claw and gestured, probably this much. Naruto looked in the direction of Gu claws and saw a soul beast as big as a hill there. The corners of his mouth twitched again, and he secretly groaned in his heart, this is not even the amount for a meal, this is simply a month's ration. But looking at Gu expectant eyes, he could only bite the bullet and nodded, okay, I understand. The art of multiple shadow clones. Naruto instantly created hundreds of clones, and each clone took action quickly. Some went to collect various seasonings, while others started to build temporary barbecue grills. Gu looked at Naruto's busy figure, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, but more of curiosity. She had never seen such strange skills. These clones were as real as the originals and could think and act just like them. After several hours of hard work, finally, huge piles of barbecue were piled up in front of Gu. The grilled meat exudes an enticing aroma that makes you salivate. Gu blinked, looked at the pile of barbecue in front of her, and swallowed. She opened her mouth and started eating with big mouthfuls. Each bite was extremely chewy, and each bite brought a glimmer of satisfaction to her eyes. Naruto took advantage of the break from eating to quickly run in one direction. Wait, human, where do you want to run to? Gu said without raising her head while eating. Although his eyes were not looking in Naruto's direction, his mental power had already locked onto Naruto. Naruto smiled awkwardly and said, Gu, I'm in a hurry and want to go to the toilet. Gu was slightly stunned when she heard this. She seemed to have never considered that humans would have such needs. But looking at Naruto's embarrassed expression, she nodded slightly, then go ahead, remember to come back soon. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that and nodded quickly, okay, I'll be right back. After saying that, he turned and ran towards the depths of the forest. Looking at Naruto's departing back, a hint of doubt flashed in Gu eyes. She didn't understand why humans had so many needs and habits. Late at night, Naruto replenished his strength in a stream. Too many clones were busy during the day, which consumed a lot of his physical strength and chakra. He needed to recover as soon as possible. He sat by the stream, immersed his hands in the cool water, and his chakra flowed slowly, restoring his strength. After eating 2 fish, Naruto lay down on the soft grass and looked up at the stars. He didn't know where he should go, but he couldn't give up this body. Because this body possesses the Rinnegan, it is also the only hope to suppress Gu. The Rinnegan has a natural restraint on the Ten Tails, but Gu is not just the Ten Tails, he is also a powerful being who is half a step away from becoming a god king. The spiritual power of the divine realm was no longer something he could easily deal with. With the sound of light footsteps, Gu sat down next to Naruto. What are you thinking about, human? Gu asked softly. Rasengan. Naruto was so scared that he rolled a ball with his backhand and threw it at Gu face. Gu casually slapped the Rasengan away, then looked at Naruto with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the forest, and a powerful shock wave shook the surrounding trees toppled over. However, Gu simply waved her claws lightly to block all the impact. She looked at Naruto, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Naruto, you don't need to be so vigilant, I won't hurt you. Naruto's heart sank and he took a few steps back with a grim expression. Gu. It's so late, come home with me. Gu smiled slightly, with a somewhat lazy look on her face. She found it somewhat funny to see this little bug being so alert. Although she didn't know why Naruto was so wary of her, she didn't bother to think about it. After all, in her opinion, Naruto was just an interesting little bug. I won't go back with you. Gu, what on earth do you want to do? Are you sure? Human, this is not up to you. A pair of silver dragon wings appeared behind Guyuna. The faint silver light shining on her body looked beautiful and divine. No words can express her beauty. He is like a favorite of God, and every detail reveals perfection and elegance. Naruto looked at her coldly, wanting to know what she was planning to do. Guyuna opened her arms and hugged Naruto into her arms, and kissed Naruto's cheek passionately. Naruto's cheeks turned red instantly, and he struggled to break free from Guyuna's arms, but Guyuna's strength far exceeded his. Guyuna, what are you doing? Do you want to go home? Well, you'll let me go. No, but I can go back with you. Anyway, I'm tired of playing in the Star Forest. It's nice to visit the human world occasionally. Naruto was stunned by Guyuna's words. He didn't expect Guyuna to make such a request. What? You don't want to? Okay. Naruto nodded reluctantly. In the third year of the Dark Age, the Tiendo Empire completely collapsed under the pressure of war and was renamed the Angel Empire. Everyone knew that this was probably caused by the Spirit Hall. But whether intentionally or unintentionally, humans were no longer able to resist, nor did they want to resist facing the soul beasts. All they could do was struggle desperately. In the 6th year of the Dark Age, the Xinglua Empire was completely destroyed, and the Sea God Island also completely disappeared below the sea level. Since then, Douluo Star has completely become the world of soul beasts. Because the angel god went into the Star Forest alone and returned defeated. As if he had seen some terrifying existence, he has been in seclusion ever since, and never dared to set foot in the Star Forest again. 10 years into the Dark Age, human civilization was completely unified, civil wars ceased, and all disputes and conflicts became insignificant under the threat of soul beasts. Chapter 76. The soul-hunting forest was covered by an ice storm, becoming a paradise for ice-attributed soul beasts. Endless ice and snow hurricanes, and the extremely low temperature made Soto City covered in ice and snow. Diseases, severe cold, hunger, wars, and the increasing number of various soul beasts have reduced the total human population by 9/10. However, humans have no choice but to become blood food for the soul beasts. Soul beasts are extremely predatory towards humans. The hatred rooted in their blood makes them love to eat human flesh and souls. In the 8th year of the Dark Age, Qianren became a god, fought millions of soul beasts alone, defeated the 10 great beasts, and allowed humans to take a breath. However, most people were pessimistic. Because the angel god went into the Star Forest alone and returned defeated. As if he had seen some terrifying existence, he has been in seclusion ever since, and never dared to set foot in the Star Forest again. 10 years into the Dark Age, human civilization was completely unified, civil wars ceased, and all disputes and conflicts became insignificant under the threat of soul beasts. Southern Angel Empire, Soto City. An endless ice and snow storm swept out from the winter forest, covering the entire city in a thick layer of ice and snow. The cold wind was howling and the snowflakes were dancing, as if they were going to freeze the whole world. Squeak. Naruto opened the door to the tavern and was greeted by a gust of hot air. He shook off the snowflakes on his body and walked into this warm place. The pub was bustling with people, and all kinds of noise filled the entire space. Naruto found a corner to sit down and ordered a cup of hot wine. Naruto, this is where you live? Guyuna smelled the mixed smells in the air around her and frowned uncomfortably. How is that possible? I just came here to have a drink, boss. Please give me a plate of barbecue and a bottle of good wine. But no one paid attention to Naruto's words. Everyone in the tavern fell silent and stared at Guyuna. They had never seen such a beautiful woman in their time. Hey, girl, what's the point of following this pretty boy? Why not have some fun with us guys? I guarantee you'll be so excited that you can't stop. A bald man with a naked upper body, who can stand in this snowy and icy place without wearing any clothes, one can imagine that his strength is definitely not low. I think that boy is pretty good looking, let's just keep both of them, a bearded man laughed. As the two of them finished their words, everyone around them suddenly burst into laughter. I've never seen such a beautiful woman since the Dark Ages. Compared to her, those skinny girls out there are so weak. But soon they fell silent, and Naruto pursed his lips slightly. Feeling the sourness of the wheat wine, he smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. Guyuna's eyes were instantly filled with cold murderous intent. How dare a mere dirty and despicable human being be so presumptuous to her? She raised her hand slightly, and a powerful and cold aura instantly enveloped the entire tavern. Those men who were originally arrogant now felt an unprecedented fear. Humans, are you looking for death? Guyuna's voice was as cold as if it came from hell, and every word was filled with murderous intent. Is this a titled Douluo? The bald man's eyes were filled with fear. He was already a soul Douluo, but he was unable to sense Guyuna's true strength. The atmosphere in the entire pub froze in an instant, and the originally noisy space became dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Guyuna, as if she were a deity that could not be desecrated. Humph, a bunch of ants. Guyuna glanced at them with contempt, then turned to Naruto. Let's go, the atmosphere here is disgusting. If you want to go, go by yourself, I still need to eat. Naruto didn't even raise his head. Given the preciousness of food in this era, no amount of money could buy a meal. The person who can open a pub is probably not a good person, and it is generally a black shop. But he was not interested, as long as he had food to eat. Guyuna felt very unhappy. I have already said what I want to say, but you don't give me face. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and then whispered to Naruto, Naruto, let's eat somewhere else, the people here are too rude. Naruto looked up at Guyuna. He could feel Guyuna's displeasure, but he didn't intend to leave just like that. He shrugged and said nonchalantly, it's okay, I'm used to it, besides, the barbecue here tastes good, I don't want to miss it. Guyuna snorted coldly. She didn't want to stay in this dirty place any longer, but she also didn't want to be separated from Naruto. She swept her eyes around the tavern, and those caught by her gaze all lowered their heads, not daring to look her in the eye. You bunch of losers, you are so scared of a little girl, do you have any ambition? Suddenly, a rough voice broke the silence. A burly man stood up. Guyuna didn't even raise her head, she waved her hand gently, and a powerful energy surged out from her palm. The man was blasted away, large amounts of blood dripped in the air, and then he hit the ground heavily and stopped moving. Seeing the man's inhuman appearance, everyone in the tavern took a deep breath. They wanted to escape but didn't dare to. Afraid of angering this terrifying existence. You have to know that killing people is not illegal in this era. The strong prey on the weak and survival of the fittest is the eternal law of this world. Guyuna, what are you doing? Naruto frowned. Looking at this bloody scene, he lost his appetite. They offended me, so they must be punished. Guyuna's voice was still cold, she didn't think she had done anything wrong. Why don't you just get out of here? Are you still waiting to die here? Naruto roared, and those who were still hesitant were immediately pardoned. They scrambled to escape from the tavern, fearing that if they ran a step slower they would become Guyuna's next target. Upon seeing this, the tavern owner didn't dare to say anything and quickly packed up his things, preparing to flee this place of trouble. Boss, why are you running? My wine and food haven't been served yet. The boss stammered with a trembling voice, my dear, I will prepare it for you right away. Naruto then let go of his hand. The boss felt relieved and quickly ran into the kitchen. After a while, a plate of fragrant barbecue and a bottle of good wine were brought up. The plot has been jumping around a bit fast recently, mainly because some friends don't like to fall in love and feel that they are cheating on them. Originally, there was a love story in the Tsukuyami world, and there was also a scene in which the Akatsuki organization in the Tsukuyami world attacked the Wuhuan city. Chapter 77. Guyuna took the wine glass, took a sip, and frowned slightly, this thing tastes so bad. Naruto smiled and started drinking by himself, forget it, I'll drink it myself. Then he took a glass of juice and handed it to her. Guyuna took the juice, took a sip, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. This juice tastes pretty good. By the way, boss, what is the current situation in Soto City? Naruto took a bite of beef before he remembered why he came here. Alas! This life is unbearable. Some time ago, the city lord killed the 40-year soul beast Bloodwing Bat King in the beast disaster, but the city lord was also seriously injured and has not recovered yet. The food supply in the city is becoming increasingly tight, and many civilians are facing the threat of starvation. There has even been cannibalism. If the city lord doesn't show up, the city will be gone. The boss sighed, his tone revealing helplessness and anxiety. Blood King is dead. How is this possible? Guyuenori's eyes were filled with solemnity. You have to know that the Blood King's power on the battlefield is not weaker than Emperor Tian. But such a powerful being was killed by an unknown human who was not even a god. Only then did she truly face the human group. This race has so much potential. I thought Naruto was just an exception. But I didn't expect that there would be such a strong person among humans. Phew, it's so cold. Xiaoya, how are you? Are you cold? I told you to put on more clothes. A very cute girl pouted and looked at the boy next to her. Xiao Wu, I'm not cold. Bai Ye shook his head. I never expected that Qianrenxue, that bastard, would actually give up. He has been staring at me in Wuhuan City. Will it ever stop? I was originally waiting for her to send troops to destroy the winter forest. Now it seems that I can only rely on myself. The winter forest continuously releases cold air to the entire Douluo continent. If this continues, there will be no need to fight this war because humanity will have been destroyed. Food was impossible to obtain in such cold weather because there was no land on which to grow it. Even the humans who are still alive today are all relying on their toughness. I managed to get through it. No wonder Gu Yuna is not anxious, because it is humans who should be anxious. I don't know where that dog emperor went. He left us in this hellish place without caring about us or providing logistic support. It's obvious that he wants us to freeze to death here. Dai Mubai angrily punched the tree trunk next to him, and the trunk instantly shattered into powder. Boss Dai, don't be angry, we can only rely on ourselves now. Ma Hongjun sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Rongrong, are you okay? Zhu Zhuqing took Ning Rongrong's hand and asked with some concern. Kakashi-sensei is dead, you little witch, no one will protect you anymore, the Chibao Glazed Tile sect is destroyed, and now even Kakashi is dead, why are you still acting like a big lady? Believe it or not, I will rape you and then kill you. Dai Mubai licked his lips, and a hint of greed flashed in his pupils. He was almost fed up with staying in this damn place, so he took it out on this little witch. He had always been annoyed with this little witch. Relying on Kakashi's support, she was simply lawless. You, what do you want to do? I warn you, if you dare to touch me, my father will never let you go. Your father? Do you think your father can still be alive? Let me tell you, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has been destroyed. And your father is dead. There are only a few of us here now, and no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Dai Mubai approached Ning Rongrong step by step, with an evil light flashing in his eyes. Shubai, stop it, Tang San frowned and stopped Dai Mubai's behavior. Humph, you stinky bitch. I'm going to let you go today for Xiao San's sake, remember to keep your place clear. Dai Mubai didn't really want to have sex with her in this snowy place. It's so cold today, but he hasn't become so abnormal. He just wanted to scare Ning Rongrong and let her know that this was no longer the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and she was no longer the High Mighty Eldest Lady. Kakashi is dead, and there is no one in this world who will indulge his princess syndrome anymore. Now she can't adjust her mindset. Then who knows what kind of trouble this young lady will cause in the future. Ning Rongrong's body trembled, and a trace of humiliation and anger flashed in her eyes. But she also knew that she couldn't resist Dai Mubai now and could only swallow her anger. She bit her lips tightly to prevent her tears from flowing out. If it were any other time, he would have asked Kakashi to kill Dai Mubai long ago. This damn bastard actually dared to do this to him. Swordsmanship, LV5. Bai Ye looked at the swordsmanship that had been upgraded to level 5 on the system panel in confusion. He really didn't care much about Kakashi's clone. Not even Kakashi himself knew about his own clones. It turns out that love can really make people explode. Rongrong, are you okay? Bai didn't mean it, you. Oscar hurriedly licked his face and went to comfort him, he had to hurry after Kakashi died. Ning Rongrong is in a low mood. You should cultivate your relationship with her so that you can win her heart in the future. I'm fine, Ning Rongrong shook her head, her voice a little hoarse. Everyone, pay attention, something is coming. The large group they were in had about 13,000 people. These are all people who joined together during the war. Some of them were originally from the Tiendo Empire, while others were from vassal states that were recovered by the Tiendo Empire. Except for the Shrek Seven Devils, the strength of most others is below Soul Emperor. Such strength is indeed not enough in such an environment. Everyone immediately looked around vigilantly and prepared for battle. Boom, a dull sound came from a distance, the earth began to tremble, and a terrifying aura spread. It's a soul beast. Everyone be careful. I saw a huge figure slowly appearing in the distance. It was a huge soul beast that was more than 10 meters tall. Its body was covered with thick white hair, its eyes were red, and its fangs were exposed in its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. It's the avalanche monster. Everyone be careful, this thing has thick skin and strong strength, we should try not to have a head-on conflict with it. Humph, it's just a soul beast, what are you afraid of? Watch me deal with it. The soul beast sensed the aura of Dai Mubai, let out an angry roar, and rushed forward. Chapter 78. The two collided in an instant, causing a loud bang. Dai Mubai was shocked and took a few steps back, while the avalanche beast remained motionless. Mubai, are you okay? Oscar quickly stepped forward and supported Dai Mubai. It's okay, this soul beast is really strong, let's attack together and don't give it any chance. Dai Mubai shook his head, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Boom boom. Bai Ye heard the continuous sound of artillery fire. Some of these are human shells, and some are soul skills of various attributes of soul beasts. The whole picture looks very gorgeous, but the beautiful scene hides endless dangers. Bai Ye frowned and quietly retreated behind the crowd, but saw that Tang San was doing the same thing as him. Why are you risking your life for this little money? What's more, how can we talk about fighting when we can't even get enough food? What national sentiment, what human survival? Those who cared about these things had already sacrificed their lives to defend their country as soon as the war started. 4 hours later. After a series of artillery attacks, the soul beast was beaten and retreated in disgrace. But the humans were not having an easy time either, with truckloads of corpses piled up together. The good news was that there was something to eat, but the bad news was that everything was cold, hard, and some even had blood on it. But everyone was swallowing these things like hungry wolves. Bai Ye nibbled on the cold steamed bun in his hand. Looking at Oscar wiping Ning Rongrong's tears not far away, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Human sorrows and joys are not interlinked, I just think they are noisy. Xiao Wu swallowed and looked at the steamed bun in Bai Ye's hand with longing. Bai Ye casually threw it into Xiao Wu's arms. The scenes before him had completely made him lose his appetite. Xiao Yi, don't you want to eat? Xiao Wu looked a little dusty and thin. If Bai Ye hadn't been protecting her, she would have probably become someone else's plaything. In the military camp at night, the aroma of barbecue was mixed with the smell of sweat and excrement. In this kind of environment, it is already good enough to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, not to mention whether it is clean or not. Bai Ye shook his head, no appetite. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and wanted to refuse, but she looked at Bai Ye's determined eyes. She finally took the bun and took a careful bite. Thank you, Xiao Ye. Xiao Wu's voice trembled a little, and tears flashed in her eyes. Bai Ye ignored her. He wanted to make use of every free moment to rest. Make sure you get enough sleep. In this war, exhaustion of physical strength would only make him fall into the enemy's hands faster. 4 hours later, Bai Ye was awakened by a shrill whistle and he opened his eyes. The soldiers outside were all starting to gather, and it looked like they were about to launch a counterattack. Bai Ye took out some instant noodles from the Shinwei space and kicked Xiao Wu's sleeping bag. Hey, wake up. It's time for breakfast. Xiao Yi, let me sleep a little longer, it's so cold, I really can't move. Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes in a daze. Bai Ye simply grabbed the end of the sleeping bag and dragged Xiao Wu out of it. Get up. We are about to counterattack, do you still want to live? Xiao Wu suddenly woke up after being yelled at by Bai Ye. Seeing Bai Ye's serious expression, she quickly crawled out of the sleeping bag. Counterattack? Are we going to counterattack? Eat something and replenish your energy, we don't know how long this war will end. Xiaoya, where did you get this thing? Don't talk, eat quickly, and then gather after eating. We are going to enter the central region today to carry out an important strategic deployment, Bai Ye said while eating instant noodles quickly. Xiao Wu nodded, and the two quickly finished their breakfast and then joined the team that had already begun to assemble. The sky gradually brightened, but the light did not bring much warmth and the cold wind was still biting. Half an hour later, Bai Ye and the large army passed through the freezing cold forest, where the leaves were already crackling with cold. A huge whistling sound came from the sky, followed by a vibration of ice-attributed soul power. The light blue flame burned in the forest but there was no temperature at all. Instead, it lowers the surrounding temperature further. Everyone used their soul power to resist the cold, but the effect was minimal. Dai Mubai patted the dust off his body, his muscles bulged, his cold eyes scanned the surrounding environment, and then shouted loudly. Don't panic, this is just a tentative attack from the opponent, everyone keep the formation and prepare to meet the enemy. Xiaoya, where exactly is the enemy? Tang San's pupils turned into purple-level demon pupils, but he still couldn't find the enemy's position. Looking around, seeing his comrades falling down or even frozen into ice, his heart was filled with anger. Damn it, where is it? Boom! A huge roar was heard in the central area of the formation, countless people were knocked out, and the formation became chaotic in an instant. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Bai Ye shook off the blood in his hands. He was holding a huge head in his hands. It was an ice soul flame soul bee, its body was wrapped in ice soul flame, but now it had been torn apart by Bai Ye. Be careful of its poison. Tang San warned loudly, but it was too late. Bai Ye ignored Tang San's warning. He felt so tired. Why were all his teammates a bunch of idiots? He threw away the head in his hand. The biting ice soul poison in his palm could not cause him any harm. Bai Ye looked at the team whose members had suffered thousands of casualties in 2 attacks. I'm afraid the number of these people who can reach the inner circle is almost negligible. The battle had just begun and the human side was already stunned. Only a few hundred soul beasts exerted the momentum of tens of thousands of people. Explosions and sparks produced by various abilities colliding in the air. Xiao Wu, stay away from me, is something coming? Bai Ye narrowed his eyes and looked at the dense swarms of ice flame bees in the sky. They began to continuously form a strange formation, although no one knew what it was used for. But it will never be a good thing. Human, you are so strong. Why are you in this army if you are so strong? It's really hard to understand. Strange power technique. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, his fists clenched, and the sound of air exploding continued to be heard. His figure disappeared instantly, leaving behind a shadow. When he reappeared, he had already come to the side of the Ice Soul Flame Soul Bee Queen and punched it. Boom! The body of King Bingpa Yanhunfeng was instantly severely injured and smashed heavily to the ground. The entire ground shattered and splashed in all directions. His fist cut through the air, and Bai Ye appeared behind Feng Wang again. A bubble of air formed by the force of the fist instantly pierced the queen bee. With a loud bang, a huge hole with a diameter of tens of meters appeared on the earth. Chapter 79. Xiao Yi, are you okay? Xiao Wu hurried to Bai Ye's side and looked at him nervously. Bai Ye shook his head and dusted himself off. I'm fine, they're just some minions. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Bai Ye was very strong, but seeing how hard he fought just now, she couldn't help but worry. Xiao Yi, that punch you just threw was really powerful. What level of soul master are you? Bai Ye glanced at her and said calmly, just a soul saint. Soul saint? Xiao Wu widened her eyes and looked at Bai Ye in disbelief. The soul saint can have such power. You have to know that the Ice Soul Flame Soul Queen Bee just now is a strong man equivalent to the title Douluo level of mankind. Xiao Yi, you are not hiding your strength, are you? Xiao Wu asked tentatively. Bai Ye walked up to Xiao Wu, peeled a candy and put it into her mouth. Is it sweet? Sweet. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly. Bai Ye smiled and pinched her little face. It's sweet, don't ask, no matter how strong I am just one person. In this meat grinder battlefield, there is a limit to what I can do. Xiao Wu nodded as if she understood. She knew what Bai Ye said made sense, but she still couldn't help but be curious. Xiao Yi, can you tell me what your real strength is? Xiao Wu blinked and looked at Bai Ye. Bai Ye did not answer. He wiped the blood off his body and looked coldly at the man in the sky who was emitting blue ice flames. The man was very handsome, with short blue hair fluttering in the wind and a cold light flashing in his eyes. What is even more impossible to ignore is the strong natural force in him. This extremely high energy is impossible to ignore. The man fell from a high altitude. He did not look at Xiao Wu, but came to Bai Ye. My name is Bingling, you can call me that. His pupils were emitting blue flames, like a darling of nature. The natural energy of the entire world rises and falls with his breathing. Bai Ye smiled, pulled Xiao Wu and turned and ran. This scene stunned the aggressive Bingling. He didn't expect Bai Ye to be so disrespectful and just turn around and run away. Hey, what are you doing? Bingling shouted loudly, but his voice was drowned out by the whistling wind. Bai Ye pulled Xiao Wu and ran wildly in the forest. Their speed was so fast that it seemed like two lightning bolts were flying through the forest. Xiao Yi, why are we running? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Are you stupid? How can we deal with a 10-year-old soul beast that can transform into a human form? Why are you fighting for your life when it can't even afford to eat? That thing is an immortal level existence in the ninja world. Their movement speed exceeds the speed of sound. Who can beat them? Xiao Wu scratched her head and smiled sheepishly. She knew that she was weak and couldn't help Bai Ye in any way, but she still wanted to try her best to help him. On the battlefield, Bing Ling turned and looked at Dai Mubai, Tang San and others. Your friend has run away. Do you want to chase him? 9 treasures turn out Liuli, strength, speed, soul, defense, and attack. In an instant, Ning Rongrong's 5 spirit rings lit up at the same time, adding amplification to Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun and others. Damn it, an enemy that could make Xiaoye run away is definitely not one I can handle. Tang San's face turned pale. He wanted to run away, but if so, Ning Rongrong and Oscar and other slow runners would be in danger. The surrounding army was all terrified, and the human-shaped 100,000-year soul beast transformed. If it happened in the past, people would definitely be overjoyed, because it often meant that a 10-year-old soul beast had just transformed into a human. The strength has not yet fully recovered, and it is the best time to hunt. But now no one dares to have such an idea, because this war has already told them. The humanoid 10-year soul beast represents death and despair. Even a titled Douluo-level warrior would be as fragile as an ant in front of them. The human army began to panic and fled in all directions, trying to escape this horrible place. Phoenix fire. Ma Hongjun leaped into the sky, and the phoenix wings behind him fanned out a blazing flame, and a thick ray of flame shot towards Bing Ling. Boom! Bing Ling waved her hand lightly, and the flame ray instantly dissipated into the air, as if it had never existed. He stretched out his finger and tapped lightly in the direction of Ma Hongjun. Suddenly, an ice-blue beam of light shot out from his fingertips and instantly penetrated Ma Hongjun's body. Puff! Blood splattered. Ma Hongjun let out a scream, and his body was instantly frozen by the ice-blue beam of light, turning into an ice sculpture. A green light appeared on his body, and Oscar wanted to treat him, but unfortunately he could not revive a dead person. Ma Hongjun. Tang San shouted his name loudly, his eyes moist. Damn it, let's fight him. Dai Mubai's face turned pale, and a huge netherworld white tiger appeared instantly. He rushed towards Bing Ling without hesitation. Bing Ling didn't look at him and kicked him away. He aimed his finger at Oscar, intending to take the nanny away as well. A beam of blue light instantly shot out from Bing Ling's fingertips, aiming directly at Oscar. Oscar's face turned pale. He tried his best to dodge but was still hit in the arm. His arm was instantly pierced and broken into 2 pieces. Ah! Oscar screamed, his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Ning Rongrong saw this scene and wanted to run to Oscar's side to save him, but was quickly stopped by Zhu Zhuqing. Boom boom. Bing Ling released several more beams of light that blasted towards Oscar's direction. Accompanied by a huge explosion, Bing Ling breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we get rid of all the difficult healing soul masters, there will be no suspense in this war. I surrender, Yi Lingling raised her hands and cried. She was also a healing soul master. The woman had a slim figure, a waterfall of blue hair that reached her knees, and beautiful turquoise eyes. She has a very cold temperament and there is no emotion in her eyes, only loneliness and desolation. But the only weird thing was that she was crying with her hands raised, which instantly shattered her goddess image. Surrender has no effect. A beam of cold light instantly pierced through the girl's head. Her body slowly fell down, her beautiful blue eyes filled with disbelief. She was actually killed. How can this be? She had clearly surrendered, so why was she killed? Chapter 80. Lingling. Damn it. Yu Tianheng could no longer keep calm on his face, he rushed towards Bing Ling in anger. A black soul ring rose from his body, and his eyes turned red, as if they were about to bleed. Violent lightning surged around his body, and a giant blue dragon emerged behind him. Yu Tianheng, don't be impulsive. Tang San shouted loudly. However, Yu Tianheng has lost his mind and he only wants to avenge Yi Lingling. Boom! Bing Ling pulled out an ice knife from the air, and the blade exuded a biting cold air. He swung his sword lightly, and an ice-blue blade energy instantly slashed towards Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng's thunder dragon collided with the ice knife, making a deafening roar. However, in just a moment, the thunder dragon was chopped into pieces by the ice knife, and Yu Tianheng's body was also cut into 2 pieces by the ice knife. No! Tang San let out a heart-wrenching cry. On a hill in the distance, Bai Ye was lying on the ground, his light blue eyes looking at the scene thousands of meters away. Xiaoya, is it really okay for us to hide like this? It seems like Xiao San and the others can't beat that guy. Xiao Wu asked with some concern. Bai Ye did not answer, his eyes were fixed on Bing Ling. He knew that Tang San and his companions were no match for Bing Ling. However, he also knew that Tang San would never die, and he still had great confidence in the protagonist's ability to save his life. Tang San's endless array of hidden weapons would surely kill anyone who was hit by one of the icicles. Not to mention that he had Tang Hao protecting him from behind, how could he die? If Xiao Wu, if I disappear one day, what will you do? Bai Ye suddenly asked. Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment. She looked into Bai Ye's eyes and said seriously, I will go find you, no matter where you go, I will find you. The violent soul power storm swept through the entire forest, destroying one large tree after another along the way. All the soul beasts and humans affected were killed and their souls were scattered. Boom! 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 The terrifying ice flame shells continued to shoot out from Bing Ling's hands, and each explosion would take away several lives. The human army had completely collapsed. They fled in all directions, but could not escape the horrific shadow of death. Bing Ling stood high in the sky, overlooking the hell on earth below, with no expression on his face. He is just an executor, carrying out his master's orders. Run! Run! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Mom. Dad. Where are you? Cries of despair rang out one after another, but nothing could change their fate. Damn, where are the people? Bing Ling was shooting frantically from high in the sky. His body had been corroded by an unknown poison, and a small needle was forced out of his body. When exactly is this happening? And what kind of poison is this? Bing Ling's face looked very ugly. If it weren't for his profound cultivation, he would have turned into a pool of thick water by now. Tang San revealed a hint of cold smile, as early as the moment the ice flame attacked Oscar. He had silently injected the soul-hunting and death-taking king of hell iron into Bing Ling's body. This poison is silent, colorless and odorless, and is injected during the ice flame attack. Even a titled Douluo-level warrior would find it difficult to detect. Although Bing Ling was very powerful, he never expected that he would be defeated by a kid who was only level 40 or so. He frantically mobilized his soul power to try to force out the poison in his body. However, the poison seemed to have life, wandering freely in his body, constantly corroding his body. Well done, Xiao San, but this guy is amazing. He has been poisoned for such a long time but has not fallen down yet. His physical fitness is really monstrous. Dai Mubai couldn't help but admire. They all witnessed the terrifying power of Tang San's hidden weapons. Once they were besieged by a 10-year-old soul beast, but were easily turned into a pool of thick water by Tang San's deadly king iron. One can imagine how terrifying this soul-chasing and life-stealing king of hell iron is. Ah! Bing Ling roared, looking towards Tang San's position with bloodshot eyes. Not good. This guy can hear me from such a far distance. Boom! A huge icicle instantly hit the place where Tang San was originally. The huge force of the explosion destroyed all the surrounding trees and formed a huge crater. Xiao San! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, and she saw that Tang San's figure had disappeared from the spot. I'm fine, Tang San's voice came from a distance, and his figure appeared in front of everyone again. His face was a little pale, and it was obvious that the previous blow had caused him quite a shock. Everyone be careful, this guy's hearing seems, Tang San reminded. You should be more careful, little guy. A cold voice sounded beside Tang San's ears. The sharp claws instantly cut through large pieces of Tang San's flesh. The back of Tang San's head and back were covered in blood. If he hadn't used his black jade hand to block it in time. And if Bingling wanted to get the antidote for this poison, I'm afraid his head would have been exploded by Bingling. Large amounts of corpses and debris piled up on the battlefield, and were frozen into ice by countless cold air, forming ice sculptures of corpses. It's just a little bee, how dare you hurt my son? Get away. Killing God domain, open. The blood-red lightning, accompanied by an extremely violent momentum, instantly covered the surrounding area for thousands of meters. The terrifying pressure even caused the ice in the air to stagnate. A figure rushed up quickly, and a huge hammer smashed towards Bing Ling. Bing Ling's expression changed slightly as he felt the aura from Tang Hao. If it was during his heyday, he certainly wouldn't be afraid. But now his body has been corroded by the poison and his strength has been greatly reduced. He didn't dare to resist Tang Hao's attack head-on, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Want to escape? Tang Hao sneered. The figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when it appeared again, it was already in front of Bing Ling. His hammer smashed towards Bing Ling with the force of thunder, and the terrifying power seemed to shatter the entire space. Bing Ling's face turned extremely ugly. He tried his best to mobilize the remaining soul power in his body and condensed it into an ice wall to block in front of him. Boom! The huge hammer hit the ice wall with a deafening roar. The ice wall shattered instantly, and the terrifying force continued to rush forward, directly hitting Bing Ling's body. Bing Ling's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. It hit the ground hard, creating a huge hole. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he had been seriously injured.